focusing on Bengal and the exit poll numbers that will come in on Bengal, Preeti.
Well, you're right there, Akshita. Akshita and I come to you from the Biswa Bangla Gate, which is in New Kolkata. Will Bengal see a new dawn of politics? To pun on that, well, we don't quite know. We'll know come the 4th of May. But fresh numbers coming in exit polls. We're going to give you all of that. But let's focus on Vijay and the TVK, because yesterday, Access My India has, with Pradeep Gupta, the only outlier, Akshita, in a sea of polls, giving Vijay and TVK practically the lion's share of the seats.
Yep.
And where Tamil Nadu is concerned. Once again, take it with, if not a pinch, a bag full of salts. These are exit polls. But deep dive over the course of the next 45 minutes. First up, allow us to take you through the headlines.
Exit poll quake in Tamil Nadu. Access My India predicts TVK will be the single largest party in Tamil Nadu. Vijay gears up for verdict day, asks TVK candidates to be at counting centres from 6 a.m. and to be vigilant.
A very bold prediction by Access My India. Sources say AIDMK mulling talks with TVK. TVK seats to determine. Vijay shot at Chief Minister's chair. TNCM Stalin holds key meet with top ministers.
The UDF is set to return in Kerala. Access My India calls decisive swing. UDF ahead in exit poll projections.
Has the battle in Bengal gone down to the wire? That's the big question. Exit polls predict neck-and-neck fight. Pollsters give BJP advantage. TMC confident of 4th consecutive term. Has BJP finally breached Mamta's bastion, or will she hold on?
As per exit poll numbers, it's a hat-trick of BJP victories in Assam. Predicting a saffron sweep, Access My India projecting BJP at 88 to 100 seats.
All right, let's begin with the latest news break that is coming in from West Bengal. Yesterday, you saw Mamta Banerjee, the incumbent chief minister, after the second phase ended, give multiple statements. Today, she has released a statement through a social media post from her party's handle, TMC, in which she practically states that TMC is forming the government in West Bengal, and she signs off with Joy Bangla. Let's listen in to Mamta Banerjee, the incumbent chief minister. All of this also a game of optics, viewers, because the cadre needs to be enthused. They need to keep energized, especially counting nearing on the 4th of May. And where booth level cadre is concerned, you have to keep them on their toes and energized. And with the exit poll predictions, some of them giving BJP an edge, some putting BJP and the TMC neck and neck, and only one or two giving the TMC numbers, which are ahead of the BJP. Optics important. Mamta Banerjee coming out in a message not just to the people of Bengal, but mostly directed to the cadre of the TMC.
Mamta, they're saying that the TMC will cross 226 seats. But here's what's interesting. All the exit poll numbers that are coming out, Mamta says it's a BJP conspiracy. That the BJP is dictating the numbers to pollsters, and those are the numbers being released. But listen in to what Mamta said.
ওটা বিজেপির চক্রান্ত, এবং বিজেপি এত করেও মানুষের অধিকার থেকে মানুষকে বঞ্চিত করতে পারল না, এবং তাই বিজেপি শেষ খেলাটা খেলেছে প্রেসকে দিয়ে, যাতে উল্টোপাল্টা বলে আমাদের মনোবলটা কর্মীদের ভেঙে যায়, মানুষের মনোবল ভেঙে যায়। শেয়ার বাজারে ধস নামবে আসল সত্যিটা বেরোলে। সেই জন্য শেয়ার মার্কেটকে সান্ত্বনা দিতে গিয়ে, এটা আমার কাছে স্পেসিফিক খবর আছে, এইটা করেছে। এবং আমি পরিষ্কার বলছি, 2016তেও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে, 2021এও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে। ওরা কিন্তু বারবার করে যা এক্সিট পোল যা দেখিয়েছে, টোটালটাই দেখিয়েছে বিজেপির কথায়। এবং আজকে তো আপনারা জানেন নিরপেক্ষতা বলে ভারতবর্ষে কিছু নেই, ওটা বিজেপির।
Okay, let me bring in Tapas Sen Gupta for more details on this. So, Tapas, you've got Mamata Banerjee dismissing all the exit poll numbers, particularly those that are projecting a win for the BJP. She's also, in fact, made it very clear that the TMC is 100% confident of a win. You're seeing all this rhetoric, of course, by all political parties right now in Bengal.
Well, yes, absolutely. See, Mamata Banerjee's speech today was imperative because given the present scenario that exists in Bengal and after the exit poll results had come in, there were a lot of apprehensions on the Trinamool Congress camp that what exactly is happening. And henceforth, it was imperative that Mamata Banerjee comes out and delivers a message, and that's exactly what she has done. She has also set the benchmark that they would be crossing 226 for sure. They could also reach 230. Means she is indicating that Trinamool Congress is all set for a landslide victory. She has also accused the BJP of trying to manipulate the numbers in the exit poll and not stopping there. She even cautioned the Trinamool cadres not to be at their ease because as far as the strong rooms are concerned, she have expressed her apprehension that there could be a possibility that the EVM machines can be changed by the BJP leadership. Henceforth, they should be absolutely on standby mode all through 24 hours. Even the respective MLA candidates have been asked to be outside the strong room till the counting day, and there should be a rotational duty of all the Trinamool Congress leaders and workers outside the strong room. And she also made it very clear that on the day of poll counting, she will be visiting her counting center, that's here in Kolkata's Shekhawat Memorial School. She will be present there. So that is also something that we have never seen before. Mamata Banerjee doesn't usually go to any counting center on the day of the election counting, but this time around she have all directed that she will be visiting the counting center. It's very clear that she's sending across a message to the people at large of her party that as far as counting center is concerned, it would be Shubhendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee.
We'll track that very closely. You know, Tapas, while we're getting all the updates coming in from Bengal, the other state we're closely tracking is that of Tamil Nadu, where the Axis My India exit poll has predicted that Vijay's party, TVK, will be the single largest party. Let's put out a news break now coming in from Tamil Nadu.
All right, let's quickly cut across while we're keeping our eyes on the developments that are taking place in the state of West Bengal. Let's quickly move on to the other set of news break that is filtering in from Tamil Nadu. The focus now, viewers, will shift because the campaigning is done, the ballot boxes are sealed. The focus now will be strongly on EVM and strong rooms there. And there will be the focus of all political parties, and to make sure that they have enough bench strength right outside the counting stations. And that is why it seems Vijay has shared a key TVK huddle right ahead of counting day. Vijay has instructed candidates to be at the counting center by 6 a.m. and be vigilant. This, Akshata, somewhere down the line, becomes all the more important if once again one is to take certain exit polls seriously, especially Access My India, which has projected Vijay, if not kingmaker, then king itself.
Absolutely. At this point, Vijay, we're hearing from our sources at TVK, extremely confident. The numbers we're putting out as part of Access My India's exit poll, Vijay reportedly believes that these are the numbers to stick by. This is what the TVK will do. And so he believes that the last phase, which is when the counting happens, ensuring that all of the TVK cadre are in fact fully vigilant, the candidates are prepared. That's part of the last stage of preps for what he believes is going to be a record-breaking win. Pramod Madhav is joining us with more details on this as well. Pramod, give us a sense of what's the mood really in the TVK camp currently. You were at that meeting where Vijay was, where he met with all the 233 candidates. What was his message?
The one thing is very certain. Until yesterday, since Access My Poll and discussion over Tamil Nadu was being done, the entire mood of the state was completely different. But right now, with the numbers out and Access My Poll giving close to 120 for TVK, the mood has completely changed right now, and that's what we could see on the ground there as well. Because there was complete excitement and enthusiasm, believing that that is the kind of number TVK has done very well in the state of Tamil Nadu as per Access My Poll, and even Vijay, who had called in all the candidates who had contested in 2026 elections, he very clearly has instructed them to be on the counting centers by 6 a.m. in the morning as well, because very clearly this time it's going to be a complete close call, because it's going to be three-way election, which means that the difference between a winner and the person who is not going to win this particular election could be very, very thin margin. So in this area, he wants to be make sure very careful that the candidates are over there. And in fact, Nirmal Kumar, who also went and met the chief election officer over there, also requested that extra protection should be given for all the counting centers, and that the postal ballots should be counted earlier itself and not be kept for the last. So that way, TVK wants to be prepared for all kind of events on 4th May, Akshita.
All right, Pramod, continue to stay on with us. Let's shift from one set of news break to the other, because whatever one might say, exit polls have caused a bit of a flutter in political parties in Tamil Nadu. You've had the TVK clearly enthused by a certain set of numbers by Access My India, while most are projecting DMK as the front runner. You also have now the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu now holding a key meet with his close aides, which is to discuss the various options that could be made available on the outcomes of 4th of May.
So Chief Minister Stalin held a meeting with the senior-most DMK leadership. Essentially, what you're seeing in Tamil Nadu right now, Preeti, is most of these parties seem to be coming together, figuring out a plan B based on the exit poll numbers. You're right that most of the exit polls have given DMK an edge. But is that edge good enough? They will most definitely, looking at the exit poll numbers, be the single largest party. But is that good enough in a situation where you have a new element whose, in fact, impact you've got varying numbers on? Pramod Madhav is joining us with more details on this. Pramod, what's the mood in the DMK camp currently? Are they still as confident as they were 24 hours ago?
Well, to put it very clearly, just like I mentioned, yes, until yesterday, the mood was completely different. And every other survey, just like you mentioned, were actually favoring for DMK, giving at least 122 to 140. That was a number that was predicted as a kind of a safe number, because in Tamil Nadu, you need 118 to have the majority. But post Access My Poll and post the kind of discussion we had, things have become a little troublesome for everybody across the state of Tamil Nadu, because it was a completely shocking number. Vijay was actually given a kind of percentage between 15 to 20%, and also a number probably maximum between 25 to 45. But imagine increasing it to 120 and giving DMK number up to 112 as the maximum. That has surely caused the kind of ripples over there. However, DMK wants to make it very clear that other surveys are giving a different number and it's going to have a thumping majority. But even after all this, the Chief Minister has called in all the senior leaders and such. They had a meeting. DMK calls it as a routine meeting, but very clearly all sort of discussions has been done, because we have another 3 days for counting to go ahead, and DMK also wants to be prepared. The important aspect is that, like I said earlier, the margin of victory could be very, very less this time, Preeti and Akshita. So everybody are concentrating to make sure that there is no any kind of margin of error, and victory is achieved in one day.
All right. Thanks very much, Pramod, for joining us with those details. So with 3 days to go for the results, you can see all of the parties kind of figuring out what they need to do in Tamil Nadu. The exit poll numbers are all out. And Preeti, we were highlighting that while Access My India is giving out numbers very, very different from the rest, let's be fair and put it out as a poll of polls and get a sense of really what each pollster right now is predicting as far as Tamil Nadu goes. So let's put that out on our screens. We begin, of course, with Access My India, which has actually said that TVK will be the single largest party at 98 to 120, the DMK at 92 to 110, and then the AIDMK in third place, 22 to 32. And then you see there were varied differences in the other exit polls, Preeti.
This is quite bizarre, because this rarely happens, because usually you will have, agencies that at least get the direction right. And this time it seems that each and every agency seems to be projecting, Akshita, completely different direction. And you have at one end an Access My India who is practically saying that the single largest party in this election will be TVK. And Vijay could be king, if not kingmaker. That's one part. And then you have
I'll just come to you, Preeti. We've got Pradeep Gupta with us of Access My India. Pradeep, good evening. Preeti, do you want to first address the elephant in the room, Bengal, and what's happening on that front?
Well, Pradeep, the elephant that is not in the room, but yesterday, let's speak about that, because yesterday you did confirm to us, Pradeep, that there will be a huge possibility that you might not be giving numbers. So why is it that Access My India, Pradeep Gupta, has chosen this time not to give numbers?
So, Preeti, at Access My India, our methodology is very simple. Conduct face-to-face interview with representative sampling. And in Bengal particularly, we tried that last 6 days after the first phase of polling. And we tried even today after the yesterday's polling for the second phase. And we found that 70 to 80% people are not ready or not willing to talk to us. Under these circumstances, our representativeness in sample is inadequate, and hence we decided not to present any of the projections for the West Bengal election this time, because we do not have that conviction in our findings. Whatever people we are able to speak to, they do not represent the sample what we are aiming for.
But Pradeep, many will say Pradeep Gupta डर गए 21 में गलत. He was wrong. 2024 Lok Sabha he was wrong. This time he doesn't want to take a chance. I'm giving you various scenarios, Pradeep, on what's going on. Scenario number 1, Pradeep Gupta डर गए. Scenario number 2, TMC saying it was Pradeep Gupta's numbers were showing that TMC was ahead. Therefore, now he's running scared because he feels अगर BJP जीत गई फिर गलत हो जाएंगे. Which one is it? Or the excuse that you're giving that people are not talking this time?
There is no question of excuse, Preeti. This is our professional work, and excuses, I mostly say excuses are evidence of non-performance, which is definitely not the case here. We are known for our bold predictions in the past, and you know better than anybody else that there is no question of fear factor, डर गए वगैरह वगैरह. There is no question. पोल कभी गलत हो सकते हैं, कभी सही हो सकते हैं. उसमें डरने जैसी क्या बात है? और ये तो एग्जिट पोल है. ये कोई ओपिनियन पोल तो है नहीं कि किसी का कोई डर हो, किसी का कोई विषय हो. Nothing of that sort. There is no question of that. But as we known for our accuracy, जब तक वो कन्विक्शन नहीं आए, जब लोग बात ही ना करें, तो फिर हम क्या करें? जब लोग ही नहीं बात करेंगे तो फिर तो
just one
का मतलब
प्रदीप जी इसी पे then let me ask you one question. You're saying कोई question ही नहीं होता कि डर गए. Your team has been there for now on and off over a year. आपको कुछ तो समझ में आया होगा. What is the ground feel? Ground sense क्या है? परिवर्तन और continuity. Ground sense तो थोड़ा आइडिया लग जाता है.
यही यदि पता चल जाए ग्राउंड सेंस तो फिर मुझे तो नंबर देने में आसानी हो जाएगी. और सेंस और हम गेसिंग वर्क तो यू नो प्रीति, वी नेवर डू द गेसिंग वर्क. वी प्योरली गो बाय आवर मेथोडोलॉजी, आवर सैंपल कलेक्टेड एंड
प्रदीप जी इज पंटिंग. सब और का गेस वर्क तुक्का चल रहा है.
नहीं, आई मीन आप उसको उस तरह से ना लीजिए कि किसी का क्या हो रहा है. मैं तो केवल अपनी बात कर सकता हूं कि मैं कम से कम जब मुझसे लोग बेहतर मुझसे काम करते होंगे उसमें कोई शक नहीं है. शायद उनको अच्छे से बात की होगी उन्होंने, मैं उनके बारे में कुछ नहीं कमेंट करता. लेकिन मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ एक्सेस माई इंडिया में जब तक हम प्योरली नंबर्स, और हमारे सैंपल साइज भी आपने हमेशा देखा है कि अच्छे बड़े सैंपल साइज होते हैं. वी आर नोन फॉर दैट. And that is the precisely reason why we are able to predict many elections, 74 out of 81
But Pradeep ji, before
elections.
Akshita wants a question, but before I'll just ask you, Pradeep ji, does this mean you are not predicting Bengal at all now? Kuch bhi, there's zero prediction. You have decided that you are not giving any numbers at all, leave alone today, tomorrow, day after, no numbers. You have pulled back your resources from Bengal.
Absolutely. Till today they were working, but today we decided let's hold on to this and do not predict this time Bengal election.
No, but I want to understand, Pradeep, from you, what's different, what's changed? That in 2021 you could go ahead and do an exit poll and this time you couldn't.
That's what. Last time about 20 to 30 on air, your channel only, India Today only, I have said that on Rajdeep show about 20 to 30% people are not willing to talk to, but still we could talk to about 70% people. And Rajdeep has pointed out that, Pradeep, 20% is a huge number. How can you assure about this? I said, at least majority of people we could speak to. So let's do this. That's not the case this time. 70 to 80%, which is a very big, sizable number. I mean, about 2/3 of the universe, more than 2/3 of the universe, if it's not talking, then no question. When I say guesswork, I am referring to based on this limited sample size we could speak to. There, I don't want to speculate or do any kind of a guesswork. It's
Pradeep,
not that the others are doing.
Yeah, it's a huge claim that 80%. That means you're saying you're speaking to 10 people, only 2 are telling you where they will be voting this time. You're saying 8 are not saying anything at all. That's huge, Pradeep.
Yes,
by that
in urban
benchmark,
city
by that benchmark, Pradeep ji, Hanji, boliye. Go ahead, sir.
In urban area, metros areas, city like Kolkata, only 2. In rural area, 3. So 70 to 80% people are not speaking out at all. I myself has visited Bengal. I myself have witnessed the situation. The moment I came to know that this is the situation, I said, let me come and try and do the needful.
Has the situation changed, Pradeep ji?
The people.
Right. How has the situation changed? Because you've been there, your teams have been there off and on for over now a year.
No,
you've had arrests as well.
Fear? What is it? That people are not willing to speak.
What are the reasons is what Rakshita is asking you, but your team has been there over a year. So what has changed? My question was, what has changed in the last 2 weeks that seemingly was different before this?
After the announcement of election, we have seen so much of a violence over there. Even the MP and minister and MLAs has been manhandled. At times, people have thrown stones to their car. And it is very evident and quite evident both the parties' workers are fighting to each other, going to the jail. In fact, as I told you, my 5 surveyors has been sent to jail a few months back. In Damdam jail, that to precise, and they spent about 21 days over there. And we have raised this to the Kolkata High Court, and Kolkata High Court has given verdict in our favor. You continue doing your work. You need not to worry. Despite of that, when we go there and try to do this, there are people in spectacle, and we, at that time, not now, that time the karyakartas of different political party used to target our people.
Okay, but Pradeep ji, aap keh rahe ho ki 3 in the rural, 2 in the urban is speaking. 8 are not in the urban and about 7 out of 10 are not in the rural. What is the ground sense? There has to be, after being there for now over a year with your teams there, there's a certain ground sense that you get, Pradeep ji, which is different from 2021.
No, Preeti, I don't want to speculate. Again, I am telling you, but one thing is sure, this time the change, whatever I can see that is that BJP is doing better than last time, but how better or how far it is going to be as far as the number of tally of the seats, that I do not have the answer for.
Will they reach the halfway mark, Pradeep ji? Do you see the BJP reaching the halfway mark?
No, I can't comment on that. I have no idea about it.
Okay. Pradeep, since you're making that distinction that you have been on ground for so long and still there is a great degree of caution right now, and you have said that, you know, your team members have been targeted and attacked, but you're also someone who is used to or perhaps has understood that these are the challenges in a number of states. So that's my next question, that when you approached them, was it a clear no, or was it like, I do not want to say?
Clear no as far as the election goes. Matter related to election, clear no. Sorry, no, sorry.
But Pradeep ji, your people and your team, you know, this is journalistic inquisition, and I think Maria and I and Akshita would want to ask you that. You don't, you know, your team is trained to take out, you know, which side a person is leaning on without asking a direct question on the election, on what issues are important to them. Like, for example, you know, when we were on ground, we faced the same issue. We asked, and you're better at it, Mahila security issue hai. If they say hai, then you know that this time BJP is resonating more with that, voter. And if you ask Bengali, Asmita kitna bada hai, bahut bada hai, and they speak in Bengali, you know that this one is with the TMC. Even that was not possible?
Yes, that's what I'm saying precisely, Preeti, that they are not speaking, they are not opening their mouth. They are simply saying, sorry, sorry, sorry.
Okay. So
They
if it's a clear
provided
sorry,
they are able to speak, clear sorry cut. So provided, as you are saying, our people are trained like this, we never go and ask State Bank kisko vote kar rahe ho aur kiya. No, we never do that. There are tactics to ask these questions, but provided a subject they speak.
and in your long career, you have seen several elections, you have predicted multiple elections. Would you say that this is unprecedented in the sense that this has never happened, and that's why you have, because I look at your statement, you're saying that you have talked about how many months you have spent, how many of your observers and researchers were on the ground, and despite that, you have gone ahead and not released the data.
That's right, Maria, because this is not the first time, even I am telling you, in 2017, also my people were sent to jail in Jalpaiguri jail. There they spent about 17 days. 17 days. So this is something used to us. And across the country, even after every 2 to 3 days during the Lok Sabha election, people face this kind of manhandling and problem at the ground. But that is all manageable. There are some element, but this is across the state, this is a situation. And this has arises particularly, there was a clear message sent out throughout the West Bengal, the state of West Bengal, saying that anybody comes, don't say anything. Otherwise, your vote
sent this
name
message?
will be.
Who sent this message?
I mean, I don't know who has sent. The political party has spread this message. Don't reveal or say any political this thing. Otherwise, your vote will be strike out.
Because SIR was also happening at the same time. So there was a sense.
Yes,
You're right there, Pradeep.
That's what.
No, but Pradeep,
This
the question.
has made this more this thing serious.
Pradeep, can I, I have a message from a psephologist. I won't name the psephologist. And basically he's saying, Pradeep ने इतना बड़ा पंट किया है एक स्टेट में. He's risking it all in one state. दूसरे में कह रहा है कि मैं तो I will not even risk it. I'm going to bow out of it. एक पे ही बहुत खेल लिया है, दूसरे पे नहीं करेंगे कुछ.
ठीक है, वो उनका ओपिनियन हो सकता है. मैंने जैसे बताया कि मैं नंबर और लोगों के रुझान के आए बिना अपने दिमाग की कोई भी प्रदीप गुप्ता का कभी कोई प्रेडिक्शन नहीं होता है, कभी कोई नंबर नहीं होता है. Purely based on, and that to face, we always kept on maintaining that election is a face-to-face matter. It can never be done over a phone or online. I always, even in US election, we have done the same thing. You can imagine the kind of difficulties we must have faced over there. And we predicted the Trump victory very accurately.
Can I talk about Tamil Nadu?
Yes, please.
Okay. Pradeep, I want to know, 24 hours after you put out those numbers, what's the reaction been like? My phone was ringing off the hook. I'm sure it was 20 times worse for you.
Yes, I continuously, in fact, if I'm not able to receive the phone, my office landlines are buzzing and people are saying, how can you do this? How can you do that? Tell me this, tell me that. So much of a noise is already on.
So tell me, what are the chances that TVK, because at 35% they have a higher seat conversion, that it could go upwards of 120?
Upward of 20, meaning in that case, in that scenario, in that possibility, DMK vote share will reduce drastically, meaning when I say predict 35%, meaning it is always plus minus 2%. We mentioned that. It means one party can go up to 33%. In that scenario, one party will score about 37%. So 4% is a good sizable number. If that is going to happen, if it is TVK who is 37%, then number will go beyond 120.
Okay. Pradeep, there's been a bit of chatter on social media about your numbers. I'm, saying a bit, but technically
Poor
it's a lot
Akshita's
more.
getting trolled, Pradeep, for your numbers.
No, not at all. We ignore all of that. But Pradeep, there's a couple of questions here on the data you've put out, and that's particularly on the caste details. I don't know if you've seen this, but a lot of people have been questioning the data that's been put out by Access My India about the percentage of Brahmins, about the percentage of Gaundars, the percentage of Tevars that you mentioned, and where those figures came from.
Yes, so these are the figures we could talk to people. That is the sample percentage which is mentioned over there. And none of us knows because caste census is not yet out. This is the number, and I'll tell you what is the methodology and what is the process in the market research. There are demography. So there are two kind of demography. One is the unique and second is the common. What is unique demography? The geography, rural, urban, gender and age group. These are the three which is the unique. What is the common one? Education, income and occupation, that can be common, and caste group, that can be common. So in this scenario, what is important to maintain in a research, the unique demography, and this time all age group wise, even Election Commission has released the data, whatever the number of electors are there, what is their construct, the weights of each and every age group. And accordingly, we have maintained that, and also the male and female, which is the gender. And that is where in the end up in किसी के face पे नहीं लिखा होता है कि what is your caste group, right? So whoever comes in the process, we talk to them. And
Pradeep,
we try and make it sensible.
Before we let you go, just two questions. One I'll ask, and then I think, Akshita, you also want one.
But yeah.
But I'll come back to Bengal, because you said what is seemingly on the ground, Pradeep, you said BJP is doing better than the last time. Now, a lot of people are hanging on to BJP. Pradeep Gupta is saying BJP is doing better. How much better? You're not commenting. Can you tell us, in terms of regions, where is BJP doing better, as per you, than the last time?
Preeti, I do not have that. It's just the sense you asked me, because I have also visited there. This much I can say. You asked me, you visited, what you found, what is your sense?
Achha,
this much I tell, don't.
What did your people find on ground? Which region is the BJP actually doing better this time?
Nothing of that sort, Preeti. I'm not going to say anything, because that is not educate enough. Those people are not representative enough, as I just now explained the Akshita, the sampling process. Because it is called a cell. I'll tell you. You also must understand this. What is cell? Cell size. It is called cell size. So if there are 6 age group, to report one particular age group, let's say 20 to 29, there has to be adequate number in this cell to report this cell.
Okay, tell me one thing then.
All the cells has to have.
I hear you, Pradeep. Which is the set which is not speaking maximum? Is the woman not speaking maximum? Is it the youth?
Women, of course, women.
So you're saying maximum no's are coming from women.
Youth is always outspoken. Youth is speaking. Women is not.
So women is not speaking. So you're saying mostly the chunk is women, and women possibly will define this election, and the women are not speaking. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm handing it back to you.
I'm so sorry, but I know you have to go, but I just have one quick question for you.
Only the women, mostly. Not only women, mostly women.
Okay, just quickly on Tamil Nadu, Pradeep. One of the issues that I saw on the ground is that there's a lot of Vijay euphoria. And one of the questions constantly being asked is whether Access My India was swept up by that Vijay euphoria. And that's what's led to these numbers.
This morning, I try and revalidate my poll by speaking to 2 ladies at Chennai. I asked what is their age, 45 years. What is their occupation? She is a domestic help at one of my friends. And I asked her whom you have voted. She said TVK, Vijay. I said, do you know what is the symbol? She said, yes, whistle is the symbol. Then I said, how do you know that whistle is the symbol? She said, my daughter, she's in Tanjavur. She's 28 years of age. And she called me and explained me the symbol and where in the order symbol is there on the machine. And she made me, understand the whom to vote and how to vote. This is one.
Okay.
The second, I spoke to one of my friend colleagues, 7-year daughter, asking her father, this time you must vote to the Vijay, otherwise I will not speak to you. This is the kind of phenomenon and stardom on the ground, and it's
So it's
not
the-
limited to urban
So it is the
cities.
youth which
It
is
in-
driving the rest of the family. That is becoming evident.
No, I
Yes.
saw this too. Yeah, I agree with that. Pradeep, just one more, which is when yesterday Preeti had asked you about the margin of error. You said from 98 to 120, maybe to 70. Can you give us an exact margin of error here? Because there is many questions about whether Vijay would settle at a 60 and not a 98 to 120.
I'm telling you about 20 seats can go here and there, either side.
So-
I mean, this is what I can say from my range.
Mean would be 100 according to
Okay, so yeah, so it could be 70 also is essentially the suggestion also from Pradeep.
Yeah.
Okay, Pradeep, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pradeep, thank you. You've basically, like I said, a big punt in Tamil Nadu. You've decided not to, put your hat in West Bengal, but you've been burnt before. We leave it at that. But all eyes will be on you, Pradeep, where Tamil Nadu is concerned and how Tamil Nadu really goes, because you're the only outlier there, isn't he, Maria?
Absolutely. I think that's
Yeah.
going to be the big takeaway then. If
No,
the
and you
results-
look at the difference. I
Yes.
think when we were doing poll of polls, we were looking at all of those numbers and seeing the very difference. And clearly, the way TVK in one side is 98 to 120, the other it goes up to 3 to 6.
No, but then if it is about change, then change is always decisive.
I agree.
It's
I
never,
agree.
that,
And
never
you can
this
never
way or the other way.
quantify
And then,
it.
that's
You
why...
can never quantify
And
it.
that's why, Preeti, what Kashiram said doesn't apply in the context of
But Maria, my
South
thing is,
India.
my point is not that. My point is I understand if there's change. How is it that Pradeep is picking up such a massive change and somebody is picking
Because
up,
it's very difficult.
no change at
because
all, and somebody is picking up AIDMK?
I'll tell you
but
why,
that's
because
because
it's-
they have sample size. We as journalists go and speak to, at best, 50 to 100 people.
No, I'm just saying there are 10. There are 10 right now. There are about 10 exit polls, and all of them have very different predictions.
Methodology, please.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Methodology.
and I think it's also because any data you had before doesn't count.
Ah.
Any support base that you had before doesn't count. Any vote bank that you had before
But you at
doesn't
least
count.
get the direction right. Mostly you have seen in the past, even when there is a new player, you get the direction right.
I think the problem with Tamil Nadu is it's also so vast and so varied region-wise,
We have
seat-wise,
a
so
Vijay
varied.
supporter joining us.
We've got Muralidhar and Shivalingam with us.
Yes, perhaps we can take that question to him. Pradeep Gupta, today, after 24 hours almost, after making that prediction, which has completely, which is being
I
seen
think
and debated and
Tamil Nadu,
discussed everywhere, not just
Yeah.
Tamil Nadu, across the country, is reiterating that he's sticking by it and he is convinced that that is going to be the number. What is the mood in TVK right now? How confident are you that it's going to be upwards of 120?
Yeah, that's for you, Muralidharan.
Yes.
Okay. The only fear I think the party has is that MLA should not get poached. So there will be.
You suspect that's going to happen then?
It might happen because the numbers which are given by Mr. Gupta is like, a couple of people are not slept last night, including probably Mr. Stalin. And so seeing those figures, so there is always a threat. And we know how much muscle power when it comes to money these parties have. So I think that's a different fear.
No, but
everyone.
that's a test too for Vijay. Mr. Ramakrishnan Rajagopal, retired IAS officer, spokesperson of the Tamil Nadu BJP, is also with us. Mr. Rajagopal, the worst possible news of the Access My India exit poll is for the NDA, for the AIADMK plus their allies in Tamil Nadu. You've been pushed to number 3 positions
A
as per
distant
these
number
numbers.
three. A poor number
Yeah.
3.
Well, I don't think it's the right forecast because I don't think they have covered Tamil Nadu extensively. And I was just listening to Mr. Gupta, and he talked about two ladies in Chennai responding to his call and telling him as to why they voted for the TVK. It looks like it's quite superficial in the sense, somebody says, my daughter asked me to vote. And in any case, Chennai doesn't represent Tamil Nadu. In Chennai, I do agree that Vijay has a much better following, a much bigger following than the rest of the state. So it's quite possible that Vijay will score quite a few seats in Chennai. But it's doubtful that Vijay will be able to repeat that performance in the rest of the state, particularly in the rural areas, where the hold of the ADMK and also the DMK is reasonably strong.
You know what?
So to
what
my,
seems to be
my
working
understanding
here
is that
that that the collapse of AIA-DMK is coming at the cost of, his growth is at the cost of your collapse, but the entire anti-incumbency is also moving away from AIA-DMK towards a new player, and the people of Tamil Nadu are looking at this Vijay magic. Would you then accept that the leadership is an issue here? The AIA-DMK
really.
leadership
think,
is an issue which doesn't really inspire the youth or even the women to give them a chance.
Well, if you ask me as to whether the ADMK could have done it better, I would definitely say yes. The ADMK could have thought of a much better strategy. They could have invoked the names of MGR and Jayalalitha a little more. They could have asked for votes in the name of these two leaders, rather than asking for votes in the name of the current leaders alone. But the
Mr. Shivalanga,
hold
from
that
being
the
an ally
ADMK
to say
symbol
this,
has,
right before, you do understand the optics of it, of what you're saying, because you're practically suggesting that the AIDMK could have fought the election
no, the elections
better.
are over. No, the elections are over. But I mean, I'm not saying that things are perfect. See, the elections are over, people have voted. But I think I'd still give the ADMK a very good chance of winning the election.
Mr. Ramakrishna, would you weigh in on the possibility tomorrow, if there is, a number that Vijay and TVK actually reach, and they require the support of the AIDMK, and the AIDMK actually dumping you and going with Vijay? Do you see that as a possibility?
No, not at all. I don't think that is going to happen at all. If at all, I mean, what you're saying is going to come true. I don't think it's going to come true at all. But, I mean, it's quite superficial the way Mr. Gupta has done it. I don't believe that the TVK is anywhere close to, winning the elections, nowhere close to even 50. So, if at all, TVK is in a position to form the government, which is just hypothetical. And if they do make a request, well, I think it can be considered at that stage, but there's no question of any break in the ADMK-BJP alliance. That's going to stay till the 2029 elections, and there's no doubt about that.
Okay. Mr. Muralidharan, I'll bring you in also on this. I think what people are finding very hard to believe when we look at the numbers is that a 35% vote share converts to about 98 to 120 seats for Vijay, for TVK. From the get-go, the biggest challenge always for Vijay that everyone spoke about was seats conversion. What has you convinced that not just these numbers, beyond this also, according to the TVK, could hold?
See, the people of Tamil Nadu are definitely looking for a change. And they were, as Mr. Gupta said when he spoke to that lady in Tamil Nadu, who was influenced by her daughter. There are many cases like that, thousands of cases like that, where the grandmother says, my granddaughter asked me to vote for Vijay, so I voted. So it may not be the most important thing, but these are important, because that's how, I think you talk to 10 people and 6 of them telling you, yes, we voted for TVK, and how can you, brush that aside? I think Mr. Gupta's gone based on his gut feel. Even though the sample sizes are small, I think he's gone on gut feel by talking to these people.
Okay, A. Saravanan of the DMK also joins us. Mr. Saravanan, yes. Is the DMK more confident today after the pollsters?
He's beaming.
Are you feeling better today?
After trolling us all of last evening.
Yes, are you feeling better today?
Laughing again.
I'm watching all of you and enjoying the fun, because you are discussing a very hypothetical situation which isn't going to happen.
Humor us.
What? Yeah. See,
humor us, Mr. Saravanan, if that is what you're thinking it is.
Yeah. See, yesterday, I think I wasn't watching that, but it was there all on Twitter that he said it will go to 70 seats. It may go to 70 seats.
No, I'll tell you what, Mr. Saravanan, since you're mentioning that, and I know there's been a whole discourse of it on social media.
Yes.
I will, tell you that about 10 minutes ago, Mr. Pradeep Gupta was with us. I asked that question to him. So you heard it. You heard his answer then.
I'll come to it. See, that's what. When a pollster on questioning by Preeti just used her aggressive tone, and Mr. Pradeep Gupta dropped by 30 seats. If Preeti had still more aggressive, then it would have gone to 50.
No, come on, sir. He said the same thing yesterday. He said this today.
Just a moment. If Maria too had joined, he would have gone to 30.
Now again.
You've changed track. And Akshita,
Mr.
suddenly
Saravanan,
if you have changed
Arey sir,
that,
you had
then,
your
you know,
full of
we will go back to
trolling
this,
us last evening.
15, 20
Appu,
seats.
that's done.
15, 20
Okay, no,
seats.
so tell me, sir, what
Yes.
explains MK Stallin's warning or caution to the party cadres that they should not be complacent, that over the next few hours they should be particularly careful about monitoring the control rooms?
Yeah, that is because what has happened elsewhere. Because there were unverified rumors and allegations in all the other poll-bound states, the BJP did whatever it did. So it's a usual caution. It has got nothing to do with we are confident that in the
But
boxes... In
but
the
Mr.
boxes,
Saravanan, your
we have the
party
votes.
has accused.
Just a moment. Just a moment. In the boxes, the votes are there, which will propel us to a stupendous victory. That is why we are saying, please have a watch.
So you're saying, Mr. Saravanan, you're saying if TVK actually gets the numbers that have been predicted by Pradeep Gupta, then it's the BJP who has helped TVK do it. Is that what the allegation is?
No, don't put words into my mouth. I am saying, you asked me why the CM has said, please watch the control room. I said that is because the usual thing, because it has got our precious votes that will make us come to power the next time. There is a usual routine thing.
We have just enough time for Pulla Rao, who's a political analyst and a close watcher of politics in Tamil Nadu. Mr. Pulla Rao, Pradeep Gupta is convinced that these numbers will hold. And he also says that because the margin of victory is, number is plus minus 2%, so it could go up to even 37% of votes for actor Vijay, which would mean that the numbers will go down from the DMK, and in that case, his seats could go upwards of 120.
Well, you see, Pradeep Gupta is now the most famous man in Tamil Nadu, I can assure you, or in the south also.
I agree. Yeah.
And what three of you can't say.
Along with Akshita.
Oh, please, Mr.
You are leaving
Saravanan,
with
please.
Akshita. They are competing. A Times Now is competing with Akshita.
No,
Who's
please,
going to
Mr.
be
Pulla Rao,
most
go ahead.
popular North
Mr.
Indian
Saravanan
anchor.
keeps pulling my leg. Mr. Pulla Rao, go ahead.
If what three of you can't say, I'll say. Either he's going to be very famous or he's going to be infamous, because now it's all about his prediction, which is, taken. My friends will agree. This is a major point of discussion. He has a serious reputation, and definitely that reputation, he has to stand by it. And we cannot, my friend, any survey a very known personality makes, we have to take seriously. Whether it's going to pan out, whether it's not going to be there, we'll know
I agree. And my apologies, Mr. Pulla Rao, for stepping in, but there's big breaking news coming in. Today's Chanakya has released their numbers, and I want to first focus on Kerala, where interestingly, today's Chanakya is suggesting it's going to be a tight fight.
Yes.
Here's what the numbers look like. According to today's Chanakya, UDF could be at 69, the LDF at 64. Just imagine that. And they've given a margin of about 9 plus minus, give or take, for both UDF and LDF. And the NDA at 7 seats. I mean, this is going to get close according to today's Chanakya.
Is around 40% for the UDF and LDF at 38%. That's what today's Chanakya is projecting. And others at 2%, BJP plus is at 20%.
20%?
So, yes.
Wow.
So UDF at 40%, LDF at 38%, then that's where I think...
so there's a 2% gap between the two.
And
if you actually
look... the margin of victory plus minus 3%.
Yeah, if you actually look at an Axis My India, it was 44% versus 39%.
Yes, so most of the pollsters have given a decisive victory for UDF, barring today's Chanakya, which is saying 69-64.
Okay.
Just a gap of 3 seats.
Okay, so we're going to discuss those numbers.
We're going to quickly get into the numbers, deep dive into the numbers that have been put forth by yet another pollster, which only queers the pitch of the numbers that are coming in from Kerala. Now, suddenly Kerala is looking tight. Not good news, at least with this particular number coming in for the Congress. Not good news. But a quick break. We are back with the latest, all the numbers filtering in. We leave you with the latest numbers that have come in from Chanakya. And the numbers seem to suggest that it is a much tighter fight as been projected by other pollsters. Leave you with these numbers. Stay with us. Maria, Akshita and I are back shortly.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT टायर्स, दे लॉन्ग टायर लाइफ, एक्सेप्शनल रोड ग्रिप और अनमैच्ड कंफर्ट। BKT टायर्स, elevate your drive.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
From early morning temple stops to long days on the road in Tamil Nadu, I've covered every corner, every voice.
Join India's #1 election team for epic verdict day coverage on the Indian Political League. 4th May, 6 a.m. onwards, only on India Today.
In association with
HDFC Sky. Make money matter. Download now. Jindal Stainless.
The India Today Media Institute could not have been founded on a firmer footing. The India Today Group's strength in understanding and delivering high-quality content is the very foundation of ITMI. We take pride in training our students to be exceptionally professional. So register now at www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in or call us on 95 600 65465.
Nari Shakti Act, how to break the deadlock. With the latest constitutional amendment defeated in Parliament, women's reservation is once again at the centre of political debate. Why does the impasse persist? And where does the road lead from here? This week, India Today tracks the politics, the provisions and the path ahead. India Today, making sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
From early morning temple stops to long days on the road in Tamil Nadu, I've covered every corner, every voice.
Join India's #1 election team for epic verdict day coverage on the Indian Political League. 4th May, 6 a.m. onwards, only on India Today.
Tamil Nadu's political script may be heading for its biggest twist in decades, and this time it's not the usual rivals controlling the storyline. For years, the contest in the state has revolved around one familiar rivalry, DMK versus AIADMK. But in 2026, that equation appears to be facing a dramatic shake-up. Actor turned politician Vijay seems to be heading for a blockbuster debut as the Access My India exit poll projects 98 to 120 seats for TVK in the 234-member assembly. The same projection places DMK Alliance in the 92 to 110 range, while AIA-DMK Alliance is seen trailing at just 22 to 32 seats. Other exit polls still suggest the DMK could retain power, while one has predicted AIA-DMK's comeback. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin already held a closed-door strategy meeting on Thursday with senior ministers as the party prepares for a tense counting day. The DMK insists it will comfortably cross the majority mark and has dismissed Vijay's TVK as neither king nor kingmaker. The Congress too has backed its ally, claiming the DMK-led alliance will return with a clear majority. But the TVK is equally confident, insisting that the party is not just making a debut, but is on course to sweep the polls with a majority of its own. Behind the scenes, sources say the Access My India exit poll on India Today has triggered fresh churn, with the AIA-DMK now weighing possible communication with TVK. Because if these numbers hold, Tamil Nadu may not just be seeing a new player, it could be witnessing a complete political rewrite. The real picture will release on May 4. Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by Parul University. यहाँ possible है.
Co-powered by
Panasonic AC, India का Captain Cool. Co-powered by Jindal Stainless.
Our rolling coverage on all the numbers that are coming in where exit polls are concerned. Maria, me and Akshita together will be number crunching. Just a short while back before we'd gotten into that break, today's Chanakya came up with the numbers of Kerala, and the numbers of Kerala, as per today's Chanakya, seem to queer the pitch in Kerala and suddenly making that election so much more interesting. Dead heat predicted by today's Chanakya between the LDF and the UDF, Maria.
And it's a very close contest. I would actually believe it because Pinarayi Vijayan, who created history just 5 years ago, will not be letting go of power so easily. UDF has made the effort, but LDF certainly is very much on the ticket because, 81-year-old has that recall value. 40 years after that, alternating of power which has happened in Kerala, this is the man who actually set history.
No, but can I just bring the focus to Tamil Nadu briefly?
Please, go ahead.
Because today's Chanakya, and I think there's so much curiosity after Access My India numbers. Let's just quickly put out the numbers of today's Chanakya on Tamil Nadu. Do they have a surprise in store? What's their prediction for TVK? Here are the numbers on your screens. The DMK is the single largest party according to the exit poll prediction of today's Chanakya at 125. Give or take 11 seats is essentially the margin that they're building. Now, the second party is TVK. TVK at 63, and then the AIADMK plus at 45. So another exit poll, Preeti and Maria, that's predicting that the AIADMK is down to the number 3 position, that essentially this is a DMK versus TVK battle.
Yes.
While Axis gave 98 to 120, they're saying 63-11 give or take.
And the gap between the TVK and the DMK is 9% of vote. AIADMK at 27, DMK at 39%, and TVK at 30%. So what you are sensing...
We're going to just correct, Maria. We're going to correct the numbers that are right now on our television screen. I think we're going to...
63 and
so that's actually 30%.
30%. That's not seat share, that's vote share. I think
So
we got the wrong number there.
Two up, so we apologize. We're going to fix that.
We apologize for that. We're going to fix that right away.
But
so
overall,
let's give out...
the overall, Preeti, the gap between the DMK and the TVK is 9%.
Yeah.
Which is not the same as Access My India, which is saying 35% to both the parties.
Once again, before we get into more numbers, I want to go back to Akshita. Akshita, would you want to quickly take our viewers through what is exactly predicted by today's Chanakya, vote share, seat share, Tamil Nadu?
Okay, so vote share first. The DMK is at 39%, DMK plus, this is with their allies, 39%. The TVK at 30%. Access My India said 35% for both. So mark the difference there. Today's Chanakya says 39% for DMK plus, TVK at 30%. The AIADMK is 3% behind the TVK at 27%. So you've got today's Chanakya predicting a slightly better tally for, in fact, the AIADMK plus of 27%. What does that look like in numbers? DMK plus is the single largest party. DMK is single largest party. Even the alliance at 125. So they've crossed the majority mark of 118. TVK at 63. So they're in the 60s range according to today's Chanakya. About 30 less than what Pradeep Gupta has predicted in his exit poll. The AIADMK down to number 3 position at 45, Preeti. So those are the numbers, 125, 63, 45.
So you halfway mark. So you have the DMK as per today's Chanakya, Maria, where it's forming the government. Even if the AIDMK and the TVK come together, as per this number, they will not be able to challenge DMK, as per these numbers. So everyone in Tamil Nadu and the DMK, where is Mr. Sarvana when you need him? If you are looking at these numbers, there you have it. This is another set of numbers completely different from what Pradeep Gupta projected yesterday. Once again, I would hope you will take these numbers as well with, if not a pinch, but a fistful of salt, Maria.
And I am looking at the margin of error as far as this pollster is concerned is plus minus 3. So TVK and AIADMK are plus minus 3 are at 30%, 27%. That's the number. But most of the pollsters seem to be in agreement that it is AIADMK, which is party number 3 in Tamil Nadu, and TVK, which is making a debut here, a party which started only in February of 2024, has reached as the primary challenger, or should be seen as the prime opponent to MK Stalin.
This is how TVK pitched the battle also, Maria. They said this is a battle between DMK and TVK. That this is just between these two parties. The AIADMK constantly said, not the case. This is always about the two Dravidian majors. There's no other party that can come in and create an impact right on debut. Vijay, at least based on the exit poll numbers of Access My India and today's Chanakya, seems to be changing that particular narrative in Tamil Nadu. Look, for Access My India, now there's that backing of one more exit poll, at least headed in their direction.
But the punt of Access My India, he's hit it out of the park in terms of that projection.
Because you still see a market difference.
It's a huge difference to project 63 and to project a baseline of 98 to then.
But Pradeep did say that, you can give a margin of error of about 20. So he said bring it down to 70 and that makes it closer.
But then there would be a margin of error in this as well.
Which is 11. Which is 11 plus 11 minus. So they take it up to 74
exactly.
in some
circumstances. So some are saying that this could possibly be a realistic number than what looks like on ground. But one thing is very clear, that what is unfolding in Tamil Nadu is nothing short of a phenomenon right now, Akshita.
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable, nothing short of a phenomena where the rise of Vijay and TVK is concerned. And I still remember, and I'll bring in Sumansi Raman. Sumansi Raman, I know you're going to say, let's wait for D-Day, 4th May, but I've had you so many times in my show earlier, sir. And most of the political analysts did not anticipate it. The conversations came down to there is no cadre, there is no booth level penetration. How can you have fan clubs running, your party? It just will not work. Clearly, none of that matters when a state has decided it wants change. Directionally, One thing is clear, Sumansi Raman. Two big pollsters directionally are bang on with placing TVK A ahead of AIDMK and over 60.
Preeti, good luck. Good luck to them. And this is good entertainment for the next 3-4 days. We can go on and discuss and say that, Vijay is going to become chief minister, prime minister, or whatever. But none of this seems to be found in any kind of logic. Look, let me ask you a simple question. The urban vote is where Vijay is stronger. Do we agree? All the pollsters agree that the urban vote is what Vijay is getting more of. Right?
Sure. Yes, but Sumansi Raman, when there is a wave, when there is emotions attached to your vote, then arithmetic falls by the wayside, sir. You know that better than I.
One second. If he is getting more of the urban vote.
I think we've lost our connection with Mr. Sumansi Raman.
Yesterday,
sir, can you hear us? Can you repeat that point, please?
No, I'm saying yesterday, when I asked Pradeep Gupta that question, he said it's 35% vote in urban areas and 33% in rural areas, what Vijay is getting according to his poll. Now, the DMK is getting a higher share in the rural areas. Now, what makes no sense is the DMK holds the bulk of the seats in the urban areas. If Vijay is doing fabulously well in the urban areas, the DMK is gaining seats. None of this makes sense.
No, that's because I'll tell you why, Mr. Sumansi Raman. If you look at the region-wise breakdown that Pradeep has given us, at least based on his data, he suggests that the DMK is doing very well in Delta. He's suggesting they're doing well in Delta. And I think the reason he's seeing such a big dent on AIADMK is also because of West Tamil Nadu, where he says TVK, DMK and AIADMK, all three are suddenly players in the Congo belt.
Okay, let me ask, can anybody list not 60 seats? List 10 seats that the TVK is winning.
I know. This is the same question.
The arithmetic doesn't work, Mr. Raman.
But I think very clearly, Mr. Sumansi Raman, if you ask the people of Tamil Nadu also to name 10 candidates of the TVK, they won't be able to. It's on one man's face. It's on one man's face.
No,
Mr. Sumansi Raman, I'll tell you what, okay, I didn't even go to Tamil Nadu. If you cut across, and I'll tell you one thing, I was in West Bengal and I was questioned whether TVK is winning or Vijay is winning in West Bengal. So clearly, people are talking about Vijay. But whoever has gone on ground, Mr. Sumansi Raman, it's not about seats. There seems to be a solid support and sentiment in favor of Vijay.
And Mr. Sumansi Raman, you acknowledged that. I remember a month ago when you had said that not really, I don't think Vijay will have an impact. Versus a week ago, you did say, look, there is a sizable impact of Vijay in Tamil Nadu. I think we're having a bit of a problem with his connection because he's on the road.
But, okay.
I was very areas, particularly Innai does not have much of a presence outside the Chennai area and in the rural belt. I have never changed from this. It's not that I have said something else last time and now I'm changing or going back on it. I have said Vijay has a presence in and around Chennai, partly in and around Trichy, in and around Coimbatore, but certainly not in rural Tamil Nadu. And if he gets 30%, as this polls say, in rural Tamil Nadu, forget Pradeep Gupta's 35%, then a whole lot of us are going to be eating crow. Let me tell you this, nobody in Tamil Nadu, nobody that I know of actually expects 35% vote share for the TVK.
But it is difficult, and I understand, Sumansi Raman. It is difficult for anyone.
There is a distinction which has been made between Chanakya and Axis My India, their sheer approach to this entire, calculation. Today's Chanakya is emphasizing on major castes.
I was just,
which way it is going, while Axis My India, Preeti, is focusing on demographic. They are looking at educated, unemployed students, housewives, homemakers, maids, house helps, all those distinctions have been made.
But they've got the direction right, Maria. Both are seeming to suggest that TVK is going to do a lot better than anticipated by other polls.
Yes, so even those reporters who went on the ground, they are of the opinion that they are doing better than most. 25-30% is even something that Akshita has been saying for the last few weeks. So I'm saying that is a sample size that we do not have. that we do not have that kind of a sample. You know, as journalists, we speak to a handful of people, but we get the direction. Here, the point that has been made by today's Chanakya is that the TVK is actually getting lesser number of Christian votes than DMK. DMK is at nearly 50%. Yeah, Christian votes, and TVK is at 34%. And when we look at another important category, which is of the SC vote, DMK is at 43%, TVK is at 34%. So I'm looking at these two, and while there has been the larger broad stroke of looking at categorization, which is different in case of Access My India, here the approach is more traditional, keeping in mind how castes vote.
No, so I'll tell you a couple of points here. You know, just looking at the surface level and not really diving deep because we've just got the data. As far as scheduled caste goes, the fact that DMK has managed to hold on there at 43%, it means that the TVK at 34% has eaten, yes, but not as much into the DMK's allies votes as expected. Largely, the suggestion all through was that TVK would do well in North Tamil Nadu at the cost of the VCK, and so would eat into the Dalit vote share. What you're also seeing, perhaps looking at the data, I don't really have the breakdown, but when AIADMK is at 19%, my sense is also that the Arundhadiyar votes and the likes in the Kongu belt, which is in seats like Avinashi, that may have shifted over to the DMK, which is what's helping them to stick to 43%. You know, what's the commonality here, Maria, since we're talking about caste, between what Access My India has put out and today's Chanakya, is that minorities haven't completely swayed away from the DMK. This is something that Pradeep Gupta also referred to.
Christian vote.
That's an important vote. So I'm very curious to know exactly how TVK, and Pradeep Gupta has spoken about how TVK has done well in southern Tamil Nadu without really managing to full-on capture the Christian vote. So that's an interesting aspect. I think when we see the breakdown, we'll be able to perhaps look into greater detail. But this is another poll that's seeming to suggest that TVK is doing well, particularly if you see the TVK doing best in the scheduled caste.
That's the DMK's vote.
When we're looking at the way categorization, because if it is a wave election in favor of TVK, which is essentially saying that the Suman C. Raman is joining us, he continues to be with us. Suman C. Raman, when we look at the caste breakdown, and particularly the Christian vote, which is very much with the DMK, we were expecting that it will be completely switching away or perhaps moving away from DMK. That's not happening. They are still getting 50% of the Christian vote.
Look, if the Christian vote is moving away from the DMK even partially, it affects the DMK, but not hugely, because the DMK, the Christian votes decide hardly 20-25 constituencies in Tamil Nadu. If the Dalit vote goes away from the DMK, it makes a massive impact, because today, who are the vote base of the DMK? It's the Dalits, it's the minorities. Minorities constitute 14% of Tamil Nadu. They are a huge vote bank for the DMK. Now, you've got to understand that if these people are being wooed by Vijay and are shifting, it makes no sense whatsoever to say that the DMK's vote share is so high. How does it make sense? Second, if I don't know what caste today's Chanakya breakup today's Chanakya has given. I don't know if you've seen Pradeep Gupta's numbers. He says 7% of 1 years were interviewed in the poll, or he's saying maybe 7% is the 1 year population of the state. Both are incorrect, because that should not have been done. The 1 years constitute a minimum of 12 to 13% in the state. 9% of those interviewed were Brahmins. Brahmins are 3%. None of this makes sense. Why is it nobody's Mukulathors, 2%?
No, 1 second. Pradeep Gupta has clarified on that. That percentage that's written in that column, which led to a lot of questions about whether he's referring to the percentage of population. He said, no, that's a percentage that I've sampled. That's a sampling size. But I just want to again put out for our viewers what today's Chanakya has said. These are the numbers on your screens. Focus on the vote share here. At 39% is the DMK. So they are at this point leading as per today's Chanakya, the edge to the DMK. What I want you to see is how Vijay has performed. If you had Access My India suggesting that TVK and Vijay would get 35%, today's Chanakya is now second in, giving numbers to TVK. They have given 30%, and so that pushes AIADMK to third position at 27%. making this a very interesting contest. How does this turn into seats? If you look at seats right now, TVK then is at about 63. Remember, Axis My India gave 98 to 120. 63, give or take 11, is the numbers today's Chanakya has given. As far as the AIA-DMK is concerned and DMK is concerned, first the DMK with their allies is at 125. The AIA-DMK once again in third position at 45. AIA-DMK plus their allies. You know what's interesting here, Preeti and Maria, is that while you've got today's Chanakya, Axis My India, suggesting a similar trend as far as AIA-DMK goes, so putting them in number 3, there are two pollsters, Vote Vibe as well as JVC, who've actually said AIA-DMK will emerge number 1 over DMK and TVK. So you've got every possible permutation and combination of exit poll right now.
Well, you're right. No, but interestingly, Preeti, the question that you asked, and even Pradeep Gupta today clarified that 70 could be the worst case scenario. We are looking at that number here, 63 plus minus 11. Is actually that 70 number, that is the worst case scenario
is what is being projected.
But the big, is actually the best case scenario for today's Chanakya.
Well, you're right there, but both of these pollsters seemingly have positioned Vijay. They've got the direction right, at least for Vijay. Sajan, political analyst in the studio with us. Interesting, lots of things have happened, Sajan, in the last 45 minutes. Today's Chanakya, number 1 in Kerala, has pegged dead heat between the UDF and the LDF. Suddenly, Kerala becomes all the more interesting. Congress that was planning on who the chief minister is back in the game on what's really going on. But the numbers coming in for Tamil Nadu, because what had clearly seemed to be, a punt, many would suggest, some would suggest that Pradeep Gupta had hit it out of the park. Either he would have had egg on his face or, projecting him to be the single largest party, which is Vijay. But now you have today's Chanakya, which seems to at least go in the same direction. Not the numbers that possibly Pradeep Gupta projected, but still impressive, 30%.
Giving some cover fire to Pradeep Gupta that way. Some cover fire that he is not alone. But real takeaway would be that, we do not go into the exact numbers, but even if we take that, yes, Vijay is expecting performing better than what was expected. Would AIA-DMK and TVK be able to dislodge together?
No, it's not
DMK
a possibility.
or not?
No, that's not
the
actually
real
looking
possibility.
like. That's not how it looks like. It's 108 still.
If they add up.
And halfway mark,
that's what we, that's what we spoke
if
of.
it is exact,
No, so I'll give you another scenario then. Let me give you another scenario. Add TVK, add AIA-DMK plus, throw in a few from the DMK. I think everyone knows what I'm referring to. But maybe, let's just say maybe Congress with about 8 to 10 comes in from the DMK, moves over, then you have these two plus that.
Or maybe Actor Vijay will be a little more patient because he has just had a brilliant start to his debut.
He's not patient.
Okay, so
it is very clear, I'll be chief minister. No deputy, none of that. Chief minister only. But at 125, Maria, when the majority mark is 118, you're in a very precarious position as it is. You can't have one ally miffed with you. You need everyone together.
But my sense is...
The DMDK.
But my sense is, Akshita,
Congress.
if the DMK, if this is an exact poll, right? If this is not an exit poll and an exact poll and you have the DMK reaching halfway mark and breaching halfway mark, which is at 125, over 118, slim majority. I feel the DMK then will have enough muscle power to make sure it stays put and manages to get a bit of the TVK, because or some from the AIDMK into their camp and bolster that majority. If I feel, my gut instinct is, if the DMK breaches the halfway mark, then enough muscle strength that the DMK has to consolidate it.
Yes, because this is return of MK Stalin. He has been in power for 5 years. He is seeking re-election, and here is the man who's returning. So someone who is an incumbent has more chance to continue with a vote share gap of 9%. But Akshita, the larger question is, what does it say about Tamil Nadu politics in general, if this is the number that we are looking at, and if Actor Vijay will stay the course at 30%?
No, so I'll tell you what.
If he doesn't stay the course at 30% and mid-election, in the last
for him. You're talking about Dravidian might. You're talking of DMK consolidating position. Do you think they'll let Vijay continue to grow then till right up to the next 5 years to the next election?
I'm not even getting into that. I'm getting into something very basic. Because I feel it's a political party that is entrenched. If they breach the halfway mark, then you cannot remove the DMK, is my gut instinct.
See, if they breach the reason I'm giving you another scenario is you all know what played out before the election. how the DMK and Congress were fighting it out over seats and all of that. Here's where the buzz came from. The reality is that Rahul Gandhi, much like many of the Tamil Nadu Congress leaders, said, let's give Vijay a chance, let's ally with him. Vijay is known to have had multiple conversations with Rahul Gandhi as well. They're known to have had conversations even after the Karur stampede. And so it made sense. Rahul Gandhi was for it, saying, let's take a chance. How long will we play second fiddle? Sonia Gandhi stepped in, ensured the alliance worked out. So the Tamil Nadu Congress leaders are itching to switch over.
But how will Congress come with AIADMK?
And that possibility, that scenario, you can still say holds true if you have TVK alone. No, if you have TVK with Pradeep Gupta's numbers.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
If TVK is if Pradeep Gupta's exit poll is
That's
exact poll and the can we get all the poll of polls?
No, I'm going to do that. Let's
pull in all let's get in all the poll get in those figures
numbers so that we can, I don't know, look at several scenarios at this point. We're still 3 days away from results, so we can afford to do that. Access My India, 98 to 120, and now you have someone who's at least close. Preeti. Today's Chanakya at 63. So these two are close. The rest, of course, still way, way off.
But, you know, Maria and Sajan, and both of you can come in on this. If you look at this figure, so if this is the poll, if this poll holds, which is Access My India poll holds, then the scenario that Akshita is speaking of, Maria, is the Congress moving away from the DMK because they had a history of hedging, shall we go or shall we not go, is more possible than in this case. Because if the Congress, if Chanakya's numbers hold, then at 125, the Congress is not going anywhere.
Absolutely. I'm very convinced with your argument, Preeti. 120, if that is the number, then we are looking at the Congress. Perhaps in fact, I've been speaking to some of the Congress leaders.
At 120, they don't need. They
No,
don't
not
need
120. Like I'm saying, if it is, nobody's saying 120, Akshita. We are saying if it's 98, if it's 105, if it is 105, then the Congress is in a position. Then the Congress is in a position.
Options.
No, so let's say they're at 98, right? The Congress brings what, 8 to 10.
No, even then you get
118
that we are looking at. I mean, we are not just with the exact number.
What we are saying is, Akshita, that this is a bigger scenario for the Congress to move to the TVK than this scenario. I don't see the Congress moving to the TVK if the DMK plus breaches 118 the halfway mark.
Let me tell you why I'm constantly talking about Congress switching over the moment they get a chance. It's beyond the numbers right now. Reportedly, this is what you're hearing from Congress leaders, that they're looking at Vijay as someone who they're investing in. Okay. Investment for 2029.
Yes.
Investment for a star campaigner who can come out
as
and
soon as
not just in the Tamil
Gupta's
Nadu, but in
numbers
Kerala
came
also.
out, I spoke to a senior Congress leader from the state of Tamil Nadu. He said they are very happy with the numbers.
Exactly.
The factor which
and that is, but they'll need that. They'll need that number to shift.
Yes. So
they will
that's
not
why
be
I'm
able to
saying
shift here.
to look at
they'll
the
need that number to shift.
AIADMK Actor Vijay combination is highly unlikely, but that is only if there is that number. 120 with Congress.
I agree with Maria. That's
125. There's no way DMK is breaking.
No, they're not splitting.
Look at this.
Okay, let's Sajan. Okay, I know what's happening right now. There is a fair amount of excitement because there are two scenarios playing. But let's bring in Akshita. Let's bring in Sajan, who's a political analyst. Sajan, what do you make?
See, that's the extreme possibility, but nevertheless, let's entertain it. Given a chance, Congress would be more than happy to switch over because of 1967. You know, that is the first time when Congress could never, was vanquished, was declared as a persona non grata, then had to, accept second fiddle under Indira Gandhi.
Yes.
So given a chance, Congress would not lose the opportunity, to promote someone wherein they can have the space to break the duopoly of AIADMK and DMK, two votaries of Dravidian
but what we
politics.
Can clearly say now, Maria, exciting times if TVK does as well as these two pollsters have projected. I would think this is a tectonic shift in the politics of Tamil Nadu. For
Not
what
just
we have
politics.
seen, it's changed.
I can only hope that there's no resort politics.
No, but
in May, the heat, I can't take it.
I'm also seeing this as a new player entering the market in 2024 is actually writing a new lexicon in Indian politics.
You're right there. Something, yeah.
Yes, he's writing a new chapter in Indian politics.
I'll tell you why. It's not just lessons for Tamil Nadu. I think it's lessons for the country here. Because, and I said this yesterday, it redefines how assembly elections are fought. You know, all through in every coverage we've been to, we say the local issues matter. We say the local face matters.
Nothing
the
matters
candidate matters. Who they've propped up, what they promise, what kind of work they've done, all of that matters. That ultimately the voter says, who can help me in my house? You know, if this happens, those rules are completely out the window.
Lots of rules could be out in this particular election. We are counting down, Maria, 6 minutes. We are going to get 6 minutes exactly. We are getting the numbers of today's Chanakya for Bengal. Because if this happens in the state of Tamil Nadu, what is the possibility in Bengal? Because the poll of polls till this afternoon seem to suggest that anything can happen in Bengal. Many pollsters giving BJP the edge. So there would be, if these numbers hold, a tectonic shift, not just in Tamil Nadu politics, but possibly also in Bengal politics.
And you know what it will also mean, and I'll go back to Tamil Nadu, if actor Vijay wins, then it will be that local issues do not matter, bread and butter issues do not matter. It is about aspiration and this magic and a promise of a new language of politics, which actor Vijay is actually signifying. He is speaking a different language. He's reaching out to the youth, and it's the young voters in that age bracket of 18 to 25, 26, which is largely the first-time voters who are ready to bet on him, and they are deciding the vote of the entire household. So, Preeti, we have been speaking about for the longest time that is it the Mahilas deciding the vote of the household? Now it is the youth, the Gen Z, which is deciding the vote of his parents and also the blood.
In Tamil Nadu. You know, there's Tirupur, which is the textile hub of Tamil Nadu, right next to Coimbatore. And I was stunned, overwhelming support for Vijay. This is supposed to be an AIADMK bastion. I went into these textile hubs. All the men, women there said TVK. But what really stood out for me were these two young sisters. One girl is a big Vijay fan. And she says, I want to vote for Vijay. Her wallpaper, you know, her phone cover, everything is Vijay's pictures, Vijay's movies, all of that. I go to her grandmother. Her grandmother says, I'm fed up of elections. I want to vote for Nota. And that's always been my strategy. She's now convinced her elder sister, her parents, her grandmother, all to come together and cast their vote for Vijay. So that's one element of it, that these youngsters are saying that we're going to take it as a challenge. Vijay, as much as you can say is inexperienced, has actually played his cards very, very well. Whether it's that very simple, basic, cliched, yet one that works very well, of saying, vote for me, I've left everything, I've given up everything, give me one chance, that works. Second is, on the very last day, his message was this. He said to every youngster out there, take your family, take your parents, do me one service, get your parents to vote for me. So he knew that sentiment.
That demographic that we are looking at, and also the generational shift in the language.
Here there are two aspects, perhaps Akshita can come on. We have seen two ways. One, we saw the divided family voting. So wherein you find the males voting different way, females voting. And other is that while there would be much more split before election, but on the day of election, you will find that either the women or the new generation becoming the anchor of the family vote, household votes, many times. Question is, if the generational cohort, that is Gen Z, they become the anchor and they end up pulling their parents and others, then certainly Vijay will be performing way more than expected.
Well, at least, you know, with what Pradeep Gupta's numbers are, it is the Gen Z, the youth, which is pulling in the traction, possibly even their parents to vote for Vijay. We don't know if these numbers will hold true. These are just projections. We are counting down where at least today's Chanakya is concerned for the big number coming in on Bengal. We just had Pradeep Gupta, and Pradeep Gupta from Access My India viewers has clearly said, I'm not getting into this. My people on ground are not getting the response that can assist my model, so I will not project for West Bengal. So Access My India and Pradeep Gupta have bowed out of projecting the West Bengal elections, but today's Chanakya is taking up the challenge. In about 5-6 minutes, we'll have those numbers. But before that, Akshita...
And despite of him claiming that he has travelled nearly 9,000 kilometers.
He says
9,000 kilometers, and he says they're not releasing it.
It is no more exit poll, because exit poll is supposed to happen when you exit after voting.
True. So basically, he's saying that this is not happening. But before we get onto the numbers, let's quickly bring out the poll of polls for West Bengal, so we have a sense on why there is so much buzz around the numbers in West Bengal. Akshita.
Very, very interesting,
Let me come across that.
Tamil Nadu and Bengal, of course, are right now the numbers to watch out for. Today's Chanakya yet to come out. So let's take a look at the rest. As we stand by for today's Chanakya's numbers, here's what makes it very, very interesting. You've got matrices that suggests that the NDA has an edge at 146 to 161. You've got TMC of 125 to 140. If I were to just look at the overall picture right now, the two pollsters who are giving the maximum numbers to TMC plus Preeti, SAS Group and Janmat. These two numbers right here, 170, 190, 197. These two giving the maximum numbers to TMC, even People's Pulse at 177 to 187. It's equally poised. If you look at it, it's very evenly poised.
Well, if you look at some of them, it looks like dead heat, that they could very well be a hung house. Some of them giving a clean, majority to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Poll Diary got actually Bihar elections right. And Poll Diary this time around is giving a projection of 142 to 171. That means they'll breach or just about, breach the halfway mark. Where Poll Diary is concerned,
is giving, I think, the maximum.
P-Mark is, of course, giving the maximum, which is 150 to 175. But most others, you have Janmat there, which is giving a clean sweep to the TMC, and just 65, lesser than what it was the last time around. For the BJP, 65. And then you have, of course, People's Pulse, that is again giving a comfortable majority to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Maria.
So we have today's Chanakya numbers. Of course, we'll be putting out that data out.
No, but go ahead, Maria.
Go ahead, Maria, give it out.
Read it out.
48% to the BJP. Today's Chanakya says it is going to be 192 plus minus 11 for the BJP. Wow. The Trinamool Congress at 38%. So the vote share, yes, that has been flipped. According to today's Chanakya, their projection is 48% to the BJP, the Trinamool Congress at 38%. They are giving 100 seats plus minus 11 for the TMC and BJP at 192.
Okay,
and that's like a number that none of these pollsters have.
No, it's more than any of these.
There is actually none of these.
You said, Maria? 192?
No. We are looking at 192 plus minus 11. So
192 plus 11 for NDA.
It's touching 200.
So basically, what the projection of today's Chanakya is, Akshita, flip it. Last time around 2021, vote share of the TMC was 48%, vote share of the BJP was 38%. Exact flip. So what has really happened, Sajan, in this projection is that the BJP has been able to achieve what many thought was insurmountable, over a 5.5% swing.
Yes, it's the gamut of factors. If these numbers are true, that means that anti-incumbency, SIR process, and then the confidence of the voter who always used to hedge to vote to opposition since CPM days.
True.
That completely dissipated, and therefore, despite organizational weakness.
Right, let's quickly, Sajan, stay with us. Let's quickly cut across to the latest numbers coming in from today's Chanakya.
This is
now
huge,
sticking, it's huge.
BJP sweep. Absolute sweep.
Sticking its neck out, saying that there is no dead heat. People have decided to solidly go with the Bharatiya Janata Party, 48% vote share, and the TMC at 38%, 192 plus seats coming in for the BJP. That's a solid projection coming in from today's Chanakya. Multiple factors, Maria, that you and I were on ground. What this plainly suggests is that the BJP has managed to get that 5.5% swing, which many thought could be difficult. On multiple fronts, the SIR seemingly has worked, Maria.
Okay, let's just quickly run the numbers.
Let's quickly run the numbers.
NDA.
TMC has converted its 38% vote share to about 100. The BJP plus at about 192, others at just 2. So the Congress and the CPIM practically amounting to nothing. It's a bipolar contest, Maria, what we thought. Now, solid consolidation in terms of polarization. Religious consolidation has happened in favor, if these numbers hold, for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The anti-incumbency that we saw on ground has really come up and spoken. The SIR, has worked where the Bharatiya Janata Party was concerned on certain seats where there was a thin margin. That perfect storm that one needed for the BJP, seemingly
we don't
now.
know about the SIR impact yet.
It seems it will work. It seems it will work. So the perfect storm that was needed for the Bharatiya Janata Party
Preeti
there.
and Akshita, let's look at the caste numbers which have been projected by today's Chanakya. I think that becomes important. We have been discussing about the minority vote. It remains firmly with the Trinamool Congress, 71%, as we have been discussing firmly. The SC vote is at 67%. The OBC is at 61%. It is the shift in the Hindu vote which is causing that massive switch.
The SC vote last time, Maria, because SC vote last time had gone to the BJP.
Yes.
It's the Mutwa vote. The Mutwas this time, despite of the name cuts, mostly the Mutwa vote and the Rajbanshis,
Yes. So
both of them have
OBCs
gone with the BJP.
Yes,
so BJP has held on
OBCs
to that vote share.
Yes, OBC is at 61% for the BJP, the ST is at 53%. Again, the tribals is an area which was being wooed by Mamata Banerjee. It stayed with Mamata Banerjee in 2021, but
Shifting over.
it isn't a massive shift. Trinamool at 40% and BJP at 53%. So there is a gap of 13%. But in this...
A gap of 13% in what, Maria?
In
STs.
STs.
Is there a gender breakup
No,
here?
there is not a gender breakup. That has not been given. But what is interesting here is that it is a 10% gap, and the same voting percentage which was polled by the Trinamool Congress in 2021 is actually going the BJP way in 2026 assembly elections, and that is causing that 192 plus minus 11 for the BJP. Trinamool at 100 plus minus 1. 38% is of course what we are looking at. But as we have been saying, that there are multiple issues. There is massive anti-incumbency of 15 years. What is also the sense that perhaps the women of Bengal want to move away from that narrative of 1,500 rupees alone. They are of the opinion that they want more than 1,500 rupees. So something that may have worked in, say, a neighboring state of Bihar, where the lump sum of 10,000 rupees was given just ahead of elections, could have been the game changer. But I can see Rahul Verma joining us. We also have other guests, RP Singh of the BJP join us. So let me bring in RP Singh. RP Singh, today's Chanakya saying that it's going to be a landslide, 192, something that similar to what Mamata Banerjee got. She, of course, got 200 plus seats in 2021.
Well, Maria, before I talk about that, I would question what your program to do. And your posters have projected TVK as leading party.
Audio.
Remember, Vijay,
Mr. RP Singh, there's a problem with your audio. You'll need to try and fix that audio. I want to cut across to Rahul Verma, Center for Policy Research. Rahul Verma, multiple factors working together. This would suggest a solid Hindu consolidation in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. That would mean that at least 70% of the Hindu vote has been consolidated by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The woman vote has shifted away from Mamata Banerjee. Number three, and important, that it is not just on the face of political figures. Mamata Banerjee is not quite a factor if these numbers hold. SIR has also seemingly worked for the BJP because nobody knew which way SIR would go. Everything coming in together makes the perfect storm if these numbers hold for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
That is true, Preeti. Thank you. You summarized everything. Everything coming together only can produce this kind of victory if it happens on Monday for the BJP. You are absolutely right about a couple of things. One, I think without a Hindu consolidation, BJP does not have a chance in Bengal. Second, if they would not have been able to break in women vote, again, they don't stand a chance. So those two things are definitely need to happen. I think what also worked in favor of BJP is SIR, deletions of name, which perhaps in BJP's wisdom are important because any party that is strong on the ground is able to get some extra votes. And so BJP thinks if elections happen in this way in a state like West Bengal, they managed to neutralize the advantage that TMC had. And the final point is basically the presence of these 2,000 plus CAPF companies. And also Amit Shah saying this multiple times, that 500 companies are going to stay for 60 days even after the polls, kind of creating that sense of security that if you vote for BJP, you are not going to be basically at the mercy of TMC ground level organization.
But Rahul Verma, what is evident is with 192 for the BJP, the projection which has been made, and I'll bring in Sajjan on this, this is an anti-Mamata wave. This is an anti-Trinamool Congress wave, which is a rejection of a particular kind of politics and government and governance to giving a chance to a party that many would say that they were being distrusted by Bengalis. That has not happened, Sanjay. If these numbers hold, then of course this is the land of Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. The BJP is saying that they have won the most important bastion that they have been looking for as far as the ideological presence is concerned.
No, Maria, there are, we have to see how the this anti-incumbency, which is palpable if numbers are true, from October, November onward until April, it started as an anti-TMC vote, you know, and there was palpable frustration with state BJP also that people want to get rid of TMC, but do not see state BJP leadership as a strong, you know, presence. But then by March and April, when the central leadership came, anti-TMC vote started metamorphosing into pro-BJP vote. So that's the transition that was happening, if these numbers are true. My only thing is that I am looking at the data among the SC, ST and OBC, because the Muslims have been taken care of separately. You see around 60%, you know, Hindus are voting for BJP. I think that if we have the data for upper caste, which is not there, we would have an exact number. But with this 60%, that is 2019 election, around when BJP got around 40%. So if assuming out of 70% you are getting 40%, you know, you are getting around 57 to 58% vote, right? So if it is increasing by 2% or something, then the percentage of vote and its translation into
all right, okay,
seats.
I'm going to come in because I think the camera needs to move to me because Maria needs to make a very important call. She has Suvendu Adhikari on the phone line. But Maria, you go and take that call and let's quickly continue this conversation. Maybe get him, he could possibly be the face of
yes,
RP Singh is also with us, Preeti.
Yes, so what is interesting here, RP Singh, perhaps I'll bring him now in. RP Singh, you know, this is an important, if these numbers hold, it's not what most pollsters have been suggesting. Bengal votes decisively, and when they have made up their mind to vote out a party, then they will actually do so. And in this particular case, it's not just anti-incumbency, their desire for change also comes in.
Maria, you are dot on. Fact is that there is a great mood of change in Bengal. I was in Bhawanipur and I took a picture. I went to see a rally of Mamata Banerjee. And this is a picture which was there of Mamata Banerjee's rally, empty chairs. And I met people there across the board. They were scared of talking, but they had made up their mind. I mean, you could make up that they had made up their mind not to vote for Mamata this time, because ultimately, how long one can bear the cut money process? They have seen how women is being treated in Bengal, how RG Kar and other rape cases happen, how the people were shielded by the ruling dispensation, and also not only that. I mean, I happened to be in one of these high-rise. When one of the Marwadis said that we have been told not to come and vote, but we will come this time, go and vote. We have been certain not to vote. So this is how the Bengal used to be, and people have rebelled against that. And this is sheer repulsion against Mamata Banerjee's way of functioning, the way the TMC functions, the way the
BJP is saying that this is an anti-Mamata vote. Is that what essentially, if these numbers hold good, is that what the BJP was counting on maximum to make the most of the anti-incumbency? Because at the end of the day, you look at Bengal, you look at the Bengal BJP, they didn't really have a strong enough face to take on a Mamata Banerjee. Someone who's, you know, vociferous, someone who's been the face of the Trinamool Congress for so many years and held her ground. So has it just the anti-incumbency factor as RP Singh?
There are multiple factors, Akshata. I think one of the biggest factors is also that a prominent face like Mamata Banerjee is no longer a decisive factor to vote in West Bengal anymore.
But why is that changed? Is it just anti-incumbency?
There are multiple factors into this. There's anti-incumbency and anti-incumbency, which is an anti-TMC vote. So at one level, it is an anti-TMC vote. You know, that is there. Then you have a solid Hindu consolidation. Please understand and look at these numbers. If these numbers hold true, that would mean that the BJP has attained the unsurmountable. For now, whatever the West Bengal political mold has been, that mold will crack. And a certain amount of saffron politics and saffronization of West Bengal will be injected where West Bengal is concerned. This will be the era of majoritarian politics for West Bengal.
I wonder, when there's anti-incumbency, does Hindu-Muslim politics really work out? Maria, you have the poll.
Everything, multiple levels.
I would say when a state is making a transition of this nature from one side of politics to another, it cannot be looked at from the pure binary of Hindu-Muslim. There are multiple issues at play here. And remember, this has been an unfinished project of Home Minister Amit Shah, who started this project of Project Bengal or Project East India when he was the BJP president, appointed as the BJP president in December of 2014. So if these numbers hold of today's Chanakya, it would be Amit Shah who will get that crown of ensuring the party's victory in Bengal. So let's look at these numbers. Today's Chanakya says that it is NDA, BJP at 192, the Trinamool Congress at 100. The vote share that has been projected by today's Chanakya for the BJP is 48%, for the Trinamool Congress at 100%, at 38%. I've been speaking to the BJP leadership, those who have been in charge of the party, ensuring that they work out the maths and also the nuts and bolts, ensuring the organization is in place. So all those criticism which has been there against the BJP, if these numbers actually hold, then it would be that they have covered that distance, that what many saw as organizational weakness has been covered. We saw it from a distance as observers and analysts of politics. The BJP actually is a party which reworks and redraws. So just look at these numbers again. Matri is actually giving the BJP 146 to 161, the Trinamool Congress between 125 to 140. The poll diary between 142 to 171 for the BJP, and Trinamool between 99 to 127. People's Pulse is perhaps the best case scenario for Trinamool Congress, and also Janmat, which is saying 197 for the Trinamool Congress.
SAS group, so what you have is, let's take the upper limit in the poll of polls. You have today's Chanakya, that is predicted a virtual sweep by the Bharatiya Janata Party, 192, and TMC 100, others just 2. So an washout of the Congress and the left. Then you look at the other extreme, and then let's say, I think that would be Janmat, if I'm not wrong, which is projecting 197 for the TMC and 65 for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Is a Tamil Nadu-like exit poll, where every possible scenario is playing out in all of the data that we've put up.
No,
but TMC sometimes, NDA sometimes, and then those numbers.
No, but AIA DMK still is in the range of 25 to 30 plus.
Yeah, and there is no third corner.
I agree.
Has been totally decimated.
I'm just referring to the range, and the two scenarios that are playing out, you've got both the scenarios in each exit poll.
There is, because usually, you know, it's a difficult, West Bengal is very, very difficult to predict. There is a reason why you have a Pradeep Gupta who's bowed out of this contest. Difficult to predict. These are brave numbers by some. Today's Chanakya sticking its head out and saying nothing doing is going to be a clean sweep by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Like I said, this is the perfect storm. Every element coming together for the BJP, and this is the projection that today's Chanakya has actually reached.
So Shubhendu Adhikari says that this will be upwards of 180 for the BJP. He's pretty confident, of course.
He says today's Chanakya will come.
Yeah, so according to him, if that is the number. Mamata Banerjee, who's also put out a video message, she is of the opinion that it's going to be
200
higher.
There's nothing.
She's saying 230. She's giving 230. She says that there is no anti-incumbency per se. But let me bring in Sajjan, who has been on ground in Bengal, traveling across Bengal. Can this be just about consolidation of the Hindus?
See, I mean...
And what happens to this entire argument of Bengali identity, that there is a sub-national identity, and that the Bengali Bhadralok was not ready to accept the BJP?
So, one by one, let's compare it to the 2021. 2021, this what you call sub-nationalism or Bengali exceptionalism, that was the term that was used, was way stronger, and Bahiragato versus the son of the soil, Bengal's own daughter, that narrative worked there.
Bahiragato basically outsiders.
Outsiders, yes. That worked. Similarly, BJP being run by outsider, not being Bengali Janata Party, right? This time you find this outsider versus insider party, because BJP effectively is now a Bengali Janata Party, whether weak or strong. It has a pan Bengal leadership, which is there, can't match the stature of Mamata, but it is there. This is there. But nevertheless, the question is it just about Hindu consolidation? I think yes. Reason may not be just Hindu identity. Reason may be potato farmers not getting the harvest.
But the reason I asked that question about Hindu-Muslim is because very often when you see what is called in Bengali as paribartan, change, and when that narrative seeps in of anti-incumbency of change, nothing matters beyond it then. What is the grouping, what kind of voting they do, what block they vote in? Does any of that
there are multiple
count when there is an emotion against a government, against
You did not see Muslims talking in split and divergent voice.
There is a Muslim consolidation.
One has to understand the context, Akshita, of this election. You have 30% Muslim vote. You have 70% Hindu vote. 2021, 38%, exactly what opposite of what today's Chanakya has predicted was the vote share of the BJP, 38%. Did it come from the Muslim vote? No. It came entirely from the Hindu vote.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you extrapolate data, then about 55 to 56% of the Hindu vote the BJP already had. This is, this would be a tectonic shift is yes, but this is also history in the making. Never ever has it really ever happened that one political party gets nearly 75% of the Hindu vote. That would happen.
Them consolidating
and then it's not just that, because there are also various other elements. Anti-incumbency has dug into parts which is so immense, which only bolsters all of this.
Yes.
Then you have SIR, where we saw margins of 25,000. Wherever there's a slim margin, that seat of the Muslim population, because there are over 100 seats that are affected by the Muslim
that's where
vote.
I'll counter you, because if you see the breakdown of SIR deletions, it's
62 lakh Hindus
it's in sync with the breakdown community-wise of Bengal. And that's why, if you look at it percentage-wise,
how is it in sync? I'll give you an example.
There are more Hindus who have been removed than Muslims, if you look at the breakdown very clearly.
Of course it is, but the proportion, you're not understanding. The proportion of Muslims being removed is a lot more. In 27 lakh deletion, there are 19 lakh Muslims.
Also from the Matua community removed.
Of course they are. Nobody's getting into that argument. Of course they are.
But I think to kind of skewer the data and suggest that, it's one side that's been dented more than the other. Look, SIR is a process that's voter deletions. Now, if there are there are 1 second, Akshita. There are 27 lakh appeals right now that have been removed.
Sure.
35 lakh appeals right now, right? 27 lakh voters have been removed. Out of the 27 lakh voters that have been removed under adjudication, 19 lakhs are Muslims. Please understand the data, right? 19 lakhs are Muslims. So having said that, in certain streets, and it's happened in every particular seat, it's the same number that has gotten deleted. There are certain seats and certain constituencies where the deletion is exponential.
As it should be.
There are certain which
As
it's
it
not.
should be.
It's not as it should be.
It is not. It is not an argument on SIR. Let me bring in.
If it was in sync in every seat, I would say, how is that happening?
Okay, all I'm saying is what has really come together. I want to bring in Rahul Verma into this conversation. Rahul Verma, for a moment, if you reflect on these numbers clearly seem to suggest everything has followed by the wayside. This is practically, if these numbers hold, is a big number projected by today's Chanakya, which would mean what we were speaking of earlier, a perfect storm for the Bharatiya Janata Party. What Sajjan was speaking of, never seen before, Hindu consolidation for the Bharatiya Janata Party in a state as well, along with anti-incumbency, along with the impact of SIR, various layers.
And along with the women voters moving away from Bengal Chief Minister.
So today's Chanakya is famous or unfamous for projecting big numbers. And so we have to be a little cautious whenever we sort of read numbers. Because there is no detail behind this number. Anyone can say any number, right? I don't know how many people they sampled, how many voters they spoken to. All of you were on the ground. Did you see something like this? Right? There has to be some collaboration.
Rahul Verma.
No, let Maria Preeti then answer that. Did you see something like this?
Rahul Verma, anti-incumbency was palpable.
No, see.
There were people who were speaking against the Trinamool Congress. There were women who were speaking against the idea that 1,500 rupees is not enough. So when we look at multiple vote banks, the shift was also evident.
Preeti, you think so too?
Well, okay, I'll tell you what I think, what I saw. Did I see consolidation where the Hindu vote was concerned? Definitely I saw consolidation, and I'll draw a parallel because Rahul, you also cover, you also looked at Bengal in the 2021 elections. What you saw in terms of, and I'll give you an example. I remember I was going through Birbhum. What you usually see in Hindu households is that little tulsi outside every household, which is the hallmark of the rural belt where the Hindu population lies. For the first time, what I saw was the angry Hanuman flag. What I saw was saffron flags all over, which is different, which is new. You also thought that it is the, cultural shift, which you saw in certain pockets, where the BJP had dug itself in, and this is something I've said repeatedly, anti-incumbency was like a rage. And I think, Maria, you and I discussed this as well. The woman vote is what I thought was silent. Something which possibly Pradeep has also said, Pradeep Gupta, the woman vote was silent. In the urban belt, that woman vote spoke up, especially in the issue of women's safety against the incumbent government. You also had a section in the urban belt when you went into the slums where the woman vote was, which came out strongly in support of Mamata Banerjee. So that, where the woman vote lay, was the question, Rahul. Over to you, because you asked us what we saw.
See, without all of this coming together, BJP cannot get this number. There is no doubt in my mind about that. I wrote a whole article on 23rd of April saying, can BJP breach electoral wall? The answer was, yes, it is possible, right? But the possibility of BJP basically reaching to majority mark and whether they can touch 200 plus are two very different things. Bengal's demographic composition, the way sort of like communities are placed in different pockets of this state, it does not allow, like it's just structurally is very, very difficult for BJP to cross the 200 mark. So I'm not saying it's impossible. All I'm saying like the probability of something like this happening is very low. Now,
no, but so you are, Rahul, you're saying you don't quite agree with these numbers. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there is no detail to like agree. I'm like most people.
It doesn't add up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, large number of people reported that there is anti-incumbency, right?
No, but Preeti, I remember when you had told me too about the arithmetic point.
Make your point, Rahul.
See, think of it. Bengal is a unique state. Between 1977 and 2026, 50 years, there was change of power only once in 2011. I'm not saying the change of power cannot happen in 2026, right? But change of power in Bengal, hegemonic parties cannot be defeated. Oh, I'm unhappy with my government. It requires a lot more things for that to happen. And so where I agree, anti-incumbency, SIR, presence of ground forces, women basically saying we need more, right? All of these has
what is the past precedent? And Sajan and Rahul can come in. I just want to ask Sajan, maybe you can take that question. What has been the past precedent where a political party has practically garnered in a single election over 70% of the Hindu vote?
See, that was a wave. 77 was the, when Janata Party decided not to give 50% seat to CPM, they contested alone.
True.
But so much was anti-Congressism that it was a wave. Post Nandigram and Singur, when Mamata contested, right? Then they also not 70%, but it was almost 2/3 of Hindus who voted. But these parties were catering to 100% votes.
True.
Mind it.
True. Not just 70%.
So for BJP to have this number, they needed way more consolidation of Hindu, which was there on the ground. Now, point is, if we go by Chanakya's data, they have given SC, ST, OBC percentages.
Not upper caste.
Not upper caste. Now, if I calculate, it is coming 60%, exactly 60% for BJP and 30% for TMC. 10% is going perhaps, which they have not two others.
Right.
Now, with 60%, you cannot have 48%. Because if 70% are the Hindus, 60% is 42%.
True.
So which means upper caste are voting almost 90%, 95%.
No, but let's look at also this argument.
Yeah, you're right.
That is
So then also-
it's a total conversion is what you're saying.
Is it
So
at times...
Bhadralok completely flipped.
Yes, flipped. So
That's
my
what's
question
happened.
then would be that is it not possible that in elections of this nature, when there is almost like a shift from subnational identity to the larger nationalism or Hindu identity, then it will not be about pure arithmetic, it will be about sentiment. And this is what seems to be working out. It is sentiment at play, rather than arithmetic, where we can do plus here.
I agree,
or minus
100%.
here.
This is a wave election for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Yes.
At least, if you go by these numbers, once again, please take it with a pinch of salt. Let me also please welcome Gaurav Sawant, our senior managing editor who joins us. Gaurav, you've been looking at the numbers very closely. What do you make of it? You have at one end today's Chanakya, who has once again queered the pitch, because till now it seemed to be dead heat. Kisi ne thoda zyada de diya, kisi ne thoda kam. Today's Chanakya decisively has said that it is going to be Modi Sarkar in West Bengal.
It's very interesting. So now it remains to be seen whether these result numbers hold, that it's going to be chemistry or arithmetic. If the chemistry works, then these numbers hold. If it's just arithmetic, then it's that dead heat, 2% here, 2% here, 3% here. That's the conversation like. But what is extremely interesting, some of the questions that were being raised about the deployment of the security forces, and we were going in depth on why were these security forces deployed in Bengal. Yesterday we heard Mamta Banerjee very upset when she came out of Bhawanipur after voting, saying unprecedented, I've never seen this kind of security forces being deployed in the state. And then we just went a little in depth to see why were security forces actually deployed in these numbers. Now when you go and look at past elections, and since everyone's covered elections in Bengal on ground in the past, look at the violence and look at the statistics that come out of Bengal. I mean, we all know Bengal actually is the most violent state in our country. Politically violent. Politically the most violent state in our country.
Around
Absolutely.
Post-poll and pre-poll violence.
Look at the armed conflict location and event data. Bengal leads poll violence in India. And the Trinamool Congress, incidentally, and this is data that's publicly available, it's involved in 64% of poll violence in the past decade. Bengal, why is it looked at most violent in 16 elections in large states in 10 years?
But that's been, but one second, there has to be a cultural context to it, and I'll bring in...
Whatever be the context, you deploy security forces to prevent that.
Allow me to, because it's not just something that has happened in the last 15 years. And Sajan, you also know, right from 1947, 48...
1905.
1905. And it has been the left's culture. This has something that was picked up by the TMC.
64,000 killings under CPM rule.
See, it's been the culture. It has been the culture in West Bengal. Political violence
must change. If it's Bhadra
yes,
Lok,
of course.
you can be Bhadra Lok, or you can be most violent.
No, so
you
can't
be both. You can't be both.
I think that's what happens even in a Kerala, for example. Elections are bloody. There's a lot of political violence.
There is no denigration. These are all facts. There can be no justification for violence.
Nobody is justifying violence here. Tuhin Sinha, national spokesperson of the BJP, joins us. We also have Saurav Chandar, who's the spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress. Before I bring in Tuhin, because of course you'll be celebrating the numbers of today's Chanakya, I want to understand from you. Okay, let me bring Tuhin now. Tuhin, the number of 192 that has been projected by today's Chanakya, they've got multiple elections, right? But there is a great degree of caution also. Somebody like Pradeep Gupta, renowned psephologist, who is of the opinion that given the fact that despite traveling almost like 9,000 kilometers, he would rather not reveal the data, because there is a high percentage, almost like 8 in 10, who have not revealed their choice. They are of the opinion that they should be like, they went with sorry, will not respond, sorry. So are you not worried that if there is a high percentage of silent voters, they could be going either ways?
Well, good evening, Maria. Good evening, everybody. With all due respect to my good friend Pradeep Gupta, I was hoping he would withdraw his Tamil Nadu prediction today, but he seems to be confused. He has not commented on West Bengal at all. Where I was listening to one of your, I was listening to the previous discussion. It's really the chemistry which is at play. In an election like the one which you have witnessed in West Bengal 2 days ago, you don't need an exit poll. The messaging of BJP, Bhay versus Bharosa, was reiterated at every point, not just by the BJP, by way of reinstating, trust, by way of ensuring that everybody got to vote, and by ensuring that not a single murder took place in these two phases, Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee kept reiterating the fear element, kept, threatening. So I think, I completely agree with today's prediction of Chanakya. It's going to be a one-way victory, at least 180 plus, but also there is a point which I have been making and which I would highlight once again over here. Every time there is a momentum on our side, in the last 2 years, you will realize that there is an incremental vote which builds up in the last few days. People don't want hung assemblies. People don't want slender victories
margins.
or slender defeats. They rather
they believe in going either ways. No, when they are voting out a government of 15 years, and when they voted out a CPM government of 34 years, Bengal, like most states, does so decisively. And it doesn't have the history of voting out every 5 years. That's why we are seeing if these numbers hold will be the kind of mandate.
You're right there. Let's just go to the poll of polls and let's bring in Saurav Chandar, spokesperson TMC. And Saurav Chandar, the latest, I know, because you're going to totally disregard the poll saying that none of this will happen. 4th May will be a different number. But humor us and look at the poll of polls. Yes, take them with a pinch of salt or a bag full of salt. But you have the BJP being projected at 192, the TMC at 100, where today's Chanakya is concerned. Your best bet lies in the projection by Janmat, where it is 197 to the TMC and 65 for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Net Saurav Chandar, what most of these polls seem to suggest that Bharatiya Janata Party has a clear edge.
First and foremost, Preeti ji, good evening to you and to all of the panelists. I would really like to say that, like you rightly pointed out, I would take this with a pinch of salt. And you see, if you look at the numbers, other than today's Chanakya and Janmat, other than that, if you see the other exit polls, they are a tightrope walk. There's a balance between, and it's very difficult to call. I'll tell you one personal assessment of mine, and this may not be an opinion which all of you will agree with. But in Bengal, the problem is when people were being asked, were you voting for? They are not saying this. Now, BJP will interpret this as fear. I would interpret this as wisdom by saying that they don't want to reveal who they are voting for. It is as simple as that. So, I would really like to hold my horses and wait till the vote.
Tuhin, would you want to come in? And I'll tell you the question I'd like to ask. And we'll bring in Rahul Verma on the numbers later. And I'll bring in our interview. And we just spoke, Akshita, Maria and I had a chat with Pradeep Gupta. And Tuhin, he said very clearly, that, listen, the BJP seemingly doing well, but in the urban belt, 8 out of 10 are not speaking. In the rural belt, 7 out of 10 are not speaking. When we asked what is the demography, gender of this 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10, he says mostly women. Mostly women are not speaking. Women, I think by now, most sophologists and all of us realize, hold the key to this election. If women are not speaking, this then is a punt by today's Chanakya, while the others are hedging around and tiptoeing around a figure which seems to be a close call.
So, I think Pradeep, for some reason, has been making some very strange statements in the last couple of days. I would suggest you speak to today's Chanakya and speak to people's pulse and corroborate whether they also encountered a similar problem where 6 to 8 people were not telling that out of 10 were not telling who they voted for. Because I haven't come across another polling agency which has been making similar statements. So I think, Pradeep needs to be, given some rest right now, because I personally believe that in elections like the one you came on air and you say you really respect Pradeep Gupta, are not needed. It's the body language.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's the body language of Mamata Banerjee and TMC. It's the body language of TMC leaders which reveal a lot more. The recklessness, the disorientation in the speeches. I think, there's a lot more over there. And besides the humongous voting, I don't see any reason why after 15 years of lawlessness, people would turn out in such large numbers only to protect Mamata Banerjee.
Okay. Yes, so while we were reading the body language, on the day of polling, that is 29th, only an hour ago, in fact, the Trinamool Congress has released a video of the Chief Minister where she's smiling and she's saying that it's going to be 230, that all these exit polls will be proven false. So if that is the language that you are reading, then there is another body language which has come in only after these exit poll numbers have come in.
Too little, too late. I wish, you know, she was more coherent. I wish she was more focused in her speeches during the election during the election campaign, where we saw her floundering, where we saw her only, you know, putting forth her venom against her own people. Honestly, these elections were not TMC versus BJP. It were between the TMC, gundas of TMC, and the people of West Bengal. And I think the people of West Bengal have made a very clear choice. That kind of numbers in the second phase.
Stay with us, Pradeep. I want to bring in Rahul Verma.
In the presidency area. Yeah.
Stay with me. I want to bring in Rahul Verma because I'm trying to look, Maria, into, you know, you deep dive into the data. There are a lot of grey areas, Rahul, because we don't have the gender breakup yet. Do we have the gender breakup? We don't have the gender breakup yet.
We don't have upper caste.
You don't have upper caste.
I think today's Chanakya doesn't release. Even in Tamil Nadu, it's only given a breakdown of the others.
So it's difficult to understand.
Yeah, but they've not given that in either circumstance.
Exactly, and because
I think it's a template they followed, which they've released this time.
So, Rahul, if you're doing the math in this, then it's very difficult to ascertain, because then that practically means that with the upper caste, 95% of the upper caste has gone lock, stock and barrel with the BJP. And I think, you know, Sajjan, you've done the math, 48% of the SC, which is the Rajbanshis and the Mutuas mostly.
Yes.
And they have, and the tribals. It comes to 48% of them going to the BJP?
No. It's come to 60%.
60%.
And 30 going to Mamata.
And 30%.
As per Chanakya.
As per Chanakya. So
Yeah.
they would need possibly, what, nearly 90% of the upper caste?
So the remaining, assuming upper caste are 20%.
Exactly.
You know, so from 60 to, because only when you get 70% of total Hindu votes, then only it becomes 48, 49%.
Exactly.
You know, so I think that way it should be, the upper caste has to weigh in more than 75 to 80%.
And that, Rahul Verma, that would mean that the entire upper caste has gone and voted for the BJP, while 60% of the SC and ST.
But that will also mean, Preeti, that upper caste, which were largely the Bhadralok, who were seen as the custodians of the larger linguistic, cultural context.
Of Mamata.
Yes.
No, but wasn't that the broader strategy of the Bharatiya Janata Party anyways?
So
that,
that's
you
what
know,
I'm just asking.
opposition parties in the past have tried to divide on the basis of caste. The BJP says vote as Hindus. That's the only way they can get past that.
That is exactly what's happened.
That's the strategy that they were hoping, and should this happen, which means that strategy has worked.
No, then it's Hindu consolidation at a level, Rahul, that we've never seen before. Because would you want to weigh in on the break? Of course, in Bengal.
Yes.
In Bengal. Would you want to weigh in on this?
Give me 45 seconds. So, yes, to reach this number at 48, BJP needs basically 65% of Hindu votes. Because according to today's Chanakya, they're also saying 7 to 8% of Muslims have voted. So 65% of 75 gives you 45.5. And 8% of 30 gives you 2.5. That is what is giving you 48%. So numbers mathematically add up. I don't know whether they add up on ground. We will find out on 4th. The second point, which you are absolutely right about, which think of, like, even in Gujarat, the proportion of Hindu vote through BJP is not this much. It's somewhere around 55 to 60% of Hindu vote, right? That's what BJP gets there. So this level of Hindu consolidation has not been seen before if these numbers hold, right? That's why. So to me, BJP reaching close to power is not something implausible. BJP crossing 43, 44% vote share mark is what is low probability event.
You have made an interesting point, particularly in the context of Gujarat. I want to understand from you, and Sajjan, please come in on that. In the context of Gujarat, the reason why it may not be of that nature of Hindu consolidation also, because it's almost like a state where the BJP has been in power for 20 years. And the sense is that this is a party that the state has become almost like a default option for most people.
Also the 13% vote, 13% vote that Aam Aadmi Party got in the Bhil belt, Bhilwara tribal belt.
Yes.
That, decimated the Congress, which was still holding the ground when BJP was winning. So much so that BJP beat the old record of Madhav Singh Solanki, Congress leader,
yes.
right? So 13% tribal vote got splitted between Congress and Aam Aadmi Party, and BJP ended up winning most of the seat. But in the local body election, in the tribal belt, you will see Aam Aadmi Party doing relatively good, right? That is not the case of a third. Had Muslim votes split,
that has not happened. It's a total consolidation.
So that is why I am saying either it has to be unprecedented Hindu consolidation.
But why I'm saying that, Sajjan, that it seems if these numbers hold, it is unprecedented Hindu consolidation. And why I say that is we can just go to our election intelligence dashboard and let's look at it in phase 2 in areas where you have a population of over 40% Muslim vote, 22 seats, over 40% Muslim vote. These are supposed to be lock, stock and barrel with the TMC. 22 of them, all 22, went directly to the TMC. And let's go into the first phase right now, where it is the consolidation of the Muslim vote is, or population rather, is over 40%. 40 seats, 37 of those 40 seats went directly to the TMC. So let's make that count. That's 40 seats here. That's 22 seats here. 22 plus 37. One can do the math close. And medium population in the first phase, where the population is between...
Just go back to the previous slide. Even in that 40%, you're looking at 3 seats to the BJP.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. So what has really happened? So 3, you're talking about which one? The phase 2?
Yes, the slide that you showed just before that.
Phase 1, which one are you
3 seats to the BJP.
Population.
Yeah.
Okay, in the high population one, 3 seats. Yes, of course. 3 seats to the BJP and 37 seats out of 40 to the TMC, which is the population over 40%. So already you had in 2021, Maria, 3 seats where the 60% population had consolidated against the 40%, right? Now, let's look at in this. So you have, once again, 40 plus 22 seats where the population of the minority is over 40%. So that makes it, there are 62 seats, which should possibly just, if traditionally you look at that she gets the minority vote, then that should go the Mamta way with maybe a give and take of 3 or 4 seats there, right? Then let's look at medium, where the Muslims are to the tune of 20 to 39%, where they're not quite the kingmaker, but are an influential vote
So it's even, Stephen.
Yeah, so let's look at that now.
16 and 13.
In the first phase, you have 29 seats, and this is the first phase,
yes.
the upper north, where the BJP has done phenomenally well in 21 as well. So in this, you have TMC 16 seats, Bharatiya Janata Party 13 seats. Let's flip this over to phase 2, where the population is once again between 20% to 39%, less than 40%, 50 seats, 47 of them was swept by the TMC the last time around, just 2 by the BJP. So what you're saying, Sajjan, and I'm not even going to the low intensity one, because even there the TMC had made lots of gains, especially in the urban belt. But what Sajjan seemingly is suggesting, and Rahul Verma, you can also weigh in on this, these numbers hold. It seems that this is an out-and-out Hindu consolidation. Mamta Banerjee has just about held on to the seats which are minority-dominated and maybe just gotten a clutch of the other seats. Because this is intense polarization if these numbers hold.
Let me bring in Rajat Sethi also now. Rajat Sethi, when you look at the numbers of today's Chanakya, because Axis My India has decided not to release its data of Bengal, what's your larger takeaway? What do you think has worked for the BJP? Number of issues, we have been discussing it. Many of us who have been on the ground would say we saw this coming to some extent, but a range of this nature is a collapse of one party. And a party which had 48% vote share only a year ago. In 2024 also, Mamta Banerjee managed similar vote share.
So, Maria, we were discussing yesterday as well, the center of gravity of the entire Bengali politics hovers around Kolkata. So this greater Kolkata, 35 seats around there, if this castle is still safeguarded, holds its ground on the D-Day, on the polling day, on the 4th of May, you will still see that Mamata Banerjee might be able to scrape through in towards the majority number. But if this citadel falls, which clearly means it is the middle class, the intelligentsia, if the Bengali intelligentsia wants to toy with the idea that BJP should be given a chance, then the lower limit that we are looking at these surveys is very, very plausible, because it is this last sort of vote share, vote bank, which BJP hasn't been able to penetrate into. And, it's a very a different phenomena of BJP's strategy of growing in new states. In new states, wherever it has grown, it has picked up the urban centers first and then gradually penetrated into the rural areas. In Bengal, it has, because of circumstantial nature, it has been the other way around. BJP grew so strongly in the rural areas, but, the greater Kolkata, Hooghly, Howrah, this entire region was entirely left aside. And I believe if this shift is happening, and this is what I'm hearing, when I'm reaching out to my professors who taught me at Kharagpur, who are currently living in the Jadavpur University professors, all of these professors, now they are hearing this echo that let us try out. Why did this mirage that Mamata Banerjee had so carefully protected all these years has started cracking? One of the central reasons, again, is this large apathy around the law and order issues and the central core issues of which go beyond the Bengali identity per se. That is where Mamata hasn't been able to hold her flock together.
Yeah, Rajat, there are two other aspects that we need to look into, and Sajjan, weigh in on that. One, there is an SIR process which wasn't there last time. So which are the votes that are already out in SIR process? Let's say that's 10%. If you were also to look at some of these places which have voted more, you're talking about the urban belt, Kolkata, 20% more voting this time. If that's happening in the urban belt, who are these 20% voting for? The two of them together, does it mean the picture can change in the urban belt?
If you link it to the ground thing, many times, all of us have got that feeling that people were used to add their sentiment with if this time Chhapa vote doesn't happen, then Parivartan is a possibility. That was, content analysis. People used to add that we want the change, not sure if Chhapa vote doesn't happen. So maybe this time, many times, because that has been not TMC specific, but since CPM, maybe Siddharth Shankar much before that, this has been the thing. So people came out to vote, and we know that new voters who came out to vote, who otherwise were hedging, would not be pro-incumbent, would be anti-incumbent. That is there. But still I am saying the kind of mandate is surprising, not surprising, but really the degree is surprising on two counts. One, the extent of Hindu consolidation, and two, it is coming from the urban upper caste base.
Yep. But can we break that down, Preeti? Do you have a breakdown of really how castes voted to show that consolidation?
Well, no, we don't really have that. But what I can show on how it panned out the last time around. Let's look at presidency. They say the nerve center, symbolism, the politics, the power, the perception for Mamata Banerjee lies in presidency. Now, presidency is the region which went to vote in the second phase. Yes. And along with, of course, Burdwan, parts of Burdwan also went to vote in the second phase. But they make together 7 districts. 7 districts have 142 seats spread out. How they really panned the last time around, you'll have an idea. So what it seems to suggest is, in places like Kolkata, the urban sector, and you'll see it right here. If you can see this green belt right here, this is the urban sector. Okay, we'll just go right back. But if you see that the urban belt had completely gone the TMC's way, 11 seats in Kolkata, viewers. 11 seats in Kolkata, all swept by the TMC. You look at Howrah and Hooghly. Howrah all swept by the TMC. Hooghly, I think there were 4 that went to the Bharati. Out of 18 went to the BJP. 2 regions which would be districts which would be so important. 16-0 and 24 South Parganas,
31-0.
North Parganas, 4.
No,
North
5.
Got 4.
North
Nadia, they got 8, which is 8 out of 16.
Yeah.
9 BJP got. Once again, 9 BJP got out of 16. 8 TMC got out of 16 and Nadia.
17.
North 24 Parganas, they got 4 out of 31. Or 34 if I'm 33. Not wrong. 33. And then South 24 Parganas, the BJP had absolutely nothing, over 31. Yes. So swept. North 24 Parganas and South 24 Parganas would practically decide how big inroads that the BJP has actually made. And with what you were talking of, there you go, presidency. This is what was a sweep. If you see the green color here of Kolkata, this is the citadel of Mamata Banerjee. The urban belt, the south West Bengal. This has completely been shattered. So what we are really looking at, and Rahul Verma...
If this holds.
If this holds.
If this holds.
Exactly.
Rahul Verma... You also had the CRPF deployed in big numbers at Diamond Harbour, in all this area.
The CRPF was deployed in big numbers all across West Bengal.
You know, and so to ensure that there is no chapa vote. Their entire aim was to ensure no chapa vote. When we were speaking to CRPF personnel...
Okay, Rajat Sethi wants to come in. So Rajat Sethi, what has really happened right now is, and with what you were saying, the urban citadel, if these numbers hold, for Mamata Banerjee has clearly fallen, and it's not just, limited to the urban section.
So, no, exactly, Preeti. This is what you were saying. They want the majority of the minority and minority of the majority. But that minority of the majority that Mamata Didi was looking for was this presidency vote, this urban, middle-class urban men and women who still clutched on to the cultural appeal that TMC always sort of was in sync with, and always claimed that BJP was out of sync with. But keep this in mind, that this decay in the urban vote share of TMC is a gradual process. Look at the urban corporation elections that happened in 2024. the BJP had won 44 seats, wards within the Kolkata region. Bhawanipur, for example, out of 9, BJP had won 5 wards. So this writing on the wall was getting clearer by the day. And what TMC has been doing was largely the same strategy. I mean, they just run out of strategy, or perhaps they didn't have anything new to offer to this Bengali intelligentsia, and she had, run her course. And I think, this is where Prime Minister Modi, his appeal through very small cultural anecdotes that he pulled in, allowed BJP to say that, yes, we are a potent option before you. Why don't you try it out? I mean, if a Vijay can be toyed with in the state of Tamil Nadu, why can't, the Bengali intelligentsia can get up and say that we want to toy with the idea of BJP?
Was it a clear strategy, Maria, that you had the likes of Home Minister Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi, at every given opportunity exude maximum confidence?
No, and also reiteration that whosoever, I mean, if the BJP wins Bengal, then the Chief Minister would be a Bengali speaking from a Bengali medium and would be a Bengali. So there was this reiteration that in last 5 years, they understood what has gone wrong or what may have gone wrong in the context of them being seen as an outsider. But one thing is also very clear, that here was Mamata Banerjee, who's always seen as at loggerheads with the center. Her entire politics has been about criticizing center. Even many in BJP say that she has not accepted central government schemes to be implemented in Bengal. Do you think what the BJP, on the other hand, they were saying that it should be a double-engine sarkar, that may have also worked for the party? Your reading.
To actually accept this proposition, I will have to accept that the numbers that you're showing are actually true. Again, I go back to the first statement that I started with. This is a hypothetical presumption of the fact that all of this, please do not get me wrong, I am not trying to belittle this entire process of exit polls, or I'm not trying to, discard the numbers like that. Having said that, I would really, I would not want to comment on a presumption of an hypothetical situation. Just one counter to all of that. Just imagine, since we are always discussing hypothetical things, let's imagine a situation where these numbers don't come true. It's just the other way around. Or let's presume that the number that I see on my screen, Janmat, that comes true. What happens to your analysis?
Okay.
What do you say about that?
That's the beauty
of polarization. So the points that have been raised is there's mass polarization. There is massive anti-incumbents. They've been making notes.
No, then we will say that Mamata Banerjee is returning to power for the 4th consecutive time. Then we will say that the women voter continue to have faith in Mamata Banerjee. If it is about Janmat numbers, then we will say that the BJP is still the party of outsider. It has to cover a lot of distance. All that will be said. But now, yes, that is the analysis.
But Chandra, it's hypothesis. You also understand that one is looking at how is it that today's Chanakya has projected the number that it has projected. Yesterday, when we put out the poll of polls, hear me out. Hear me out. Yesterday, when we put out the poll of polls, we did also discuss how did Janmat reach this number, and it reached primarily because the TMC still holds its ground. Mamata Banerjee is still the supreme leader where West Bengal is concerned. This is hypothesis, and it will play out. But allow me to ask you one quick question along with that, because a lot has been made and said and spoken and analyzed about the woman voter. You have offered X number of schemes over the course of the last many years. Is there somewhere down the line, only if these numbers hold, Saurav, A, because clearly the woman vote has eroded and has gone away from Mamata Banerjee, if these numbers hold, is there a sense that maybe like other states which gave last-minute cash transfers like 9,000 rupees under the Arunodaya scheme in Assam, when what we saw happen in Bihar, the 10,000 direct cash transfer, that maybe Mamata Banerjee, instead of sticking to, Kanya Shri, the Lokhir Bhandar of 1,500, should have maybe gotten into the same kind of politics.
Perhaps she took the women voter for granted.
For granted. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Maybe she should have made that offer.
Yes.
What some might see as lollipop, but clearly that lollipop is working.
True. No, you see, I have been on the ground and I clearly believe that the women, I've been attending about 15, 16 sabhas because my mandate is very specific within the party. I have to come and represent the party on national debates. That's a different story. But then 15, 16 sabhas that I have been doing on the ground, what I have seen from my limited experience is that the majority of the people who sit there, cheer out loud are essentially women. And perhaps I'll tell you two things. This election, our narrative has been twofold insofar as the woman vote is concerned. One is that we have been trying to call out the fallacy of the BJP's argument of the double engine mechanism, where we have kept on, stating the NCRB data. We have talked about the numbers which we, according to us, is the reality. We have kept on saying that, boss, you look at the numbers as per NCRB, which are not ours. These numbers are not ours. And we have tried to highlight that the condition of women, which according to us, BJP will of course disagree. We are in a democratic setup, which according to us is that, UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Delhi, it's not quite good insofar as their numbers are concerned. This has been our pitch number one. And the second is, of course, the welfare schemes that you yourself have pointed out, empowering the girl child, the Konyasri, Lokhir Bhandar, so on and so forth. So a woman chief minister's vote bank is essentially that of women.
Okay.
It's not something
but
which comes as a surprise.
This time there was no poll violence. Do you credit the presence of 2 lakh plus CRPF personnel? That they were deployed on ground, there was no poll violence this time, and that the fact that Bengal is looked at the most violent political state, that this time this was different?
Phase one was certainly different. I must say that there was very little violence there, and my compliments were there due. Without doubt. Having said that, there is another side of the story also, sir, which you will appreciate. Yesterday, the kind of visuals that we have seen where the security personnel went about beating up people on bikes. And these visuals have been carried all through in regional media, specifically regional media. I saw a very disturbing video of a child being beaten up. I mean, a 4-year-old, 5-year-old child, what...
because deployment of CAPF for ensuring free and fair election, and for the first time, we haven't seen much of violence on post-poll or pre-poll violence.
Or at least we hope there will be no post-result violence like 2021.
Also. Yes, so it is certainly which is being welcomed by all political parties. Yes, come into it.
Yes, and I join them.
Yes,
I join them in welcoming the fact that there is very little violence because I tell you,
this is probably
political violence. The history of political violence in Bengal is extremely bad, and no right-thinking person. Yeah, may I finish?
Sure.
And Tuhin, what happened post 2021 was such a disaster that it's perhaps the reason, Tuhin, why you need massive deployment this time even after results?
No, we've seen what they did after 2021 election results. So we have made sure that, and besides this time they have been, I don't think in the history of Indian politics, we have ever come across a situation where the chief minister and her, and her apparent successor have been doling out vicious, venomous warnings, to their own people. So I don't think, there's every reason for us to make sure that post 4th May, for whatever time, we need, there will be deployment of security forces. But two important points,
two observations of CAPF. One thing is to give confidence to the voters to come out to cast their vote. That is one reading, your reading. The other reading could be that why generate this kind of fear that Bengal is under siege? With this kind of deployment.
They are quelling the fear generated by the gundas of TMC. They are quelling, they are circumventing the fear which has already existed and which has, repeatedly been regenerated by the gundas of TMC. So, two important points. I just heard your discussion on the welfare schemes. I made this point yesterday. Let me reiterate over here that social welfareism, pro-women social welfareism works only where you can ensure basic safety for women. And I don't need to reiterate this. We all saw how Mrs. Devnath, the mother of, RG Kaur victim, was heckled yesterday by TMC and, other political activists. So I think, where you cannot ensure safety for women, all of these pro-women welfare does not work on the ground. Number two, you were also discussing consolidation of Hindu votes. I think the Hindu Bhadralok population of Bengal has given TMC a very long rope. So consolidation is but natural at this point of time. And, the Hindu Bhadralok also follows developments which are happening across in the last 3 months.
All right, I want to go to Saurabh Chandra. Stay with me, Tuhin. Saurabh Chandra, for a very quick comment, because we've been talking about security deployment. That kind of, central force deployment also came with very strong commentary, both from the Prime Minister and from the Home Minister, which is that don't worry, we are coming to power. One of the benchmarks of this election was that can the BJP actually convince the people that they can come to power? Because on the basis of that, will you get the vote? Because some would suggest, many haven't quite forgotten the 2021 post-poll violence in Bengal. So you had the presence of security forces, and then you had posturing, you could call it political posturing, but messaging is what some would suggest from the BJP, that don't worry, we can come to power.
Yes, you are at a striking distance from power.
Yeah, and convincing the voters, because many thought that this election, if there was anti-incumbency, then to convince the voter that don't worry, we can do this, we will come to power. That has happened, if these numbers hold?
Yeah, I have three things to say out here. First, when my learned friend from the BJP keeps speaking about the language which is being used by my party supremo and my national general secretary, I would also want his views on what he thinks about the Honorable Home Minister's statement of Ulta Karke Seedha Kare. I really want his views on that. Number two is that you are talking about a situation, once again, where you are presuming that the Bengali Bhadralok suddenly finds or looks at the BJP as a credible alternative. You are entitled to your view. And I would strongly suggest that no, this is not the case.
I'm not suggesting that. We are just going by the virtue of polls. Okay, for a moment, for Saurabh Chandra, let's flip this argument, Maria, and let's look at, because we've been speaking about the latest poll that has come off today's Chanakya. If you flip the argument, Saurabh, that is what you want. Let's flip the argument. That's what you want. Let's look at the Janmat poll. So if the Janmat poll is correct, Tuhin Sinha, that would mean we're giving the poll of polls out. You have one extreme and then you have the other extreme in Janmat, which is projecting a clean sweep by the TMC. So Tuhin Sinha, despite of the central forces, right? Despite of the carpet bombing all across West Bengal, it does seem, Tuhin Sinha, if these numbers hold of Janmat, that the TMC has swept West Bengal despite every other issue that was raised, despite the anti-incumbency. The women have stood behind Mamta Banerjee. What are your views?
Well, Preeti, I have said this, I have been on record to say we don't need exit polls for the West Bengal elections. We know what's happened. Our people who have managed so many elections have been on the ground. We've got a sense of the people. And in fact, even, insofar as Bihar elections were concerned, I had rejected the exit polls one day before, and I had stuck my neck out on News 24 to say we are getting 175 plus. So let us not go by the numbers. Let me say this, that the Hindu consolidation is a fact, is a reality that has happened. The sheer anger, the fatigue of people against the the incompetence of Mamta government is also a fact, and these two factors are sufficient to drive.
So you're saying you don't quite believe in the exit polls, Sajjan? For a moment, let's flip the argument because we got it. So you're saying you don't believe in it. Flip the argument. We've been looking at the poll of polls. We've spoken at length about today's Chanakya, on how today's Chanakya is projecting a sweep, and a lot of that we did find echo on ground. Now, we didn't know if it will consolidate, but seemingly it's consolidated in a manner which has never been seen before in West Bengal. Yes. I want to ask you, if you go by the other extreme, which is Janmat, because you have pretty much, if you look at it, there are two extremes, then there are some right in the middle who are hedging here or there, but mostly giving BJP the edge. But if
Hooghly, I got the question. Hooghly flows from north to south during day. In the night, it starts flowing from the south to north. It reverses. So that would mean that whatever people were saying to us, they were doing something quite opposite. Because that seems the kind of anti-incumbency was there. Whether it translated into vote or not, that is one thing. We can debate about it. But to say that the anti-incumbency became pro-incumbency,
if those numbers hold.
If those numbers hold.
So you don't see that happening at all?
That I do not see happening at all.
So to you, today's Chanakya is more practical?
No, I mean, that is also very debatable.
So did the presence...
Because 30% consolidation, you have to weigh in.
Okay.
That is also very solid consolidation.
Did the presence of the security forces embolden people to come out in larger numbers and vote and not be scared of goons of either side? I mean, I'm not saying that...
Unprecedented, people said when they went out, saw only Central Reserve forces, not state forces, that gave them the kind of confidence.
How long? You spent quite a bit of time, Sajjan, in...
Almost 2.5 months.
I want to ask you.
In 3 phases.
Now, in 3 phases, nearly 2.5 months. Now, you have Pradeep Gupta, from Axis of MI India, who will come...
People were talking to us. I don't know what
they talking?
People were... I think
people
they were talking to you also.
Yeah, I think people were fairly...
telling you who they were voting for.
They were hedging, they were adding, we want these, but
you asked them 5 questions, you knew where they stood.
Exactly.
So it wasn't... I mean, what Pradeep Gupta is also saying, Preeti, that it was not... They do not ask a direct which party you voted for. They also look at the direction in terms of the inclination.
But he's saying 8 were not saying anything.
So no, that was not happening.
Look, I think that ultimately, should we be questioning what Pradeep Gupta is telling us? Maybe it's different circumstances. It's not necessarily that they were fearful of giving their sense of which way they're voting. He refused to give us why exactly they were not saying, because he said that's up to them. But if he's not putting out those numbers, if he's not...
and he's convinced about it.
Let's leave it at that. I think we'll leave it there.
I'm not saying. It's just interesting.
If, let's say, voters have spoken to some and they've put out those numbers, we have those numbers. If Pradeep Gupta says his numbers are not coming, well and good. I'd rather that than have Axis My India put out numbers for the sake of putting out numbers.
Yes, so let's...
that's what Axis My India says.
But Preeti, one thing is...
But the bottom line is that people were talking. Yes, they were hedging.
I agree. They were hedging, but people were talking.
So it may not be 8 out of 10 who were silent. In some pockets, I also did sense silence of the voters, but it wasn't 8 out of 10. Exactly. It may be 4 out of 10.
True.
And then, but they gave enough indication. That's why when we say about the women voter, we have to make that distinction that when women were speaking, they were saying, Mamata Banerjee is good. The Trinamool Congress on ground is not acceptable to them. And then you got a sense which way it is going, that they are voting on the basis of the candidate. The other argument can be that the Trinamool Congress is bad. Mamata Banerjee as the Chief Minister has delivered. And then you know which way it is going.
Let's just take quick final comments. Maria, we like 7:40, we have 10 minutes. Let's begin with you, Tuhin Sinha. What is your number? You are saying I don't believe in any exit polls. West Bengal numbers.
175 plus, that's the minimum. And I also want to quickly rebut the TMC representative over here. There's a big difference between what Amit Shah ji said and between what TMC people have been saying. We are threatening the gundas of TMC, but by responding to it, TMC is only proving that they are a party of gundas, and this message has gone across. 175 plus is the basic we are expecting.
Okay. Saurav Chandar?
So, Tuhinji and I, we rarely agree on things, but today I think we have agreed on one thing, that we both of us are not commenting on the basis of exit polls. This is something which is my takeaway.
Finally found some middle ground. We finally found middle ground between BJP and TMC.
Yes, we found a middle ground between the BJP and the Trinamool there. Having said that, our assessments are completely different, as it should be. And I personally strongly believe that Mamata Banerjee is coming back with a very, very comfortable margin on the 4th of May for the 4th time.
Okay. Sajjan.
No, I think I still hold that there was a palpable sentiment for change, but given the demographic weight, I think it's going to be a closely contested election, not the kind of, I know that the sentiment was there, and that is also one of the possibility, but a weak possibility.
What's a weak possibility?
That the difference would be so huge, 100 versus 190.
So he's saying that you think it's closer. You think it's a closer election.
It's a closer.
Okay,
even I agree with that.
Preeti and Maria, both of you have been on ground. Maria, you first. Of all of the polls that's on our screens right now, which to you is the most likely?
Don't
fall for
it. As a journalist, I'm saying that we have made observation in terms of what we have seen, and enough commentary has been done by both Preeti and me.
No, so
as
do
journalists,
both of you believe, okay, let's put it this way, do both of you believe it's going to be close, or it's going to be like today's Chanakya or a Janmat offers?
Look, there is anti-incumbency and a palpable anti-incumbency. Are women moving away from a chief minister? Significant percentage could move away from the chief minister, a woman chief minister here. Is there a consolidation of the Hindu vote? Yes, there is consolidation.
I've got my answer.
But, when we say only pollsters can give that number, Akshita, because their sample size is much bigger.
No, I agree.
than what we sense.
Do you see it as a close contest or one that will have a very clear mandate?
That when a change happens, it doesn't come either.
It's winds of change.
Yeah, it's winds of change. It's a decisive mandate. And when it's a voting out of one government which has been in power for 15 years, or bringing the incumbent back.
Yes. If there's change. Preeti.
Yes. I'll be very honest. What I think is political history in West Bengal stands testimony that people have made a very decisive choice, right? But because the arithmetic, and I have to say the arithmetic in this case, I have said this before, the arithmetic in this case seems to suggest that it will be a closer contest. Now, which way, will prevail? I think we'll only know when the last vote is counted.
For the BJP arithmetic-wise?
No, I'm saying, I'm not saying it's tougher for the BJP arithmetic-wise. I'm saying the arithmetic seems to suggest it will be a closer contest. There are a lot of factors on ground. Number one, we've spoken so much about anti-incumbency. 15 years of anti-incumbency, of course there is. You can hear it. Where the BJP has dug itself in, anti-incumbency is like a rage there. But when you also look at, I feel that little bit of silence that comes in is also from the TMC voter this time, like it was in 2021. So you don't know where that person is going. Number two is what I feel, polarization. I saw a distinct difference from 2021 where I thought regional subaltern regionalism was a lot bigger than religion. I saw a difference this time. I did see Hindu consolidation, especially in Hindu pockets, very strong. You saw that happen.
I would not agree with Preeti on silence of the Mamata voter.
No, I don't. Maybe.
What do you mean? You're saying they were loud out there?
No, I would say that a voter of this is the party that they have been voting for 15 years, then they would be speaking about it with much more confidence. And they'll speak about it louder.
But they didn't in 21.
It will be the silence of the other side.
But they didn't in 21
because they fear retribution in case if their vote goes the other way.
Which is the SI of your also the
So I was just, allow me to complete. Allow me to complete, right? So I think the second thing where I saw Hindu consolidation, I did see it. For example, I'll give you, in 21, Jai Shri Ram as a chant was acceptable to some, but it wasn't used as
it was still alien.
It was alien in pockets, right?
Yeah.
Jai Shri Ram has now become the calling card of the BJP in the interiors as well,
No,
right?
some
Allow
may
me to
have
finish.
attempted to put Jai Shri
Allow
Ram
me
as
to
alien.
finish.
Jai Shri Ram was never alien to anybody
God, allow
in
me
India.
to finish.
Some
Gaurav,
may
it's not an
have
argument.
tried,
1 second.
but
So I'm just
it's
telling you
never
the
alien to
difference.
India.
The difference that I felt from 2021 to now. I did sense this time around there was religious polarization. You could sense it. Number 3. Now, why I say it would be a closer contest? Because of the religious polarization, which we also did the math right now on the screen. There are over 70 seats which have a percentage of the minority in such a way that you would think it would be advantage Mamta Banerjee. Allow me to finish, Gaurav, and then we'll come to you, right? Then what I also think is the woman vote. Will the woman vote shift? I feel this election, because Gaurav really wants to come in and I want to hand it over to him.
No, I don't want to really come
I
in.
feel
just
this
want to
election...
tell you, religious polarization was always there.
Okay, allow
in
me
the
to
past,
finish. You can say,
in the past, it was Muslim
Gaurav,
polarization.
allow me to finish.
Now there is Hindu polarization
Allow me to
also
finish.
taking place.
Allow me to finish, right? All I'm saying is that I'm saying it's there. I'm not saying it's not there.
So on the woman factor.
On the woman factor, let me ultimately, what I feel will decide this election, Akshita.
Which way is women going?
Is everything depends on the woman, and that's why.
Which way is it going then?
Because I'll tell you what the woman in certain parts, you see that woman vote erode. I'll give you the urban section. You go and talk to the middle class woman in the urban section. She'll talk about women safety. She will resonate with RG Kar. From the urban localities, you move from maybe the high rises or the middle class localities. You go to the slums. Immediately, you'll see a resonance of Mamta Banerjee. It comes very strong.
Okay.
In the rural, there is a sense that. Okay, I'll tell you what, I haven't been able to pick from the women. Which side are really the women? Do they have Mamta's back this
so you
time?
don't know yet.
I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
Totally.
It's difficult to tell.
Yes, you know, Akshita, it's interesting that we are making that distinction. From 2021, where the subnational identity or the cultural linguistic identity of Bengal was the dominant theme of the election, this time it is nationalism and issues of national security.
Maybe that tells you which way it's going. Maybe that tells you which way it's going.
SIR is linked to national security as per the BJP. And national
I also
security...
think SIR is a factor.
Yes.
I also think SIR is a factor, but net.
One self-ethnography is what Bengal does to you. You start dropping hints.
Yes.
So see, all of us are dropping hints.
I'm getting the hints. I'm getting it. And at the moment, you say national issues have become the focus.
I mean, they are clear which they want to vote, but they will talk in code.
So SIR is also a factor.
This is the point.
But ultimately, I think it's close.
Okay, got it.
I think it's
This is the point I was coming to, that there are several factors. You know, you may beat around the bush. What's the bigger picture? If there was Muslim consolidation in the past, Muslim consolidation that helped Mamta Banerjee win, this time there is massive Hindu consolidation that's happening along with Muslim consolidation. So now it remains to be seen which is the bigger consolidation, the 40%, 35%, 30% or the 50% and 60% consolidation in various areas. If there is wider Hindu consolidation, then you see BJP for the first time ever form a government in the state, because there is also SIR. SIR is taking away those illegal voters, as the BJP says, point 1. Point 2, you have the CRPF and the Central Armed Police Forces that are ensuring
But Gaurav, because you interrupted me, in the SIR there are 27 lakh votes which are still not decided.
Let me finish.
Did you allow me to?
Okay, go ahead, Gaurav. Go ahead. Let's not set this
No,
precedent. Please, come on. Go ahead, Gaurav. Finish your point, please. For my sake, finish your point, please.
It's just simple. Three
CRPF.
different things. You have SIR, you have the CAPF, and you have a wider nationalistic consolidation. So far, if it was minority consolidation, now there's also majority consolidation that people are talking about.
No, but I
Let's
think
see what
everyone
it
agrees
leads
with
to.
you on that.
I agree
Preeti
with that.
agrees.
That's what I was saying. Sorry?
No, you were agreeing with Gaurav.
I agree. Because that's what I said. There is Hindu consolidation. I agree with that.
Yes, so while
but I
we have
do feel that the SIR there are 27 to 35 lakh appeals. Some of them we don't know whether they are genuine voters or not. So you can't say they are illegal voters because all of this is still in court.
I said SIR has taken
It's
away
still in
a
court.
certain
That's all I'm
section
saying.
of illegal voters.
Okay. So let me bring in Sajjan now, because he has spent maximum time in Bengal among all of us. Preeti and I have been there for 15 days each. Sajjan has been there for 2.5 months. Sajjan, did you sense a shift from what you saw 2.5 months ago to closer to elections?
Yes, I mean, it was basically the sentiment along with hedging. So the November, October 2025, the people's palpable frustration, anti-incumbency against TMC was there, right? But they were also hopeless against BJP's capability to convert no to Mamata into yes to BJP, right? So we were hedging that will BJP be even able to retain 77 seats because of the... Then by March, you know, when SIR and everything, people started saying that perhaps there is something. By April, on the ground, suddenly, you know, this whisper thing started happening that if this time Chhaba vote doesn't happen, all these things. So
let's give them a chance.
So no to Mamata becoming yes to BJP was increasing.
But Maria, one thing you'll realize,
election.
the BJP this time, and I have to say it, has run a terrific campaign. This is an election.
Central BJP.
They've run a terrific campaign.
You know, I think they've been at it for at least 6 months, where they deployed all of their leaders, put them responsible for several
It's not just that, they've got the language right
ensured that
in terms of...
So they got that narrative right by ensuring they were on ground
Even
to understand the mood on
Chief
that.
Minister of Tripura is in
was
charge
given
of
the responsibility
Krishnanagar.
of
Home Minister of Assam is in charge of Chaurangi. So big,
and leaders camped
in charge
them.
of one assembly
But that's
constituency.
quintessential BJP.
But that is their style
That is
of
how
functioning
they fight
anyways.
elections, even in states where they are very sure that they will
But
win.
Maria, what is stark difference from their campaign in 2021 and their campaign in 2026? There is a huge difference.
What do you mean?
I'll start with the sheer fact that for the first time, you've had the leadership that did not attack Mamata Banerjee. The Prime Minister of this country had to take on the authoritarian dominating role to allow Mamata Banerjee to play the woman street fighter, the underdog up against a dominating figure. That space was never given to Mamata Banerjee.
State in charge from outside Bengal were not addressing media every day.
Did you ever see them? You know, for the first time, you had BJP leaders on a Tuesday eating fish. Has it ever happened before in the 2021 election? It's
So
to say
that's the regional, the cultural identity.
Huge shift.
Huge shift in the campaign. Really that the BJP
what
brought
I'm
in.
saying is that, Akshita, we keep on speaking about that for the last 2.5 months, that whenever the question would be asked in the context of BJP, that have they really learned lessons of 2021? They have learned the lessons of 2021.
Very quickly.
And they understood that what was not resonating with the people. If there was subnationalism on one hand in 2021, they said, let there be linguistic identity. At the same time, understanding that there has to be state leadership being projected. I was covering the BJP's manifesto release in Kolkata. Home Minister Amit Shah was there, but along with him was Shamik Bhattacharya, Sukanta Majumdar, Shuvendu Adhikari, Dilip Ghosh, all the state leadership. These are the faces of Bengal BJP. Whenever that question was asked, who against Mamata Banerjee, the response was that when we get the mandate on 4th, it will be Bengali speaking, Bengali born, Bengali medium
But
educated.
it's interesting,
But I'll give you another
you
thing.
have such a strong face like Mamata Banerjee, and versus her, it's still a question mark. And despite that, the BJP's managed to build a narrative against.
But I'll give you another example, Akshita, on what is different.
It started with anti-TMC sentiment. Mind it, the
And I'll tell you
core was
another
anti-TMC,
difference. If it came down
which
to a
clicked into
personality battle,
pro-BJP.
if it came down to a personality
No,
battle,
they did not
the
make it a
BJP then didn't
personality
stand a
battle.
They did.
chance.
No,
They
I'll
did
give you-
not make it a personality
They did. They deliberately didn't make it a personality battle, and in terms of how they played their own personalities. Last time around, you had the face of Shuvendu Adhikari, muscular Hindutva face. You have now a Shamik Bhattacharya as president, who's Bhadralok, as you can get, the liberal face, which appeals to a certain set in West Bengal.
And at the same time, there's another very important lesson learned from 2021, which is post-election result violence. That took place in 2021. The entire BJP leadership was missing when cadre were being killed or hunted or beaten up in some instances. They were raped. They were abandoned that time. This time, the Home Minister has made it very clear. Companies of the CRPF will stay back for 60 days. Leadership to an extent will stay back in 60 days and will remain with the cadre either ways.
That even if BJP wins,
yes,
the nature of political violence will remain. These guys who are victims will seek revenge. So you need to have the security arrangements.
And massive deployment on ground. So that's one very important lesson learned in a very crucial border state. Then it remains to be seen whether that land will be allocated for the
This is all in comparison. If, I just want to once again say it for the benefit of our viewers. All of this could also possibly fall by the wayside if it is the Janmat numbers, because then we would be...
197.
Then the CRPF will still be required on ground to prevent a repeat of 2021.
Then Preeti and I will say that the women voter
went to
Mamata
Banerjee
I think it's
because
very
they've had
clear.
faith
Let's
in
be
a woman
clear that
chief
even
minister.
if Janmat happens, The message from both of you was that, look, we don't know which way the women vote is going.
I think it's a tight
election. It comes down to whether consolidation happens or no. So either way, we know the answer if the Janmat numbers happen of what went wrong for the BJP.
No, and then we also know that this country is not an elected autocracy as some may pretend it is or some may try to claim it is, that these are free and fair elections.
Then
till
you
the
will
end,
also-
but
Otherwise, you are saying, otherwise, that's the
That's the narrative that certain people were building in our country,
Okay,
sadly.
but all I'm just saying is all of this conversation will flip over, and that's, I think, the nature of journalists, because then we'll be sitting here and analyzing the cult, which I think still is. Now, whether somebody likes it or not, Mamta Banerjee is not just a cult figure, she's a phenomena in West Bengal. To have undoubtedly a phenomena in West Bengal.
Absolute fighter.
To come in 2011, the manner in which she did, to stay on for 15 years, and despite, because Gaurav might say central forces were just there in terms of to allay fears, there was a lot else also which happened on the other side, which Mamta Banerjee and the TMC would like to suggest. So in that sense, you know, one needs to give credit to Mamta Banerjee as well.
And Preeti, among
I'm saying then we'll be talking about the cult of Mamta.
Then we'll be talking about, is Mamta moving to centre?
Exactly. Then the conversation will be, should Rahul Gandhi be worried? Is Mamta Banerjee, after she'll create history though.
Yes.
If she comes in for the fourth consecutive term, for a woman chief minister, Jayalalitha has done it 4 times but not consecutively.
Yes.
So if Mamta Banerjee does it, then she will, as consecutively. If Mamta Banerjee does it in a consecutive manner, she will create history.
Can she be the Amma of Bengal?
She already is
She is
Didi.
the Didi.
She's already a
She is
Didi.
the
I
Didi.
mixed up all the elections.
Okay,
She is
Saurav
Didi.
is smiling. Perhaps he is in agreement with the later part that has been discussed more. Saurav, go ahead.
I just want to say 2 small things. First and foremost, all this discussion really makes me positive. That's true. I give it to you. The second thing is my compliments to Preeti ji for a wonderful tweet which she had put out. Really,
Oh, no, let's not
as
go
a
there.
Bengali myself,
Let's not go
As
there.
a-
No,
Let's not go
can
there.
I
Saurav,
sort of
let's
thank
not go
you?
there.
Sort of thank you, because I've gotten trolled for it. But if somebody reads the
There you
whole
go.
the whole piece, they will know it also talks about how there is support for Smriti Irani as well, because it's largely
agree.
seen
And about women's safety.
and about women's safety. It talks about
I
women's
totally
safety.
agree. I agree with the fact that you've presented a very balanced tweet. But I,
No,
like I
but
said,
I think Preeti is
that
saying
I am
thank you,
shifting-
but read the whole thing.
Okay, I think we'll just end this discussion
Leave it at
here.
that.
Let's leave it at this. And in fact, let's play that story that has been put together by our team.
Continue. Rolling.
One, two.
Everyone's dancing.
I think it was very good.
मेरे सामने इनका गया है। ये तो झूठ पकड़ा मैंने।
चलो. No, is this your last election? Win or lose?
बंगाल की महिला एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री का साथ क्यों छोड़ेंगी आपके 3,000 रुपए प्रॉमिस पर?
क्योंकि आप जोरहाट से एमपी हैं, क्या आप अपनी जो एमपी की सीट है वो छोड़ेंगे?
I think one of the biggest questions being asked is whether the DMK's women vote will be cut with the entry of Vijay. Experience of traveling around, talking to people, meeting so many of the candidates. Here's what I think is the sentiment on ground.
When you go to rallies, when you go to sabhas, there is a sense of respect that Bengalis have for women.
I sense a high percentage of also silent voters in certain pockets. They are not revealing their choices.
In Tamil Nadu, conventional wisdom is often thrown out of the window. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Indian political league. All eyes have been over the last 24 hours on the various exit polls and the various figures that have been given by the pollsters. But even more news has been made by Pradeep Gupta of Axis by India, who has chosen to opt out of giving the numbers for the West Bengal exit poll. Now that in itself, Pradeep Gupta, you're making the news this time for not doing a poll. Normally you make the news in case your numbers are right or wrong. This time you made the news for not doing an exit poll for the key state of West Bengal. Let's be honest, Pradeep, why did you opt out at the last moment?
At Axis India, our methodology is very simple: face-to-face interview with representative sampling. And when I say that, we need to talk to people. And in the state of West Bengal, this time, trust me, I've been there myself. 70 to 80% of people not willing to even open out their mouth. It's not that we straight away go and ask people whom we are voted to. There is a process that comfort level has to be drawn, and then only we can talk, in detail. But this time, I have seen myself, nobody is willing to even speak out anything. They say sorry.
This is man and woman, male and women, you're saying, were not willing to speak?
More in women, less in men, comparatively.
Now, but the fact is, Pradeep Gupta, your team was on the ground for several months. You've been always very honest in disclosing the fact that you've polled for the BJP in terms, that's why you don't do opinion polls. So your team was there, presumably doing ground surveys for the last 5-6 months. Did you notice this only in the last week that suddenly people were not speaking? Because otherwise, how do you even poll for a political party?
Rajdeep, so this is something in your mind that we poll only for the BJP or this or that. In case of state of West Bengal, trust me, we have been doing survey 4 months back, and that to non-political survey, and our people have been sent to the jail. And I have taken up this matter to Calcutta High Court, and they have given verdict also, and our people have spent 21 days there. So it's not that suddenly something had come up and this is happening and all that. This was the case. But as a profession, we need to keeps on trying, keeps on doing it. And that is the reason why we tried our best. Post-poll study, as I always tells you, we don't do anything on the polling day. We go next day after polling, which is called the post-poll study.
Right.
It is not allowed to do the exit poll or conduct the exit poll on the same day of polling. So we have gone there. Last 6-7 days, we tried hard enough, but we could talk to only 20 to 25% of the people of our sampling. And that is not representative enough for me to put the number forward.
You see, because I'm showing Pradeep today's Chanakya, Matri's, Poll Diary, People's Pulse, P-Mark, SAS Group, Janmat, all of which are giving numbers of their exit polls. Are you telling me they had no problem, but you had a problem? Or are we to raise question marks over these other pollsters who have put out numbers with such confidence? Today's Chanakya giving as much as 192 today to the BJP.
Rajdeep, each of the agencies we are mentioning has a different methodology, and there are 3-4 different methodology in the market survey arena, which is the CAPI, which is the computer-aided personal interview. That is what we follow. Strictly we follow that. CATI, which is the telephonic interview. CAVI, which is the link-based, web-based interviews. So this is the different and one is the qualitative. They don't do survey as much as we do. They do some analysis based on their qualitative experience and wisdom. So this is something, each one of the agency has a different methodology. What should I comment on them?
No, while you're saying they have different methodologies, now correct me if I'm wrong, you do on usually about 100 people you sample per Vidhan Sabha constituency, am I correct? Which is representative, yes. That is your tradition. So in state like West Bengal, you would have done 100 into 294. You would have ended up doing about 29,000. You're telling me you are only able to do 25% of that because there was a fear factor that people were not willing to speak out or silent? Who did they fear? Did they fear the TMC? Did they fear the central forces, the BJP? Who did they fear?
Rajdeep, when you knock the door and people say, sorry, we don't want you do not have the luxury to ask to them whom they are fearing to. It's just that if any unknown person comes to your doorstep and knock it, and you cannot say that, I am fearing this, I am fearing that. It's just that they are talking or they are not talking.
No, but is it because, Pradeep, the fact, have you experienced this, first of all, in any other state? Is West Bengal the only state where you have faced this problem?
In last 5 years back on your channel with your show, I have said 20 to 30% people haven't spoken in the state of West Bengal, whereas the rest of the country, this akda is roughly around 10 to 15% last time.
Right.
This time round the corner, it is exceeded to 80 to 70 to 80%. And one more reason, what is the different has happened this time, SIR process has on last 4 months. And the kind of mahal on the ground is such that nobody wants to talk. They don't want to get into unnecessary trouble. They don't know who you are and whom you are talking to. Second thing is that the kind of political violence there before the election, we have seen MLA to MPs to minister has been attacked. You have seen the blood throwing in from the one of the MP. So this is all visible and evident on the television channel. Who will risk their life or who will, ready to talk to in under these circumstances?
No, but Pradeep Gupta, there will be those who will say, and let me play devil's advocate, that Pradeep Gupta got the numbers wrong for West Bengal 2021 Vidhan Sabha and 2024 Lok Sabha. You've got many elections right, but those were the two you got wrong. Was it that you wanted to play safe? Did Pradeep Gupta not take the risk that the other pollsters have taken because you wanted to play safe कि कहीं मेरा number गलत ना निकले, my credibility will be gone. Particularly because you've taken such a big punt in Tamil Nadu by projecting Vijay as number one.
Rajdeep, we are in the process, and how can we not play in the fear of defeat? That cannot be the case anyway. And you know that even in Bengal in 2016 we were bang on. We predicted 230 to
That
40
was 2016.
and also 2019 Lok Sabha election. Yes, we were not right on last two occasions in case of Bengal, but that is the more reason why we wanted to make a point and prove a point that this time we will come out correct. But for that, we have to have the figures and data in front of us. Otherwise, Pradeep Gupta or Axis Mindia never do any kind of a guesswork.
No, you're saying you never do any kind of guesswork, but is it also not true? Were you under any pressure from anyone else, any outside agency, whether a political party, whether it's the BJP, Trinamool Congress, were you under any pressure कि Pradeep Gupta, if you reveal the numbers and they're showing a particular direction, it will completely change the mahal? Sach bataiye.
This is all speculation. You know that any political party, what does it affect a matter for them in exit poll? Not at all. Not at all. These are the rumors.
It can affect the markets the next morning. Tomorrow, Friday morning, the markets will open. Pradeep Gupta has predicted 2/3 victory to the BJP.
Nothing of that sort. I don't know about that market and all that. All I can say is that this is my profession. And if I don't do this kind of thing in future, how can I survive? There is no question of doing all these things. Otherwise, I will be out of profession anyway.
But tell me, Pradeep, when you're saying that these voters are silent, what does that suggest? Does that suggest clearly a fear factor? And therefore, do you believe a majority of them may be wanting the Trinamool Congress out, which is the government in Kolkata, or are they fearing the central forces who have come out in very large numbers, or are they fearing, as you said, because the SIR exercise has led to exclusions, koi hamare darwaze par aa raha hai, khatkata raha hai, we will lose our polling rights. What was that fear that your surveyors experienced?
I mean, see, fear is fear. I mean, there is no reason, and this is again the speculation. These voters belong to this party or that party. Nothing sort of that. Trust me, nothing sort of that. Neither the higher voter turnout suggests it is favoring to any particular party, incumbent or the challenger. Nothing of that sort. This is the situation because everybody wants to enroll themselves in the polling roll, so that it's not only the voting rights, there are so many social welfare schemes of the government and government facilities and welfares. So nothing of that sort, Rajdeep. People fear about their 80% livelihood is depend on the government of the day. So they take decision, whatever they take very carefully, and they do due process. They follow the due process before taking any decision. I mean, they don't speculate like this.
So you don't want, you see, because the polls for Bengal, most of them are saying BJP will win. The latest being today's Chanakya. There are a couple of outliers here who are saying Trinamool will win big. If I were to put you on the line, which one do you believe is right? The today's Chanakya poll, or the people, or the polls like those which are suggesting that TMC will win, like People's Pulse? Wait, let me put you on the line. Who would you go with, Chanakya or People's Pulse? Or will you be too close to call?
I will wait for fourth and ECI numbers, whatever they say, and I believe them. And for like any other viewers in this time, I will be also among the spectator watching
But you know, but come on,
watching
Pradeep. No, but Pradeep Gupta, I don't recall this having happened anywhere in the world. That a leading pollster has said on the morning of the exit poll, I may poll nahi karunga because there's a fear factor. I've never heard it across the world.
It's not about the fear factor. It's about the process. My representative sampling, I could not achieve that. So how can I reveal my number, or how can I do the analysis for? Until unless I get the adequate number as per my representative sampling.
I have one final question for you, because you created a bit of a earthquake yesterday by suggesting that Thalapathy Vijay will be the number one figure in Tamil Nadu, will be close to a majority. That has created, I can tell you, shockwaves. Most people are saying, Pradeep Gupta ko bolo, pehle ye dekhe how many Brahmins are there in Tamil Nadu. He's saying 9%, they are much lower. Their OBC count is lower. He doesn't understand Tamil Nadu. Are you willing to stick your neck out and stick by your numbers for Tamil Nadu?
Oh, definitely, yes. As far as the sampling goes, there are three demography which is unique in nature, which is gender, age group, and rural-urban, the geography. Three others are common, and nobody knows what is the exact number in the state of Tamil Nadu. This is my sample, and what is important to make representatives, this three unique demography in particular case of Tamil Nadu. Though we may have polled about 9% Brahmin, it does not change the outcome much as people are again thinking.
Okay,
so I am
and if you get it right, we will of course celebrate with you as we have in the past when you've got it right. If you get it wrong, I hope you're ready. We don't want a repeat of 2024. I'm glad to see you smiling now. Agar galat nikle, you know what will happen.
Rajdeep, with the 0.1% sample size, 1:1,000 times, we can go here and there sometime, not a problem. In like a sports, we can emerge as a victorious, one can be defeated. But I mean, this is how it is. This is the profession like this. There is nothing of that sort. We will learn again and go back and learn again. I mean, this is how we do it.
But aren't you worried that the credibility of pollsters is taking a hit? It took a hit in 2024, and if India's leading pollster opts out of a poll, it takes a hit again.
I mean, in the recent past also, we have called multiple elections correctly, including of Jharkhand, Maharashtra. There are so many, Jammu and Kashmir. We were not good in Haryana for sure. BMC election, Delhi election, bang on. So don't worry about this, Rajdeep. I mean, as I told you, we have a strike rate of 90%, more than 90% accuracy. We called 74 elections accurately out of 81 so far. So this is the part of the profession and the business and the life. Ups and downs are always going to be there. But I'm pretty sure about my numbers in case of Tamil Nadu also.
And you're not going to reveal your numbers for West Bengal. So आपने बड़ा safe खेला है in West Bengal. You've tried to dribble and tackle and play all kinds of risky maneuvers for Tamil Nadu. But in West Bengal's case, you've decided to play very safe. We'll wait and see, Pradeep Gupta, who's right in West Bengal and whether your decision to opt out was right or wrong. Either way, I appreciate you joining me here on the show on the Indian Political League. Over to Maria Preeti and Akshita in the studio.
Thank you, Rajdeep. So Pradeep Gupta, India's foremost psephologist, whose numbers we all wait for, has decided to opt out of Bengal numbers. He's saying that of 10 people that his team has tried to reach out and speak to, 8 have chosen not to speak. So what they are saying is that they prefer to say no rather than even giving a slight indication of their voting choice. Darbar Ganguly joins us.
Rajdeep is still there.
Rajdeep continues to be with us as well. He is the founder and editor-in-chief of Millennium Post. We have Professor Mahdul Islam, political scientist at the Center for Social Studies, joining us. We have Sajjan Kumar here in the studio, also Rajat Sethi. I'm going to begin with you, Professor Islam. All eyes were on 2 pollsters today, particularly Access My India and today's Chanakya. Today's Chanakya's numbers are out. Access My India not giving the numbers. And then there is a prediction which has come in from Bengal Chief Minister herself, who in a video message has said that it is 230. As someone who's a political scientist, understands the state's landscape much better than most, Professor Islam, do you think that there is a shift from the subnational culture to the larger issue or larger idea of nationalism or national security in Bengal?
No, I don't think that there has been a tremendous shift from the subnationalism to national security. The BJP wanted to make national security as a bigger issue, but the people on the ground were actually asking this question to the Prime Minister, to the Defense Minister, and to the Home Minister, that if national security is really a concern, then all 3 of them should give the number of illegal migrants that they have not been giving since the Bihar SIR. And it's absolutely what the BSF and the RAW and the IB, they have been doing. If there are any loopholes, what are the exact kind of suspensions, any fines, or any kind of action taken on those officials? The point is, I think Pradeep Gupta has actually taken a very judicious decision, because after the flop show of 2024, I think and the flop show of 2021, I think it's a very judicious decision not to take a call on Bengal. I did find on the ground that a lot of people are silent, and it could be probably a very silent protest vote against the BJP ECI kind of conglomeration.
We are a bit convinced with that as well, Professor Islam, that silent vote is for the TMC. It could cut either way, some would suggest, but just going by these numbers, and I'll come right back to you. I'll bring in Darbar Ganguly into this conversation. Mr. Ganguly, we had you in the morning, and you were of the opinion that TMC is coming back to power. But if we just go back, there were multiple factors which played out possibly differently. But 2006, let's go to the 2011 election. I'm sure you've reported on that. You've been in Bengal. 2006, you had the left that had 50% of the vote share. Dramatically in 2011, it dropped to 41%. If it could happen then, why do we think this time it would be so much improbable? I understand at that time there were indications where the TMC had done well in local body polls, the TMC had done well in general elections, but nonetheless, that was possible. And today we are thinking that this much of a drop could be improbable. Why so?
For last few years, whenever there is an election, whether it is local bodies or panchayat or municipal
I said
level,
that, right.
the voting percentage, if you look at very clearly, it has not dropped drastically, even in last 5 years. Even in 2019 election, when the TMC had lost a lot of seats in Lok Sabha, then also in many of the areas we saw that the TMC has managed to retain their vote share, but the vote share of left shifted or joined with BJP's vote share. So the numbers have really changed. Now, looking at this perspective, and as I mentioned that my own assessment is based on the ground reports, and whatever ground reports I have got or have seen, that such kind of gigantic shift is not visible. If
Okay, you're
something
saying
happens like that, then we have to really...
You're saying it's not visible, and you're basically, Sajjan, if you'll want to weigh in, Maria, I'll just bring in Sajjan in on this. You're saying it's not visible by the count of, there is no indication like it was, between 2006 and 2011, because at that time the TMC was sweeping local body polls.
One small...
yeah, make your point.
There is a small interruption here. Just now I'm seeing reports that the TMC leaders are on a dharna outside the counting centers in Neta Khudiram center, and I'm just seeing that the chief minister is moving to that center, and there is a
In fact, TMC is alleging that the BJP and ECI officials have accessed ballot units in Netaji Indoor Stadium, and Mamata Banerjee is perhaps on her way to register.
So she's going to be on a dharna there. So we've already seen that kind of politics there, but Mamata Banerjee is known for this. We'll go into that news in a short while from now. But Sajjan, with what because between, okay, there's news break coming in. Let's take that news break first. High drama in Bengal right before counting days. Few days before counting. We're still about 3 days short of counting. Top TMC netas have staged a sit-in protest in Kolkata. Kunal Ghosh sit-in on a dharna in front of the strong room outside Netaji Stadium. The allegations are attempts are being made by BJP and ESI officials to open ballot boxes without the presence of relevant party representatives. The BJP will definitely, Maria, read into this by saying as desperation and indication of the exit polls playing out on ground. The TMC says there is a possibility ballot boxes can be tampered with. Let's listen into Kunal Ghosh.
आप लोगों को खुला है, कोई अंदर में नहीं है, ये सील स्ट्रांग रूम है, तो कोई अंदर में नहीं है या है, ये तो बाहर में जो इलेक्शन कमीशन का जो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रहा है सीसी कैम में, तो आप देखिए वहां पर कुछ लोग काम कर रहा है अंदर में, और हम लोगों का कोई रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं है, वो काम कर रहा है। पूछने के बाद वो बोल रहा है पोस्टल बैलेट सेग्रीगेट कर रहा है। अच्छा ठीक है, लेकिन वो इधर से आया, सोर्स क्या है वो तो नहीं क्लियर किया। आप लोगों को खुला है, कोई अंदर में नहीं है, ये सील स्ट्रांग रूम है, तो कोई अंदर में नहीं है या है, ये तो बाहर में जो इलेक्शन कमीशन का जो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रहा है सीसी कैम में, तो आप देखिए वहां पर कुछ लोग काम कर रहा है अंदर में, और हम लोगों का कोई रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं है, वो काम कर रहा है। पूछने के बाद वो बोल रहा है पोस्टल बैलेट सेग्रीगेट कर रहा है। अच्छा ठीक है, लेकिन वो इधर से आया, सोर्स क्या है वो तो नहीं क्लियर किया।
Happening outside Netaji Indoor Stadium, that's one of the strong rooms where all the EVM machines are presently there. TMC leaders Shashi Panja and Kunal Ghosh are now on a sit-in in front of the strong room. Indrajit is joining us on the phone line. Indrajit, how should this be seen? The BJP would say that these are signs of desperation or anxiousness post the exit poll numbers.
Well, there would be war between the two parties, but clearly it is the Trinamool Congress which is taking a lead as far as the action is concerned. Remember, these 72 hours are going to be very, very crucial in West Bengal. 72 hours before the EVMs are opened on Monday. Anxious times, nervous times, and Trinamool Congress leveling one allegation after the other. They are saying that power was disconnected in one of the strong rooms, at Netaji Indoor Stadium, and they are making these allegations at this point in time. And at Netaji Indoor Stadium, I can tell you, there are multiple constituencies in North Kolkata, specifically Sharpur, where Shashi Panja is contesting, or Beleghatta, where Kunal Ghosh, TMC spokesperson, is contesting. All those EVMs are kept in the Netaji Indoor Stadium, strong room where the counting will be taking place. It is one of the counting centers.
Indrajit, is Mamata Banerjee also looking at joining this protest?
Yes, that's right. We've just been told from Trinamool Congress that Mamata Banerjee will be heading to this strong room to inspect. So we are expecting her to reach any time. So this is escalating even as we speak today in the evening.
Okay.
Things are escalating on the ground as far as the TMC is concerned over the fiasco.
Okay, so if we were to explain to our viewers, a strong room is where the EVM machines are kept. And when the Trinamool Congress says that these EVM machines are being accessed, what does it actually mean? That the BJP and ECI officials are opening ballot boxes without the presence of relevant party representatives, because let's not forget that as per the rules for ensuring transparency of an electoral exercise, the EVM unlocking can happen only in the presence of all political parties and their representatives.
That's
Indro.
Right. That's right, Maria. That is exactly the allegation that is being leveled by the Trinamool Congress at this point in time. They are saying that it is being done irregularly without the presence of their party, workers there, representatives there inside the strong room. This is a very, very grave allegation, and we are hearing this for the first time. We have not heard such a thing before in Bengal elections. This is the first time that we are hearing such an allegation, and it is a very, very severe allegation.
Well, severe allegations at that. This is also something in which Mamta Banerjee thrives and flourishes, which is dharna politics. And, this is a glimpse of that. You saw how the second phase went, where she was constantly looking at polling booths and now making her way to a strong booth. I believe we have the Chief Minister, who has also leveled these allegations. Let's listen in to... Okay, we don't have Mamta Banerjee, but we're going to come right back to that reaction in a short while ago. I'm just going to cut across to... Sajan, to you and the question that I had asked Mr. Ganguly, the fact that it could happen in 26 from a 50%, a drop of 8% to 2011 for the left. There were indications then where the TMC had done exceedingly well in local polls and general elections. By the virtue, Mr. Ganguly said that hasn't quite happened. For example, out of 21, 20 by-elections have been won by the TMC between 21 and 26. All local body polls have been swept by the TMC. 2024 elections, the marginal increase of the vote share of the BJP was just 1%, 39%. So indications, as per Mr. Ganguly, suggest that kind of wave for BJP cannot be seen. But these are different times, different political contexts.
With all due respect, drawing inferences on the basis of the past trend helps you, but many a times we have to take, for example, Tripura election, BJP 2013 to 2018, 1.4% 2013, 43% 2018. What I am trying to say that yes, we should take our clue, larger trends from the history, from the past, as it has been happening. But many a times, this time, the point is that from 2021 to 2024, TMC lost around...
Sajan, may I come in? And I'm sorry, I'm interjecting, because let's listen in to Mamta Banerjee, Bengal Chief Minister, alleging foul play.
ওটা বিজেপির চক্রান্ত এবং বিজেপি এত করেও মানুষের অধিকার থেকে মানুষকে বঞ্চিত করতে পারলো না এবং তাই বিজেপি শেষ খেলাটা খেলেছে প্রেসকে দিয়ে, যাতে উল্টোপাল্টা বলে আমাদের মনোবলটা কর্মীদের ভেঙে যায়, মানুষের মনোবল ভেঙে যায়, শেয়ার বাজারে ধস নামবে আসল সত্যিটা বেরোলে। সেই জন্য শেয়ার মার্কেটকে সান্ত্বনা দিতে গিয়ে, এটা আমার কাছে স্পেসিফিক খবর আছে, এইটা করেছে। এবং আমি পরিষ্কার বলছি, 2016তেও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে, 2021এও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে। ওরা কিন্তু বারবার করে যা এক্সিট পোল যা দেখিয়েছে, টোটালটাই দেখিয়েছে বিজেপির কথায়। এবং আজকে তো আপনারা জানেন, নিরপেক্ষতা বলে ভারতবর্ষে কিছু নেই। আমাদের মামাটি মানুষের সরকারই আমরা গঠন করছি এবং করব। নিশ্চিন্তে থাকুন, নিশ্চিন্তে শান্তভাবে সংযতভাবে থাকুন। ওরা হামলা করলেও আপনারা এক্ষুনি হামলাতে যাবেন না। আমি জানি কালো বেহালাতে অনেক মারধর করেছে, রাতের বেলায় অনেক জায়গায় অত্যাচার করেছে। ভাঙড়ে আমার কর্মীদের যেভাবে পেটানো হয়েছে, রক্তাক্ত করা হয়েছে, এর জবাব ওদের দিতেই হবে আগামী দিন। এর জন্য আমরা ব্যবস্থা করব, আপনাদের আইন হাতে তুলে নেওয়ার দরকার নেই। আর আমি প্রশাসনকেও বলবো, অনেক খেল আপনারা দেখিয়েছেন বিজেপির কথা, দয়া করে কাউন্টিংয়ে আমাদের ছেলে মেয়েদের গায়ে বা মানুষের গায়ে বা কোনো রাজনৈতিক দলের গায়ে হাত দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করবেন না। অনেক পিটিয়েছেন, আর না।
All right, Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee there. She released this soundbite few hours ago, soon after the exit poll numbers came in, and her prediction is that she is comfortably returning for the fourth consecutive term with a 230 number. So, Sajan, you were making that point that while we should look at history as a reference point, but when there is the larger sentiment of change, it could go either ways, and that's where these references in history do not work.
Yeah, beyond a point, I mean, it gives you a larger trend, but what I am trying to say that yes, there are context of 2006 to 2011 and 2019 to 2026 doesn't show such a kind of vote fluctuation. But what is important here, that 2021 to 2024 in 3 years, nothing explains how come TMC lost around 2% votes, more than 2%, but 48 to 46%. This is one. And therefore, we must remember that this time it did not start with a pro-BJP, because we are trying to make it as if it started as a pro-BJP vote. It is primarily anti-TMC vote, which is a part of anti-incumbency, which in the last moment, March, April, it started flipping into pro-BJP votes. So if anti-incumbency is there, it was palpable. Only saving grace is that 30% of minority, despite not being very happy and enthusiastic, has a reason to consolidate behind the TMC. And that is why what I believe, it's going to be a closely contested election. But to say that past trend of comparing Mamata and CPM would be different, because that time you have incident like Singur, Nandigram, etc. This time it's
that was
not
a pro-Mamata vote. That was clearly a pro-Mamata vote.
This time this time it's basically, pent-up
negative Mamata vote,
frustration,
whichever
because BJP is the contender, default beneficiary. Therefore, Mamata still is in the game.
I agree. Okay, I want to bring in Professor Maidul Islam. Mr. Islam, Professor Islam, you heard various dimensions to this argument, because there is this argument that if the left could lose dramatically from 2006, from 50% to a 41%, a 9% vote share, history can repeat itself.
Look, left is not an issue here in this argument. It's just, I want to just remind Sajjan that BJP always gets more votes in a Lok Sabha election than in Vidhan Sabha elections since the 1980s. If you look at 2016 assembly elections, when the BJP was 10%, down from 2014, 17%, and that 10% within 3 years, between 2016 to 2019, had gone shot up to 40%. And then 40% in 2019 come down to 2021 as 38%. And again in Lok Sabha is 39%. So the overall trend of the BJP is that if you look at even from the 2009 and 90s, 80s, the elections in Lok Sabha, BJP gets more votes because people think that a national party could form a government at the center, while a regional party would form a government at the state level. And even if the CPM was technically a national party, it was always in practical purpose, it was a regional party. And now in the Trinamool thing, it's absolutely regional party. What I think is the more problematic issue with the BJP is that from 2021 to the 2026, the 22 bypolls, in some of the bypolls, the BJP came third, and the vote percentage of the BJP has come down. So the 17%, percent that they got in 2014.
But Professor Islam, I know I'm interjecting your train of thought, but the reason I'm doing so is usually it's considered bypolls in local elections are pro-incumbent.
No, that I can understand. No. What you have to understand is that whenever there is a change, even the opposition party, the prime opposition party also win bypolls. It can't come third in certain things, right? The point is
Professor
here,
Islam, since you're making that argument, what explains that here is the BJP which went up from 3 seats
very, very small,
in 2016 to 77 in 2021. What were the signs that happened before that?
Sorry, 2019 to 2021?
I'm saying from assembly to assembly. Let's move from assembly to assembly. Forget about the Lok Sabha results. 2016, the BJP was at 3%. Sorry, 3 seats. It went up to 77 in 2016. 2021.
Yes, it is precisely because the left voters and the left supporters deserted to the BJP. There was no organic growth because the Trinamool, which was actually attacking the left from the 2011 to 16, these people were not given shelter by the middle class leadership of the left, and that's precisely why the left voters and the left supporters went to BJP.
But Darbar Ganguly, Professor Islam, Darbar Ganguly is of the opinion, and we'll bring him in on this conversation with what you're seeming to suggest, that a big chunk, because the BJP also rose dramatically. It jumped from 2016 to 21 with a vote share of 28%. That's as dramatic as it gets. And all of it was practically picked up at the back of the Congress and the left losing it. Darbar Ganguly would have us believe that possibly a lot of the anti-incumbency that we are looking at could gravitate back to the left. These exit polls, if you look at, and I'm only going by numbers, Darbar Ganguly, seem to suggest that, you know, the vote that had shifted from the left to the BJP isn't really going back.
So far, there is no indication that it is going back to the left to a large extent. But yes, only 2 districts we need to, maybe 3, we need to keenly watch is Murshidabad, Malda and West Bengal, where even whatever little surveys, even the local television channels are doing, 1 or 2 seats they're giving to the left, and 1 is
but
going
Mr.
to
Ganguly,
ISS.
wouldn't that be at the cost of the TMC then and not so much of the BJP? Because these districts that you have named primarily are minority dominated?
Yes.
Not always, because I'm told that Congress leader Adhir Chaudhary, who is a contestant this time from Baharampur, that seat is most likely going to BJP, not to the TMC. So there are few seats where the fight is very intense and the 50-50 chance people are giving. Many of the seats which are going to BJP may be going from TMC, maybe few, and few from Congress also.
Okay.
Like which are perceived to be Congress supported.
Okay. So Preeti and I will start wrapping up this discussion, and I'm going to begin with Darbar Ganguly. Darbar Ganguly, if the Chanakya numbers hold, then what do you think has happened in Bengal?
I have to understand first, what was Chanakya's prediction last time in 24? And what was Chanakya's prediction in 2021?
Okay, take it all with a pinch and a fistful of salt.
Yeah.
21 they were right.
170 seats, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
21, what?
Around 170, 75, if I remember correctly, but directionally they were right.
Directionally. So directionally,
Yes, assembly election.
I understand. But in assembly election in West Bengal, to win the election, you need 146 seats.
What, 148?
And
148.
148, sorry. So 148, anybody crossing is the winner. Whether they are winning with 10 seats more or 20 seats more or 50 seats more. Then there is a new theory comes in that if what happens, if there is a small margin, whether something can happen like Maharashtra in West Bengal or not. That would be another discussion point. If the winning margins of TMC is lower than the earlier margins, like 215, my own assessment, which I said in the morning, whatever ground reports I have and whatever understanding I have, I have no bias. I'm not saying out of any bias, but what my belief is TMC is going to win around. They are going to get minimum 180 seats. That's my understanding.
All right, let's stay with that. Now I'm going to bring in Sajan, because Sajan, if again I'm only looking at today's Chanakya, numbers, pitching it over 190 for the BJP, and I was just trying to do the math right now, and we did it in terms of the minority seats. This practically means, Sajan, that the BJP has picked up every seat which has a population of the minority less than 30%.
Exactly. I mean,
it's mind-boggling.
So with a big if Chanakya number, with a big if holds true, it means that there is a whopping Hindu consolidation. Whatever region, maybe rural distress, economic regions, religious regions, whatever be the case, but that would only mean that there is a whopping consolidation. The point is, personally, I still feel it's going to be a closely contested election.
Okay. So, Professor Islam, is it closely contested or is it a decisive mandate? And which way?
You know, the discourse, the vocal and the virtuosos are saying that it's a closely contested elections. But I think the rural poor and the urban poor are still with the Trinamool, and that's the major base. And if, I will say, if the election commission's credibility is questioned because a lot of our 3.5 million genuine voters who have been completely deleted, and most of them are Muslims and Matuas. I don't know what will be the margins of victory. There may be a lot of close margins. Even in 2016, there was 80 seats where the number of margin between the winner and the loser was less than 5,000. So you don't know. But the question is that it's still difficult for the BJP to even cross 100
Professor
seats.
Islam, Darbar Ganguly and Sajjan Kumar, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. And Bengal has voted in record numbers. A massive 92.9% voter turnout is certainly writing a new chapter in history. But the celebration has been overshadowed by controversy, which is about taping of the EVM buttons in Falta, which has erupted into a full-blown political storm.
All right, and let's take a look at all that is transpiring over it. A lot of politics. As we speak, also another one brewing 72 hours before counting begins. Mamata Banerjee is making her way and joining senior leaders of the TMC outside stronghold rooms.
बीजेपीचे मिथ्याबाजी धाप्पाबाजी झूठा पाठ
Bengal votes like never before, but not without a storm. A historic mandate, staggering 92.9% turnout, the highest since independence. But beneath the record numbers, some fault lines. And now a full-blown EVM tampering row. Images from Falta allegedly showing tape pasted over a candidate button, triggering political showdown. The Election Commission cracks down. West Bengal CEO Manoj Kumar Agarwal has ordered repolling wherever complaints of tape, glue, ink or paint obscuring candidate details are found.
যেখানে ফিল্ড থেকে রিপোর্ট আসছে, যেখানে অবজারভার রিপোর্ট আসবে, ওখানে আমাদের জিরো টলারেন্স আছে। আমরা আগাম বললাম, আর এখন যেটা আছে এসব জায়গা যেখানে পাওয়া গেছে, যেখানে পাওয়া যাবে, সব জায়গায় রিপোর্ট হবে।
FIRs will be filed and legal action will be taken against those responsible. 77 complaints were reported in phase 2, 23 already confirmed. South 24 Parganas at the epicenter. Falta reported 32 complaints, Magrahat 13, Diamond Harbour 29, Baj 3. The political war is escalating. The BJP has alleged a conspiracy, claiming its button was deliberately blocked to deny votes.
निर्वाचन कमीशन को मैं अनुरोध करता हूं, जो आप फलता में थोड़ा सा दृष्टि दीजिए, साफ सुथरा वोट हो, ऐसे करिए। वहाँ पर जो काल्पिट लोग हैं उसको अरेस्ट कीजिए।
ममता बनर्जी और टीएमसी सरकार सोचे होंगे कि जिस तरह 15 साल वो लोग इलेक्शन किए हैं, डरा के धमका के, कल भी फलता में जो ईवीएम उसका बीजेपी का नाम के ऊपर सेलो टेप लगा के ब्लॉक कर दिया था, इस बार नहीं होगा। थोड़ा सा भी चूक होगा तो वहां पर रीपोल होगा।
The TMC has hit back hard, calling it staged drama, accusing the BJP of planting tape to manufacture controversy.
তো নিজে একটা ক্যান্ডিডেটের নিয়ম নেই বুথে ঢুকে গিয়ে ইভিএম মেশিন চেক করবা, ইভিএম মেশিন যাওয়া, এটা নিয়ম নেই। আপনি প্রিসাইডিং অফিসারকে জিজ্ঞেস করবেন, যে অবজারভার আছে, সিভিল অবজারভার, এক্সিকিউটিভ অবজারভার, তারও উনিও গিয়ে ওই বুথে গিয়ে 117 নম্বর বুথে গিয়ে বলেছে যে প্রার্থীর কোনো এখতিয়ার নেই যে বুথে ঢুকে গিয়ে ইভিএম মেশিন চেক করবে বা ইভিএম মেশিনে যাবে বা ইভিএম হাত দেবে। তাহলে ও নিজে ইভিএম মেশিনে গেছে, আমি তো প্রার্থী, আমি তো যেতে পারতাম। তা ও নিজে গিয়ে নিজে পকেটে করে ওই টেপ নিয়ে গিয়ে নিজে মেরে দিয়ে আমাদের বদনাম করার চেষ্টা করেছে।
So as Bengal scripts history with record turnout, the battle is far from over. From a turnout tsunami to tampering tremors, the war of Bengal is now at boiling point. With Tapas Sen Gupta, Bureau Report, India Today.
taking you through the latest news break that's coming in. A massive tragedy in Madhya Pradesh's Jabalpur. A boat carrying 30 people has capsized. 15 of them have been rescued. 4 have drowned. Efforts to rescue the others continue. With that, viewers, it's a wrap on this edition of our coverage. On the other side, Rajdeep Sardesai takes over.
But this is the first time I'm meeting Saif, the tiger enthusiast.
Of course.
Truly iconic big cats.
Lions, we have Paro.
Not Devdas's Paro, I assume.
The valor of the Maharajas and the might of the tigers is going to be wild.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है। तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें। जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील। जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT Tires, their long tire life, exceptional road grip or unmatched comfort. BKT Tires, elevate your drive.
Character, the taste of success.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
From the streets of Calcutta to the heart of Bengal, I've covered every corner, every voice.
Join India's #1 election team for epic verdict day coverage on the Indian Political League. 4th May, 6 a.m. onwards, only on India Today.
In association with HDFC Sky, make money matter. Download now. Jindal Stainless.
But this is the first time I'm meeting Saif, the tiger enthusiast.
Of course.
Truly iconic big cats.
Lions, we have Paro.
Not Devdas's Paro, I assume.
The valor of the Maharajas and the might of the tigers is going to be wild.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है। तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें। जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
मैं 4 तारीख का इंतज़ार करूंगा और देखूंगा उसके आधार पर क्या नतीजे आते हैं। रही बात परसेंटेज की, इसको भी बहुत गंभीरतापूर्वक देखने की आवश्यकता है। एक्चुअल और परसेंटेज दोनों को अगर कंपैरेटिव स्केल पे देखें 21 से लेके अब तक, तो शायद आपको कुछ खास अंतर नजर नहीं आएगा। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, अभी भी ट्रिब्यूनल में बहुत लाखों केस पेंडिंग है, जिसके बारे में माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय तक ने कह दिया था कि इस बार नहीं तो अगली बार दे लेना वोट। हालांकि वो कमेंट अनसेटलिंग था, असहज करता था। अगर उनमें से कई हजार अब क्लियर होंगे तो उनका ये जो मिसिंग वोट है उसकी जिम्मेवारी किस पे है? कोई है या नहीं? इस लोकतंत्र में अब जिम्मेवारी का कोई मतलब नहीं रहा।
बंगाल के अंदर आप जिस तरीके से राजनीति कर रहे हैं, मेरा मानना है एग्जिट पोल कुछ भी दिखाए, बंगाल के अंदर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी। एक एग्जिट पोल तो तमिलनाडु में बता रहा है केरला के अंदर हमारी सरकार बन रही है, और वो सिर्फ इसलिए बन रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर वही हरकतें करती जो बंगाल के अंदर कर रही है तो शायद केरला में भी सरकार बना सकती थी। लेकिन पूरे देश को ये भी मैसेज देना है कि हम विपक्ष भी एक जगह चुनाव जीत गया तो देश के लोगों को लोकतंत्र पे भरोसा रखना चाहिए, लोगों को मिसगाइड करने के लिए।
Sorry.
Presented by Parul University, यहाँ पॉसिबल है।
Co-powered by
Panasonic AC, इंडिया का कैप्टन कूल। Co-powered by Jindal Stainless।
Good evening, hello and welcome. welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. We've got plenty on the show tonight, this Thursday night. But we're going to get cracking first, as always, with the 9 headlines at 9 today. As another exit poll claims a big BJP win in West Bengal, Mamta Banerjee rejects the projections. Says TMC winning 226 seats this time. A big rival, Suvendu Adhikari, says confident of forming BJP government in Didi's one-time fortress. High drama in Kolkata. Trinamool Congress netas now stage a protest outside the strong room in the city. Alleged EVM manipulation attempt by BJP along with EC officials. Poll body denies the allegations. Two pollsters predict actor turned politician Vijay's blockbuster debut in Tamil Nadu. Vijay meets TVK candidates, tells them to maintain vigil at counting centres. Chief Minister Stalin also asked DMK cadres to be extra careful. Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma versus Pawan Khera in Apex Court. Supreme Court reserves order on Khera's anticipatory bail plea over defamation charges. Congress leader likens Hemanta as an anti-constitutional cowboy Rambo. Tragic incident coming from Jabalpur. At least 4 people dead, several injured after a boat capsizes. Rescue operations currently underway. A big relief for Karishma Kapoor's kids in the Sanjay Kapoor wealth case. Delhi High Court orders to maintain status quo and restrains Priya Kapoor from dealing with assets. Amidst havoc in the Hormuz Straits, US to step up pressure on cities to help reopen the strait. Iran threatens painful response if US resumes the attacks. Amid soaring crude oil prices, rupee slides to a fresh low, crosses 95.34 against the US dollar. Sensex and Nifty also tumble further. And Rajasthan Royals captain Riyan Parag escapes a ban but is fined for vaping during the IPL. BCCI slaps a fine of 25% of his match fee for breaching the code of conduct. But the story that's breaking at the moment, Trinamool Congress leaders Shashi Panja and Kunal Ghosh, both candidates, are now sitting on a dharna in front of the strong room outside Netaji Indoor Stadium in Kolkata. They allege that attempts were being made by the BJP and the Election Commission officials to open the ballot boxes without the presence of relevant party representatives. So that's coming in from Kolkata at the moment. High drama within a day of exit polls coming out and of course the voting concluding. Let's just listen in to what they had to say.
आप लोगों को बोला है कोई अंदर में नहीं है, ये सिर्फ स्ट्रांग रूम है, तो कोई अंदर में नहीं है या है, ये तो बाहर में जो इलेक्शन कमीशन का जो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रहा है सीसी कैम में, तो आप देखिए वहां पर कुछ लोग काम कर रहे हैं अंदर में और हम लोगों का कोई रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं है, वो काम कर रहा है। पूछने के बाद वो बोल रहा है पोस्टल बैलेट सेग्रीगेट कर रहा है। अच्छा ठीक है, लेकिन वो इधर से आया, सोर्स क्या है वो तो नहीं क्लियर किया।
आरो আছে সব আছে, কোনো গাইডলাইন ফলো হবে না, হি হ্যাভ টু ইমপ্লিমেন্ট ইট। লেট আস সি কি আপনি আছে সিল রুম ভিতরে কে ঢুকে যাবে, ওখানে ডাবল লকিং কি আছে, সিল রুম ভিতরে লোক ঢুকে গেছে।
Okay, now even as that latest drama plays out, remember exit polls suggesting, several of them, that Mamta Banerjee's 15-year reign in West Bengal could be coming to an end. Banerjee has rejected the verdict coming out from some of the exit polls that are predicting a big BJP victory.
ওটা বিজেপির চক্রান্ত এবং বিজেপি এত করেও মানুষের অধিকার থেকে মানুষকে বঞ্চিত করতে পারল না। এবং তাই বিজেপি শেষ খেলাটা খেলেছে প্রেসকে দিয়ে, যাতে উল্টোপাল্টা বলে আমাদের মনোবলটা কর্মীদের ভেঙে যায়, মানুষের মনোবল ভেঙে যায়, শেয়ার বাজারে ধস নামবে আসল সত্যিটা বেরোলে। সেই জন্য শেয়ার মার্কেটকে সান্ত্বনা দিতে গিয়ে, এটা আমার কাছে স্পেসিফিক খবর আছে, এইটা করেছে। এবং আমি পরিষ্কার বলছি, 2016তেও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে, 2021এও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে। ওরা কিন্তু বারবার করে যা এক্সিট পোল যা দেখিয়েছে, টোটালটাই দেখিয়েছে বিজেপির কথায়। এবং আজকে তো আপনারা জানেন, নিরপেক্ষতা বলে ভারতবর্ষে কিছু নেই। আমাদের মামাটি মানুষের সরকারই আমরা গঠন করছি এবং করব। নিশ্চিন্তে থাকুন, নিশ্চিন্তে শান্তভাবে সংযতভাবে থাকুন। ওরা হামলা করলেও আপনারা এক্ষুনি হামলাতে যাবেন না। আমি জানি কালো বেহালাতে অনেক মারধর করেছে, রাতের বেলায় অনেক জায়গায় অত্যাচার করেছে। ভাঙড়ে আমার কর্মীদের যেভাবে পেটানো হয়েছে, রক্তাক্ত করা হয়েছে, এর জবাব ওদের দিতেই হবে আগামী দিন। এর জন্য আমরা ব্যবস্থা করব, আপনাদের আইন হাতে তুলে নেওয়ার দরকার নেই। আর আমি প্রশাসনকেও বলবো, অনেক খেল আপনারা দেখিয়েছেন বিজেপির কথায়, দয়া করে কাউন্টিংয়ে আমাদের ছেলে মেয়েদের গায়ে বা মানুষের গায়ে বা কোনো রাজনৈতিক দলের গায়ে हाथ देওয়ার চেষ্টা করবেন না। অনেক পিটিয়েছেন, আর নয়।
भाई एग्जिट पोल ठीक है, मैं ग्राउंड का एग्जिट पोल बता रहा हूँ, 180 प्लस बीजेपी, लेकिन जो अच्छा मेजोरिटी से भाजपा सरकार बन रहा है मोदी जी का नहीं।
I want to go straight across to Indrajit Kundu. Both the major parties, of course, making conflicting claims predictably, Indrajit, but the latest drama being played out in Netaji Indoor Stadium where candidates have gathered to protest what they are saying, the manner in which the EVM and ballot box machines were being moved allegedly without the election commission's, without the political party reps being there. Can you tell us what is happening around you?
You know, BJP workers and Trinamool Congress workers are now face-to-face right now. Shashi Panja and Kunal Ghosh, they were protesting here, and in North Kolkata candidates, and now one BJP candidate, Taposh Roy, has reached the location at the strong room. Now he wants to inspect, even as we speak, West Bengal, Trinamool Congress Supremo Mamta Banerjee, she has already left the house and she has gone to Shakhawat Memorial School, where the EVMs of Bhawanipur are stored. So Mamta Banerjee has rushed to Shakhawat Memorial strong room, where her local Bhawanipur EVMs are stored. And here at the Netaji Indoor Stadium, you can see high drama. There are Central Force deployed. Tapas Roy, who is the BJP candidate, he has rushed here, even when the Trinamool candidates are sitting here, and there is, police is trying to guard these two teams as BJP and Trinamool Congress workers to start, sloganeering against each other. This is the CCTV. You can see, this is the CCTV. Police is trying to get aggressive right now. This is the CCTV. I'll try and ask my camera person to show. The Trinamool Congress has alleged that there was some suspicious activity inside the strong room, which is visible from outside, and you can see complete chaos that has broken out. I will show you Trinamool Congress workers on one side, BJP workers on the other side, complete chaos. You can see here, slogans against each other that has started, and I will show you how Trinamool Congress candidates, two of them high profile, Shashi Panja and Kunal Ghosh, still hold up here, and they are sitting here and they are trying to hold fort even as they wait for Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee to come. We are given to understand that Chief Minister has already reached Shakhawat Memorial, where the EVMs for Bhawanipur, her own constituency, has been kept. Rajdeep, I'll just reach out to Kunalda once again. Kunalda, just tell us, what kind of suspicious activity did you see?
You see, there is sealed strong room. So they are breaking seal without any witness. How can it be possible? This is totally illegal, immoral and fishy activities in favor of BJP.
All right, so serious allegations coming in, and even as the Trinamool Congress candidates sitting here outside the strong room, we can see the BJP candidate Taposh Roy. He has now reached out to this location with his supporters, and as soon as he reached out, there were there was a confrontation between BJP and Trinamool Congress supporters. Even as I speak, on the other side, there you can see right at the gate, the police is trying to put a barricade between the two groups, and BJP leader, candidate Tapas Roy, he is holed up here right at the gate of this very strong room which has the EVMs for some of the crucial North Kolkata seats like Maniktala, like Shampukur, like Beleghata. And as I say, Rajdeep, Mamata Banerjee has come out of her house. She has rushed to the Shakhawat Memorial School, which is also the counting center for Bhawanipur, where the EVMs have been kept in a strong room. And it is likely that she would now come to this place to inspect this location. Back to you.
Very interesting. It seems almost as if the hyper-polarized politics of West Bengal already playing out even before counting day. You can see Tapas Roy there of the BJP, and the candidates of the Trinamool are both there on the ground. So that's what's happening at the moment in Kolkata. Clearly, a confrontation of sorts is brewing there on the ground. And all of this is taking place within 24 hours of the polling ended. And remember, counting is on the 4th. Amidst all of this, we'll go back to those images later, because amidst all of this, the fact is we have the poll of polls now. West Bengal, remember, has chosen, at least in 2 phases. And what are the poll of polls saying? Clearly, a majority of the polls are suggesting the BJP could create a slice of history on Monday by winning West Bengal for the first time. The latest poll that came out gave a big bumper victory. Today's Chanakya, 192. We still don't know, though, what methodology and sample size he's taken, but 192 to BJP, 100 to TMC. Matrice and other polls, as you can see, all heading in the direction of the BJP. The 2 outliers there are People's Pulse, which is giving Trinamool Congress the bigger victory, and SAS Group, which is also giving a big victory to the Trinamool, and Janmat. So there are about 4 polls clearly heading in the direction of the BJP, 3 in the direction of the Trinamool Congress. But overall, it's obvious now that change of some kind, whether Mamata Banerjee's seats reduce or she's completely smashed by the BJP in this election, we will know on Monday. But the BJP is growing, that's without a doubt. How much is it growing is one of the big questions that I want to pose. Because remember, West Bengal has always been seen as one of the last frontiers for the BJP. They could well be breaching a major fortress if these numbers that today's Chanakya and some of the others are holding. If, on the other hand, those who are suggesting a Trinamool win, Mamata Banerjee will create a slice of history, become only the 3rd chief minister to win 4 consecutive elections in a major state, the previous ones being Jyoti Basu and Naveen Patnaik. So either way, history could be created on Monday, depending on which poll turns out to be more accurate. Now, before I go to my guests, I want to say that one of the interesting aspects is Pradeep Gupta of Axis My India, one of the country's most recognized pollsters, has chosen not to give a poll for West Bengal. And I spoke to him a short while ago, and I asked him that question to Pradeep Gupta. Why is it that a leading pollster has chosen to opt out of an exit poll for such a key battleground state? Listen in to what Pradeep Gupta told me a short while ago. Pradeep Gupta, you're making the news this time for not doing a poll. Normally you make the news in case your numbers are right or wrong. This time you made the news for not doing an exit poll for the key state of West Bengal. Let's be honest, Pradeep, why did you opt out at the last moment?
At Axis My India, our methodology is very simple: face-to-face interview with representative sampling. And when I say that, we need to talk to people. And in the state of West Bengal, this time, trust me, I've been there myself. 70 to 80% of people not willing to even open out their mouth. It's not that we straight away go and ask people whom we are voted to. There is a process. That comfort level has to be drawn, and then only we can talk, in detail. But this time, I have seen myself, nobody is willing to even speak out anything. They say sorry.
This is man and woman, male and women, you're saying, were not willing to speak?
More in women, less in men, comparatively.
Now, but the fact is, Pradeep Gupta, your team was on the ground for several months. You've been always very honest in disclosing the fact that you've polled for the BJP in terms, that's why you don't do opinion polls. So your team was there, presumably doing ground surveys for the last 5-6 months. Did you notice this only in the last week that suddenly people were not speaking? Because otherwise, how do you even poll for a political party?
Rajdeep, so this is something in your mind that we poll only for the BJP or this or that. In case of state of West Bengal, trust me, we have been doing survey 4 months back, and that to non-political survey, and our people have been sent to the jail. And I have taken up this matter to Calcutta High Court, and they have given verdict also, and our people have spent 21 days there. So it's not that suddenly something had come up and this is happening and all that. This was the case. But as a profession, we need to keeps on trying, keeps on doing it. And that is the reason why we tried our best. Post-poll study, as I always tells you, we don't do anything on the polling day. We go next day after polling, which is called the post-poll study. Right. It is not allowed to do the exit poll or conduct the exit poll on the same day of polling. So we have gone there. Last 6-7 days, we tried enough, hard enough, but we could talk to only 20 to 25% of the people of our sampling. And that is not representative enough for me to put the number forward. You see, because I'm showing Pradeep today's Chanakya, Matri's, Poll Diary, People's Bus, P-Mark, SAS Group, Janmat, all of which are giving numbers of their exit polls. Are you telling me they had no problem, but you had a problem? Or are we to raise question marks over these other pollsters who have put out numbers with such confidence? Today's Chanakya giving as much as 192 today to the BJP? Rajdeep, each of the agencies we are mentioning has a different methodology, and there are 3-4 different methodology in the market survey arena, which is the CAPI, which is the computer-aided personal interview. That is what we follow. Strictly we follow that. CATI, which is the telephonic interview. CAVI, which is the link-based, web-based interviews. So this is the different and one is the qualitative. They don't do survey as much as we do. They do some analysis based on their qualitative experience and wisdom. So this is something, each one of the agency has a different methodology. What should I comment on them? No, while you're saying they have different methodologies, now correct me if I'm wrong, you do on usually about 100 people you sample per Vidhan Sabha constituency, am I correct? Which is representative, yes. That is your tradition. So in state like West Bengal, you would have done 100 into 294. You would have ended up doing about 29,000. You're telling me you are only able to do 25% of that because there was a fear factor that people were not willing to speak out or silent. Who did they fear? Did they fear the TMC? Did they fear the central forces, the BJP? Who did they fear? Rajdeep, when you knock the door and people say, sorry, we don't want you do not have the luxury to ask to them whom they are fearing to. It's just that if any unknown person comes to your doorstep and knock it, and you cannot say that I am fearing this, I am fearing that. It's just that they are talking or they are not talking.
Okay, there you heard Pradeep Gupta give us his reasons, saying that 70% of the sample he was attempting to survey were not willing to speak. Silence in the air. What does it suggest? Does it suggest, as some are saying, that people are looking for change but don't want to express it? Or is there fear of central forces? Sayantan Ghosh, author of a recent good book, Battleground Bengal, joins me. Rahul Verma, Fellow Center for Policy Research, is with us. Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, with us. Ashutosh is also with us. Thank you all very much for joining us at this moment. Sayantan, you've been tracking Bengal in your book for quite a while now. Give us a sense what we are seeing already playing out one day after the polling has ended, another battle taking place in the heart of Kolkata. Meanwhile, our polls are showing a lot of voters, poll showing BJP perhaps having the edge. What's your sense? Is this a hyper-polarized election? Where is this now confrontation of the kind we are seeing playing out already going to carry on?
Thank you, Rajdeep, for this opportunity. So, what is happening today? I think that's the politics of West Bengal. It's always fascinating. It's always on the ground. West Bengal's politics. Everybody is try to be a street fighter, wants to hit the street. Okay, you have seen Mr. Modi traveling on the grounds like this also. So that is one part of the story. The other part of the story is what I think Mr. Gupta told you, that this time a very silent election is happening. On the ground, there is a silence within the voters. Okay, they are not sharing their opinion. Another thing is that I'm not quite sure about the exit polls results because see, I'm not saying that BJP cannot win this election. Of course, anything can happen and BJP can win. But the kind of result which the exit polls are showing, that means that the complete social engineering of West Bengal has completely shifted.
Total Hindu consolidation. If these numbers are right of Chanakya and these other polls, there would be total Hindu consolidation. Am I correct or not?
Yes, but not only Hindu consolidation. When we are saying Hindu consolidation, we are including the women as well. In West Bengal, we have not seen any trend of till now that women are shifting their allegiance from the TMC led by Mamata Banerjee. So that's why I'm saying that it will change the social engineering. The Muslims, okay, if the BJP wins in this number, that means that consolidation of Muslims, which have been happening 2011 onwards, towards they always vote in a block. That is also not happened. So that means a massive split in the Muslim vote. We do not have that kind of sense on the ground as well. So and also,
so you're saying this could be a tectonic shift, of course, if the BJP wins. All of this is a big if. I want to turn to you, Neerja Chaudhary, because the headline we put is do or die battle for TMC, and we're already seeing it playing out at Netaji Stadium at the moment. TMC leaders have gone there claiming that there are irregularities in the way ballot boxes are being stored. All of this suggests a nervousness. Mamata Banerjee also addressing nervousness, desperation. How do you see it?
Yes, the body language of Mamata Banerjee since yesterday morning, the day of the second phase of polling. You know, normally she comes out in the afternoon. She came out in the morning, was supervising the poll arrangements in her constituency, Bhavanipur. So that was a new element. And generally, you can see the tension, the tautness, the defensiveness in the TMC. And you're right, if the kind of turbulence we are seeing today, what happens on the day of counting? How does government formation take place? Will the results be accepted by either side depending on whoever wins? It's a very, very highly polarized election, no doubt about it, because the stakes, Rajdeep, as you know, are very, very high for both sides. Now, you know, Pradeep Gupta, we saw on the screen what he had to say. Pradeep Gupta is very cautious this time vis-a-vis the Bengal exit polls. Valid that, 70% of the people didn't talk to him. But he has taken the risk in Tamil Nadu. He's given a projection to Vijay, a newcomer, saying that he would lead by 100 seats. Now, that's taking high risk, which the other exit polls have not taken, but he's not prepared to take that risk in West Bengal, which shows that nobody really is confident of, what Bengal is going to yield. And we've seen two parallel streams play out. One for Mamata, standing like a rock between the BJP and what I call might have been the deluge to sweep away TMC. And on the other side, there is the aspirational Bengal that wants jobs, industry, a better life. And that's much more the middle class and in the urban centers. So which will weigh heavier? That is the question.
That's a very good way to put it. Rahul Verma, as I said, Pradeep Gupta has now reached the stage where he says the voters are silent, hence I don't want to predict. Doesn't happen too often that pollsters throw their hands up and say we're not even putting out any numbers. Are you seeing this all as a product of a hyper-polarized society? It was left versus Mamata for years. Now it could be Mamata Banerjee versus BJP. And therefore, whatever happens on the 4th, that polarization still remains on the ground and could, unfortunately, lead to clashes of the kind that we are already seeing today.
Absolutely. Rajdeep, 3 points. First, Bengal has always been difficult to poll. Anyone who does surveys and knows about surveys, Bengal has been a difficult state because of multiple reasons. Surveyors get arrested or sometimes picked by party people, and then you have to call and get them out. So this is not just Pradeep's story. I know different polling agencies, in fact, even academic surveys, which are done for writing journal papers and others, people do face problems. So that's common in Bengal. Second point, which is to do with this hyperpolarization. And I think something is very different this time. And why I'm saying something is different, because before this, the rules of the elections were contested. This time, the rules of elections are being contested, right? In some ways, Bengal resembles a state under a siege. You had 2,000 companies of police force, central paramilitary forces. 500 are going to stay after even the counting has happened. Remember, and I said 3 days ago, 92% turnout worries me. Like everyone thinks like at certain level, when there is too much turnout, that means that stake for every voter is so high that they want to participate. The reason they want to participate, not only because my vote will not, I will not be allowed to vote next time, but they think if other party, my opponent comes to power, I will be in severe trouble, right? So stakes have become so high that you've got this level of turnout. SIR happened everywhere, but the jump in turnout wasn't as much as you saw in Bengal. And so you are absolutely right. I think what we are seeing today are worrying signs for what might happen on 4th or afterwards.
You know, Ashutosh, taking off from what Rahul Verma says, there is a belief that either anti-incumbency has set in, as it did with the left in 2011. This could be 2011 redux, with only the proviso that perhaps Mamata Banerjee has at least 60 to 70 seats where she's possibly difficult to beat, but otherwise very similar, many would say, if the Chanakya poll holds, or if some of the other polls hold. It shows that while the BJP is growing, it's still not completely been able to capture Bengal. Do you believe that that in itself, this uncertainty, is now playing out? Mamata Banerjee on the street, TMC Netas on the street, Shuvendu Adhikari also on the street, that street politics is taking over once again in a very dangerous form.
See, Rajdeep, that's a traditional way of looking at Bengal election this time. In my opinion, the Bengal is a new electoral, is a new laboratory in Indian electoral history. Something which is happening in Bengal I have never heard, never seen something like this. The issue is that 27 lakh people are denied their voting rights, and Supreme Court has concurred with that decision of Election Commission, despite Supreme Court itself saying that you have changed the rule. Those whose name appeared in 2002 revision, they don't need to put any document. This is what comment has come from the Supreme Court itself. But 27 lakh people have been denied that right to exercise their right. The second issue is the IPAC, the election management team of TMC, director is arrested a few days before the election, and he gets a bail on the very next day when the second round of the poll happens. And mind it, he was arrested by ED. And anybody getting a bail under PMLA Act is the most difficult thing. But here, the ED lawyer is saying, no, I have no objection if you get, my lord, if you can give him a bail. That means...
No, you're suggesting that the entire system, in a sense, there has been no level playing field and the system has been gamed in a way, is your charge. That's a charge you're making.
No,
At the end of the day, the voters vote. At the end of the day, 93-94% voters have voted.
Rajdeep, how can we talk about the election when 27 lakh people are not allowed to vote? And then don't forget it. The proposer of the proposer of Mamata Banerjee's house was raided by income tax. One of the police officers was with Mamata Banerjee has been raided. And if these are normal things, then I don't have to say anything. Now, and the elephant in the room is the SIR itself. Now, nobody exactly knows what happened in the different constituencies, how many people's name are deleted, and whether it is going to favor BJP, whether it is going to favor TMC. So if we are applying our simple, normal, traditional, conventional tool, then certainly we can't reach to any conclusion. We can't say, as of now, I'm not in a position to say whether the BJP is winning or the TMC is winning. If we go by conventional wisdom, I can say that the TMC has an edge. But if you consider all these things which happen over there,
I take your point about 27 lakh voters. The fact that 27 lakh voters, many of whom seemingly are legitimate citizens but have not been even able to approach the tribunal to vote, is a serious question, and the Supreme Court of this country will have to answer that. But Shayantan, what's your view? Is SIR still playing on the minds of people? The fact that so many people didn't get to vote, was that a cause of anxiety, or was that a cause of people saying, no, we've got... Finally, there are those who believe, particularly the middle classes, urban middle classes, who believe, no, we want... there were any number of people in Bengal who are not citizens of this country, were Ghuspetiyas. Has that Ghuspetiya narrative worked or not on the ground?
One thing which I would like to tell you, because Ashutosh ji was talking about it, if you check the tribunals, I'm not going into the exact records, but if the tribunal has attended 100 cases, then what has happened is 90 out of 99 out of it have been cleared as being genuine voters. That's the trend right now. Okay, and in the tribunal.
So you're saying a majority of the 27 lakh voters who were struck off were genuine. The tribunal cleared about 1,400 names, 99% those who approached. Do you believe that's a factor, that is one of the reasons? Because the way SIR has been conducted, it has further polarized society, those who are left out and those who have been able to vote.
Yes, exactly, that's what I'm trying to say. I believe that the high turnout which we have seen is because of an emotional voting. Everybody in West Bengal, of course, the urban population and rural population, there are differences, but the emotion on the ground has worked. That okay, I know a person whose genuine name has been deleted. Okay, so that emotional factor has worked. In solidarity, many people have voted. Okay. There is anxiety as well. Okay, everybody whose name is there in the voter list, they have worked hard to put their name because of the kind of the legalities. They have made it so complex. Everybody
I take your point. You make a good point. There's anxiety, you believe, among those who feel left out, and including their relatives. But Neerja Chaudhary, you've covered elections for many years. Have you therefore seen anything quite like this? The manner in which the West Bengal election has played out, Neerja, over the last couple of months. Mamata Banerjee went to the Supreme Court on the SIR issue. Now today you're seeing her leaders protesting outside an EVM strong room. The BJP also has been out on the street. The Home Minister has spent much of the last month in West Bengal. You've got all these security forces out there. Have you seen anything quite like this?
No, Rajdeep, 91 lakh voters deleted, as they say. I don't remember that kind of a figure in any election, to be honest. And we don't know this 27 lakh that we are talking about. We don't know how it's going to pan out. But let me just tell you this, that the Muslims were more exercised by the SIR and the deletions than the Hindus. And Hindus were also exercised, those whose families and loved ones and friends had been subjected to harassment, standing in the queues, at the end of it not getting justice. That is going to make a difference. But I found the Hindus considering it as one more inconvenience, not that kind of a strong opposition to SIR as one might have seen. But on silence that, you talked about earlier, I think silence of the voter, I found also women, those who were voting for change, starting off by saying, it's in God's hands. or we will know on May 4. And if you scratch further, they would say, we are voting for change. I didn't hear people say, I'm voting for BJP. That to me was very interesting. And I think the fear, those who were voting for TMC talked about it much more openly, the women. Those who were voting for change did not talk about it openly. So there was obviously a fear of the TMC workers or cadre. And last elections were remembered when, those who had voted were targeted. But it's also true that with the forces, central forces coming in on the polling day, that there may have been a greater reluctance to talk because people did not want to get caught in the firing line. On the one hand, the TMC cadre, and on the other hand, the central forces. So they will, it's possible 70%, said we don't want to. Of course, those of us who are journalists sat with them for a long, long time, chatted them up, didn't ask for their names, promised not to take photographs, and then people opened up, yes. But I suppose those who do the surveys, the exit polls don't have that kind of time.
So you've seen you saw signs of change. I mean, this is the question, that when you get such high voter turnout, Rahul, and we've discussed this earlier, high voter turnout in recent elections, Rahul, doesn't always mean anti-incumbency. But West Bengal could be different, given the fact that if there are these other factors that have played out, 15 years in power, do you believe that this is an election where one side was pushing for change and BJP represented change, and Mamata Banerjee was playing the trope of Bengali Asmita, of centre versus Kolkata in the manner that she has in the past?
Two different points. First one is, I think...
Meanwhile, I just want to stop you for a moment. The poll body in West Bengal has rejected the charges that there was any foul play. The EC has told all parties about the ballot segregation. The BJP claims that Mamata Banerjee is making excuses for an impending poll defeat. Mamata Banerjee is claiming this is yet another example, she says, of the centre trying to influence the verdict there. Now, the BJP has also gone and staged a protest at the Netaji Stadium. But go ahead very quickly, Rahul.
So first thing, if some of the projections about BJP coming to power in Bengal holds true, I think it's happening because what you can call as setting up of a perfect storm. I think the SIR process and then this heavy security created some kind of a sort of like sense of relief among BJP workers and voters. Second, I think there is some level of anti-incumbency. Many reporters documented it. In fact, like welfare architecture might be also under crack. Your own reporter showed that women saying that we just don't want 1,500, we want more jobs. So there is also aspiration. Third, I think BJP ran a much better campaign compared to 2021. They made lesser mistakes or less mistakes compared to... So you can only get a number of like BJP touching or crossing majority mark. I don't believe 200 plus kind of a number can only happen when all of these things coming together. And we also need to remember that power in Bengal does not change peacefully. We don't have to be let's not forget history so easily that this is something happening first time. Just read from January to May, 2011 pages, and you will know the number of people who had died when the power changed from left to Trinamool Congress. And go back to 1972 election in Bengal, hegemonic parties don't lose silently. Right. So let's not create as if this is Bengal is unique state. The power in 50 years has changed only once.
And many called it in recent times a party state because the Trinamool Congress had sort of dominated all parts of civil society. But Ashutosh, therefore, if at all the BJP does win West Bengal on Monday, would it suggest to you that this is the ultimate citadel broken? All that remains then is Kerala, possibly deep south. Otherwise, the BJP's imprint will truly, the Hindutva imprint will be all over the country. And this is barely 2 years after the party struggled and did not get a majority in the Lok Sabha.
See, Rajdeep, I'll come to that conclusion and analysis of that only on the 4th. If the BJP wins, why I should not say that the TMC can win? See, the BJP can win in only one condition. That condition is if you take 2021 CSDS data as a benchmark, that data very clearly shows that almost 55% of the Hindus are mobilized in favor of the BJP. But the catch is this 55% is not enough for the BJP to win elections. BJP has to cross the mark of 60 to 63% votes, Hindu voters vote, and only then they can win. Because there's the 2M, which is solidly with the TMC. That one is the Muslim. The last time they voted almost 75%. If we go by CSDS data, and this time that number 75 is going up. There's no doubt about it in my mind. The second is that the women voters. Last time the difference was 50% and 37%. Now the issue is the issue is very simple. In 2020 and 21, Mamata Banerjee did not have any welfare scheme, especially for the women. She came out with the Lakshmi Bhandar Yojana. She came out with the Rupa Shri Yojana. She came out with the Kanya Shri Yojana, and all these welfare must have benefited more than 1.5
People want
crore
more.
women.
You know, the aspirations can keep rising. Aspirations can keep rising. You want jobs, you want much more. Ye dil mange more.
Rajdeep, that's okay. That's okay. But if Mamata was getting 50% of the women's vote in 2021, when there was no welfare scheme targeting only the women, now there are the specific, the Lakshmi Bhandar Yojana 1,500, and for SC ST it is 1,700, and then for the Kanya Shri 25,000 for the marriage and then the educational support that has benefited almost more than a crore. Now the issue is, if the welfare scheme is any benchmark, if on the basis of welfare scheme, BJP can win in Haryana, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra, and in Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, why not Mamata Banerjee?
Well, because, we'll wait and see. I'm not going to, I have decided that exit polls cannot become the basis of knowing who's won and who's lost. I'm just trying to understand for our audiences also why this election in West Bengal has become so critical. One of it, of course, is that if that citadel falls, it's a big blow to a major regional party. It's a big blow to the India alliance. And it could further see a splintering of that alliance as well. And it makes the BJP more and more of a dominant party. I appreciate my guest joining us on this show and giving us your...
The obituary of the India alliance has been written.
I'm not writing anyone's obituary.
The obituary of India alliance is written. The time has come to, I think we have to rethink about it.
Okay, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens on the 4th. But I just thank my guests. I also want to tell you about the high drama that's going on. Those are the visuals playing out at the moment. All of this came over strong rooms at the Election Commission. The Election Commission has said that all parties were there when the EVMs were being moved. This was challenged by the Trinamool Congress. The BJP has got into it. And as you can see, there is a clash that has come at the Netaji Stadium. The voting may be over, but that intense political confrontation that we witnessed in Bengal continues, with the TMC accusing the BJP of being hand in glove with the Election Commission. Tapas Roy, once with Mamata Banerjee, is one of the candidates now of the BJP, saying that Mamata is setting up an excuse for defeat. Mamata Banerjee is saying that the entire process is being rigged. We'll obviously hear much more of that in the days ahead. I want to take a break at this moment. When we return, I'll just give you a bit on the other big story that we're tracking, and that's coming in from Chennai, where there too, there's lots that's going on. Back in a moment. But this is the first time I'm meeting Saif, the tiger enthusiast.
Of course.
Truly iconic big cats.
Lions, we have Paro.
Not Devdas's Paro, I assume.
The valor of the Maharajas and the might of the tigers is going to be wild.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे हर सॉलिड इसकी फील
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
Character, the taste of success. Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Presented by Parul University, यहाँ पॉसिबल है।
Co-powered by
Panasonic AC, इंडिया का कैप्टन कूल। Co-powered by Jindal Stainless.
Welcome back. Just to tell you that the other big state where there's lots of action already taking place is Tamil Nadu. Ever since the exit polls suggested a surge for debutant actor, politician Vijay, both the main Dravida parties are looking very closely at what Vijay will do and are already looking at the possibility in some instances of a potential hung assembly and what a hung assembly would do. Who would Vijay go with? Take a look at all those numbers there. A number of the polls are putting the DMK ahead, but there is one outlier, Axis My India, that has put Vijay at number 1. But in all the polls, particularly in today's Chanakya and Axis, Vijay is getting the kind of votes that could lead to a potential hung assembly in Tamil Nadu, even though the DMK-led alliance appears to hold the edge. They are the ones across the polls, barring that one poll of vote vibe, which puts the AIDMK ahead. In almost all the other polls, it is the DMK which is taking the lead. But the Vijay factor is clearly playing out in Tamil Nadu. What is this Vijay factor? What is Vijay up to today? All his legislators have gathered around him in Tamil Nadu. Let's take a look at how Vijay is preparing, including looking at post-poll options amidst reports that the AIDMK may be willing to ally with him to keep the DMK out depending on the final numbers. My colleague Pramod Madhav now reports.
He was not even expected to be the kingmaker. But Talapati could well emerge as the king in his very first election. While most exit polls for Tamil Nadu suggest Vijay's party could make a strong debut in terms of vote share, one forecast has truly stirred the pot. Axis My India pegs TVK at 98 to 120 seats in the 234-member assembly. A range that places it either just short of the halfway mark or potentially in majority territory on its own. That projection has triggered intense political buzz across the state. Vijay has already held a strategy meeting with party candidates at the party's Chennai headquarters, charting the road ahead. He has instructed the cadre to reach the counting centre at 6 a.m. on the verdict day and be prepared for the results. The party remains confident, even suggesting it could outperform exit poll estimates and stake claim to form the government independently.
இப்போது தமிழக வெற்றிக்கழகத்துடைய தலைவர் தளபதியுடைய அவருடைய விசில் புரட்சி தான் தமிழ்நாட்டில் மட்டுமல்ல உலக அளவில் தெரிய போகிறது. இதுதான் நடக்கப் போகிறது. 200 இடங்களில் அவர் வெற்றி பெறுவார். அவர்தான் தமிழ்நாட்டை ஆள்வார். இது மக்களால் தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிற ஒன்று.
The Access My India poll projects the NDA at just 22 to 32 seats. And AIADMK is now exploring the possibility of opening the communication channel with Vijay. But any such move will hinge on TVK's final tally. For now, the AIADMK insists exit polls will be off the mark, and the alliance will secure the numbers.
Predictions went wrong in the past history. This is the past history. So now, why? Because we are not relying upon this. They are taking some minor samples from the public. It is not reflecting the real mood of the Tamil Nadu people.
The ruling DMK too has dismissed the projections, downplaying both the exit polls and Vijay's impact.
We have been maintaining that we will win this election with a massive margin. And the exit polls, though they are conservative, in my estimate, the numbers given by these pollsters are conservative. I am very, very confident that we will cross the 180 mark.
The Congress is silent, but a section within the party had sought a tie-up with TVK, which was overruled by the High Command. May 4th will deliver the verdict on Vijay's debut. But at this moment, he stands on the cusp of a potentially historic political entry. Bureau Report, India Today.
So what happens next in Tamil Nadu? Is Vijay going to be kingmaker king, and what will the Dravida parties do? Salem, the Dharni Dharan joins me, DMK senior spokesperson, and Muralidharan, S. Muralidharan, political analyst with us. I appreciate both of you joining us. Mr. Dharni Dharan, I know that most of the polls are showing the DMK close to the halfway mark with its allies, but Vijay doing very well. And if he is in a position to possibly tie up with the AIDMK, there are reports of back-channel talks. How worried are you? How worried? Does the DMK need a clear majority to ensure that Vijay does not become either king or kingmaker?
See, Rajdeep, the elections are over. We have done the hard work, 5 years of excellent government as well as 1 month of campaigning. Now, whatever we discuss is not going to reflect the election result on the May 4th. And I am very confident that my party will sweep the elections. But even otherwise, I've never been a fan of exit polls. The first reason is that Tamil Nadu's electorate is about 4.4 crore odd. The sample sizes do not exceed 40,000, which translate to about 0.1%. For any statistics to account anything, you should at least touch a person, which means it's only 2,000 voters per constituency, less than 2,000, which is less than 10 voters per booth. And is it possible for anyone doing exit polls to go and visit all the booths? It's not possible.
You're dismissing the exit polls. Forget the poll. The fact is, all the polls are showing Vijay is becoming a factor. And that's what the ground reports indicate. Are you dismissing him out of hand? Are you saying there is no Vijay factor in Tamil Nadu?
See, I am saying not all the polls are saying. One poll has highlighted that he may get 100 odd things. That's an outlier.
Yeah, but all the polls are giving him 20, 25, 30. So he's not just a single-digit politician.
I have maintained one position always. I said this election is not about who's going to be the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. This election is going to be about who's going to be the opposition power. Is it going to be ADMK or someone else? This election was about that because Yedapadi Palaniswamy has never won an election ever since he's been appointed as the head of AIADMK. That's the point. It's not Jayalalitha. Okay. So maybe the voters of AIADMK are looking for options and still looking for options because the party based on face, the charisma of the leader. That was Jayalalitha, before that MGR.
You're choosing not to mention Vijay. Is that a conscious strategy, as Muralidharan?
No.
Everyone in Tamil Nadu, and we'll play shots of, Vijay has become the X factor at the moment. I've taken your point, Mr. Muralidharan. Is Vijay, both the AIDMK and DMK fear him because they don't know who he will damage more. And now the possibility that he may be king or kingmaker, does that worry them, you think?
Sorry, Rajiv, is it for me? I didn't get
go ahead. No, do you believe Vijay is worrying both the major Dravidian parties? He's completely changing the landscape.
Your voice is breaking, Rajiv. Not able to get it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
No, sir, I've been
Okay,
having disturbance right from
we'll try and see if we can fix that. I'm sorry about that, but very quick final point, Salem, do you believe that Vijay is someone who you don't want to talk about because you fear that he could be the X factor of this election come Monday? Is he someone you're ready? He has made it very clear he will do business with anyone other than the DMK. He may even do business with your ally, the Congress. Does that worry you?
Rajdeep, my chief minister is the most popular chief minister in Tamil Nadu, and 100% confident we're going to sweep the election, and the election will decide who's going to be the number 2. If it is going to be Vijay or ADMK or Narasimhan, we don't know. But exit polls have always been wrong most often because the sample size does not account for anything. And also in the first past the poll system, party getting 51% may get all the seats and party getting 49% may get 0 seats. That is the beauty of or maybe the disadvantage of the first past the poll system. So it is absolutely not possible by exit polls to predict the exact number of seats. And also exit polls have seen them. It is not clear. Many things are not clear. Even if you look at the Axis exit poll, if you count the caste wise, it only adds up to 72%. For example, they say OBC is only 28%, but OBC in Tamil Nadu is 70%. So there are a lot of basic mistakes in that survey.
You know, you're going by. I asked you about Vijay. Forget the polls for a moment, and I'll give you 30 seconds. Are you worried about Vijay or not?
I am not worried about Vijay. We are winning the elections. Whoever is going to be the opposition, DMK will face it. We will come back to power. We have seen MGR, we have seen Jayalalitha. Why would we be afraid about Vijay? We have seen Prime Minister Modi himself. He's not able to do anything in Tamil Nadu. Why will I or my party be afraid of Vijay?
Okay. Let me leave it there.
Preposterous to me.
Salim Dharnidharan, let me leave it there. Good to have you on the show. I'm afraid we couldn't get through to Mr. Muralidharan. Either way, we'll have to wait and see what Vijay does next, because all eyes will be on him, as they will be on West Bengal, as they will be on Assam, as they will be on Kerala, not to forget Puducherry. And this is where you'll get all the updates on the 4th of May. Look forward to your company then. For now, stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar. But this is the first time I'm meeting Saif, the tiger enthusiast.
Of course.
Truly iconic big cats.
Lions, we have Paro.
Not Devdas's Paro, I assume.
The valor of the Maharajas and the might of the tigers is going to be wild.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
We are really believe in the people's poll, not the exit poll. Wait for 4th May. We are all waiting for 4th May. We will have a good result for Congress Party and India. Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, Assam, West Bengal.
All exit poll surveys are telling that UDF will come back. So, all exit polls are telling the same thing. UDF are going to be win. So, that will be correct. In our assessment also, we will get minimum 82. It may go to 90 or 100.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-presented by Hint. Thermals for all. बड़े आराम से.
TMC Netas protest outside Kolkata strong room. Big story coming in. Dramatic development taking place in Bengal. Even as we speak, TMC candidate from Beleghat Kunal Ghosh along with party leader and West Bengal Minister Shashi Panja, they've staged a protest in Kolkata. They've alleged that ballot boxes are being accessed inside the strong room. The two images that you see on your television screen describe the high drama on the streets of Kolkata, where the Trinamool Congress has taken to the streets. The Trinamool Congress is protesting that this is where the strong room is the allegation. The Election Commission has denied it. The Trinamool Congress says there's tampering that's happening, tampering with the EVM and the ballot boxes. That's the allegation that is being leveled. The protest is being held outside Netaji Indoor Stadium, and this is a huge political flashpoint between the BJP and the TMC. The Election Commission caught in the crossfire. The BJP has dismissed these allegations. BJP candidate from Maniktala, Tapas Roy, he's claimed that the party has deployed its representatives outside every strong room. They've accused the Trinamool Congress of spreading malicious rumors ahead of, according to the BJP, TMC's expected defeat, citing that there's multi-tiered security arrangements that are in place, and there is no way, absolutely no way, can there be any tampering with either the EVMs or the ballot boxes. Now there's another flashpoint. So I've told you about one flashpoint. As we speak, there's a second flashpoint that's in South Kolkata, and this is where Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, she arrived to inspect the two strong rooms in her assembly constituency, where EVMs from her constituency, Bhawanipur, are kept in these strong rooms. Leader of opposition in Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, apparently he's also expected to arrive anytime now. And this shows before the counting on the 4th. Such is the tension, such is the level of chaos in these two political parties that they simply don't want to leave anything to chance. We'll get you what they're saying on ground. Election Commission has issued a statement. Election Commission has rejected every allegation of any wrongdoing. The Election Commission has said all parties were informed about the ballot segregation procedure and that all security protocols are in place and they're being strictly adhered to. This comes at a time when Mamata Banerjee insisted that the exit poll numbers are rigged. She urged her party workers and candidates to remain vigilant throughout the night to guard the EVMs. We'll get you all sides of this big story, but let's listen in to voices that are coming before I get you those reactions. Anirban Sinha Roy now joins me for more on this. Anirban, what's the situation right now? I believe it's pouring, but the political temperatures are really soaring in Bengal.
Well, see, the allegations and counter allegations has happened, but right now I will show you the ground situation as we are just standing over here in front of the DCRC office, the counting center, as well as the strong room of the Bhawanipur, the high voltage Bhawanipur, where Shubhendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee is contesting. And right now, what we can see, Mamata Banerjee is inside this counting center. She is assessing the situation right now. She is inside this counting center, and few minutes back, what we have seen, that outside this counting center, there is a tension flared up between the two parties, the Trinamool Congress as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Shubhendu Adhikari's agents also came here, visited this place, and he claimed that by default, the TMC leaders were being allowed inside, and why they will go inside. That's why the tension flared up. And right now what we can see, there is a huge deployment of police, the huge deployment of police as well as the Central Forces Jawan. As what we heard from inside sources that Mamata Banerjee is assessing the situation out of the allegations, and after that she will come out and she will go to the Netaji Indoor Stadium to assess the situation there. But whether she will be allowed inside or not...
There's more breaking news coming in. As we tell you about this kiosk where the BJP is now questioning how is Mamata Banerjee being permitted to go in and assess the situation at a strong room. The Election Commission has issued a statement, and just in a short while from now, we are told that the CEO of Bengal, of the Election Commission, will hold a briefing. The EC briefing is to counter the TMC charges. The election officer in Bengal is to hold a detailed press conference where he will give out details. Apparently, the Election Commission is stating that they had informed every party and actually invited them to see what was happening. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Aishwarya Paliwal, who joins us with more on this. Aishwarya, the Election Commission is denying every allegation of any wrongdoing. How are they explaining these images of people being seen inside what the TMC describes is the strong room? What is this room?
Let me tell you exactly, because the important trick to understand movement of these EVMs. See, when you and I, we all go to vote, we go inside the room, we cast our vote. When the voting is done, at that time, these EVMs are then moved into the strong room. But when that movement is happening, in fact, let me tell you, the signatures of everyone who's present there, everyone from the political parties, all those signatures are taken, and then we see the movement of these EVMs happening. These EVMs are then moved into these strong rooms. Now, the entire corridor, and the CCTV, in fact, let me tell you, is not just in the corridor. At the very gate also, there is a CCTV footage, which one can very clearly see. This also is being monitored 24/7. Then we see a seal which is being done. This strong room is then being locked. There is a huge lock on it. There is also a seal that is being done. And once the sealing is done, at that point also, everyone present there, everyone from all the political parties, their signatures are again taken. And it is in front of these people only that the strong room once again is opened. The Election Commission has now said, and they have given documents to India Today very, very clearly, that there was an official order, there was an official email which was being sent to all the political parties, in which they had even mentioned the time. The time was 4 p.m. today. After 4 p.m., the segregation of the ballot, that is something that was supposed to happen. The Election Commission has said that they made sure each and every political party knew about the time when this was supposed to happen. So there is no sort of tampering. Those are the allegations that are now being made by the TMC. And this is also something which, let me tell you, the Election Commission is also investigating at this point of time.
So stay with me, Aishwarya, and let me quickly bring in Anirban once again into this conversation. Anirban, the Election Commission has given out details of the email that was sent out to every political party, that at 4 o'clock, there will be segregation that will take place. The strong room is sealed. The CCTV images, when they show some people inside, they're segregating. And that is something that happens in front of the representatives of political parties. What is the Trinamool Congress protest all about? Has the TMC been able to explain whether they got that email, whether they knew about this, or do they still suspect something amiss?
Well, see that right now after the CEO or the election commission statement, there is no statement coming in from Trinamool Congress. But what we have seen that they have stated the allegation of the EVM and ballot tamperings, as well as the postal ballot tampering and segregating. And that's why they have already published a video, and Mamta Banerjee is here inside the Shakhawat Memorial. But we have to see what will happen after, because we all know that already the CEO will do a press conference in the CEO office of Kolkata in few minutes, as well as ECI has already stated. So whether Mamta Banerjee will still sit in protest inside this strong room or not, whether she will go to the Netaji Indoor Stadium or not, we have to see. And the statement from the Trinamool Congress, the official statement, is yet to come from their party side.
Okay. Anirban, the Bharatiya Janata Party says this shows the nervousness of the Trinamool Congress. This shows that the TMC, according to the BJP, realizes it is not winning, so it is making excuses. Has the Trinamool Congress responded to this? You were speaking to Shashi Panja. I believe other TMC leaders are also reacting. Tell us what they are telling you.
Well, they have not said yet anything on this, and also what we have seen that the Kolkata mayor and the Trinamool Congress minister Firad Hakim has also came here. We asked them also, but they have yet to react, because they said that Mamta Banerjee will give the final statement. And what the counter allegation from BJP is coming, that the BJP is claiming that Mamta Banerjee has understood, TMC has understood that they are going to lose these elections. And that's why they are creating this kind of ruckus and drama outside the strong room and everywhere. That's why. And also, Gaurav, we all know that exit poll has also come out, and there is a huge, massive differences of seat. And also BJP is claiming that after the exit poll has come out and the Trinamool Congress has understood that they will going to lose, that's why they are creating drama. This is the allegation from BJP.
Okay, give me a moment. Both Kunal Ghosh and Shashi Panja, when they sat on a dharna, they alleged tampering. The images that you see on your television screen, and I want you to look at that image very carefully, multiple CCTV camera footage that comes out. The TMC alleges in one CCTV camera, the TMC claims this is the strong room. When we've circled that image, you see inside there is some movement happening and some kind of, whether it's the ballot paper or some kind of boxes, transparent boxes, there's some movement that's happening in that. TMC alleges this is tampering. The Election Commission says, no, this is not. At 4 o'clock, they had issued a press release and they'd asked representatives of every party to come and see how segregation is happening in a very transparent manner. I'll tell you more about this in greater detail, but just listen in to Shashi Panja and Kunal Ghosh first.
Very, very grave allegation, Kunal. This is a very serious allegation. What do you suspect is happening inside in this footage?
No, you see, this is a strong room, sealed strong room. How can some people took entry? Our people were there till 4. They didn't inform them that this kind of operation is going to be started. They used an email. But when we got the mail, we know that our agents are there.
Yes.
And who were here, they didn't inform.
They did not inform your agents outside.
No, they were here. They used another gate or another point to enter some people into the strong room. But without any witness, how can EC open the sealed strong room?
Suspicious activity.
Yes, 100% suspicious activity.
Of tampering, are you saying?
No, whether it is already tampered or not, that is yet to be proved. But something happened which should not happen, because without informing us, anybody can't open the sealed strong room.
You are allowed up till here. So when you magnify this, suddenly we see in this camera number 70, there is suspicious activity, and that's this one. This is camera number 70. This is 30th of April.
Who are these people inside?
Exactly. Who are these people? Exactly so. Who are these people? So those who are seeing from outside, that is the question. A valid question. Both of us are candidates. Immediately we arrived, and then all questions, query, pink ballots, which box, what is being done.
What do you suggest is happening inside?
No, what, it's not, if suppose we had not noticed or this did not come up on the camera 17, how do we know that there is no tampering happening? Nothing, what is this unusual thing? This is something which should have been made transparent to all political parties. Why is that the political parties are not informed? Then the election commission is saying, we have sealed the strong rooms early morning. So 3:20 p.m. apparently they have sent a mail to the political parties. If suppose you have sent a mail and you find none of the political parties.
So the Trinamool Congress says, perhaps somebody entered from another room, they received the email, they knew about this, but you heard Kunal Ghosh. Shashi Panja saying that we were not informed, and they're sitting next to each other. But what's the BJP saying? And the Bharatiya Janata Party is giving altogether a different take, or has a different take on this. Listen in.
हाई कोर्ट तो बोल दिया, आज तो गए थे हाई कोर्ट में तबादला लेकर के, क्या फैसला है हाई कोर्ट का? तृणमूल कांग्रेस का हर मांग का रिएक्शन हो रहा है सभी कोर्ट से, और ये चलते ही आ रहा है. इसका बारे में उसका जो माने कंसिस्टेंसी है हर समय वही दिखाई देगा. तृणमूल कांग्रेस का पास अभी बोलने के लिए कुछ बचा नहीं है. जनता उसको ठुकरा दिया है. दे हैव बीन एक्सेप्टेड, टेस्टेड एंड नाउ बीइंग रिजेक्टेड.
अब ये जो ये कहा हम इसका विरोध कर रहे थे, तो भाजपा इतनी परेशान क्यों हो रही है? इसका मतलब है कि उन्होंने गलत इरादे से ये सब किया. मतलब वो धरना भी दिया और उन्होंने पूरी तरह से आप लोग पर ये कह रहे कि आप लोगों ने गलत इरादे से ये सब किया.
देखिए, ज्यादा इसका ऊपर टिप्पणी करने का मतलब ये बेबुनियाद बकवास का ऊपर बातें करना जो जनता भी पसंद नहीं करेंगे. जनता नहीं चाहते है जब भाजपा इसी का ऊपर कोई रिएक्शन दे.
अच्छा, एक सवाल और है दादा. मानिकतला विधानसभा की बहस हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि मेरा पिछला संसदीय चुनाव कोलकाता पुलिस विनीत गोयल ने लूट लिया था और इसे बदमाशों ने और विनीत गोयल ने लूटा था. जो तपस राय जो आरोप लगा रहे उसको आप क्या कहेंगे?
विनीत गोयल का रोल क्या है तो पूरा कलकत्ता देख चुका, पूरा पश्चिम बंगाल जानता है. ये 3-4 जो पुलिस ऑफिसर है, आला अधिकारी, वो लोग क्या किया इस चुनाव में और उसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड क्या है तो सब जानते हैं. तो ये तो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, जनता के सामने ही सब कुछ हुआ था. जो तापस राय के जो एलिगेशन है वो सही है.
तो आपको क्या लग रहा है जो परिस्थितियां हो रही है, इतना रात अभी लेट समय हो रहा है, बारिश जो परिस्थिति हो रही है, पश्चिम बंगाल की जो राजनीतिक
इसी का नाम है पश्चिम बंगाल,
तेज होता जा रहा है.
इसी का नाम है पश्चिम बंगाल. पश्चिम बंगाल की चुनाव कभी शाकाहारी नहीं होता. वो थोड़ा इधर उधर तीखा होता है, थोड़ा मसाला ज्यादा होता है. तो इस बार तो किसी का मृत्यु नहीं हुआ, ज्यादा बोमाबाजी भी नहीं हुआ, गोली भी नहीं चला. तो कुछ तो नाटक करना चाहिए, तो नाटक के लिए पहुंच गया.
तो आपको लग रहा है ऐसा ये स्थिति क्या 4 तारीख तक ऐसा ही देखते रहना पड़ेगा? 4 तारीख रिजल्ट आने तक
उसका बाद भी देखेंगे. बाद में ज्यादा दिखाने का स्थिति पे नहीं रहेंगे, लेकिन बाद.
And there's more breaking news coming in. The Calcutta High Court has dismissed Trinamool Congress's petition against the exclusion of state employees from vote counting supervisor duty. Employees as counting supervisors and counting centers. The petition by the court was to have state government employees. That's been dismissed by the Calcutta High Court. However, Justice Krishna Rao has directed that if the petitioners find that during the counting, the central government employees who've been employed as the counting supervisor are found to have favored any of the candidate, for example, of the BJP, due to which the candidate of the petitioner feared defeat, then the petitioner has the liberty to challenge the same once again. And I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Tapas Sen Gupta, who joins us for more on this. Tapas, bring us details, especially the fear in the minds of the TMC. Why were they keen on state government employees and their objection to central government employees as counting supervisors?
Well, see, there was apprehension from the part of the central government employees that from Trinamool Congress that since the central government employees will be deputed as supervisors in the counting center, there is a possibility that they might work in favor of the central government, and henceforth there was an application that was filed at the Calcutta High Court, but Calcutta High Court have rejected that. However, Calcutta High Court have clearly stated that if the petitioner feels that during the counting there's any kind of biasness is being done, then they have the liberty to approach the court. But as of now, the plea of the Trinamool Congress have been rejected. And as we speak, we are standing outside the Khudiraam Anushilon Kendra, which have been the hotspot and the epicenter since today evening. You can see huge deployment of forces remains to be here. The Trinamool Congress candidates Shashi Paja and Kunal Ghosh was here, but they left a little while back. It's raining heavily out here, but despite that, a few supporters of the Trinamool and the BJP are going around in this place, but nobody is allowed to do any kind of congregation at this point in time. But on the other hand, Mamata Banerjee is in Shekhawat Memorial, the strong room where the counting is to be done of Bhawanipur. She is inspecting that.
A moment, I quickly want to bring in Maria Shakil for more on this, and we are told in a moment we'll also cut across and listen in to the CEO's press conference, election officer's press conference. But Maria, this shows how both sides are battling for every single vote and to ensure nothing goes wrong till the day of the counting.
For optics, I would say, because in the run-up to 4th, when the votes will be counted, the messaging has to go from Trinamool Congress and also from the BJP that they are fully in control. If Bengal Chief Minister just few hours ago, soon after the exit polls numbers came out, Gaurav, she put out a video message. The message was that she is confident that the party will be winning 230 seats. I've been speaking to my sources in the BJP and they are insisting on a number of 180 plus. Look, it is a matter of perception that in the run-up to 4th, when the votes will be counted, all the BLOs and other supervisors have to be there inside the polling booth when the counting happens, inside the counting stations when the counting happens. That is the reason why this is an effort being made by Mamata Banerjee to send a message to her cadres and also to the supporters that they should be vigilant. But at the same time, if you look at it, there are counter optics that are coming in from the BJP, and this order by the Calcutta High Court, Gaurav, I'll be looking at it from a different prism as well. Remember, the BJP has made that announcement of the implementation of the 7th Pay Commission, Gaurav, and that impacts a significant number of state employees. When the Bengal government said that they do not want these employees to be employed for the counting, it was perhaps that issue being kept in mind when that petition was filed by the Mamata government.
Stay with me, Maria. Now we are getting more details. And Maria, we will just in a moment listen into that statement of Mamata Banerjee where she wants all her party cadre and leaders to protect the strong rooms and be at the strong rooms. The court upheld the validity of the decision requiring central government PSU employees as counting supervisors and assistants, and the writ petition was dismissed. What did the court say? The court said no interference with counting process. Such appointment is within the Election Commission's discretion and is not illegal. Handbook provisions do not restrict selection to state employees. Presence of micro observers, agents, CCTV ensures transparency, making allegations purely speculative. I'll get you much more on this big story. Aishwarya Paliwal will join us in just a moment. But before that, listen in to Mamata Banerjee and why the BJP says this is optics. Maria will join us in just a moment. But listen in to Mamata Banerjee.
কাউন্টিংয়ে সবাই সমানভাবে আজ থেকে পাহারা দেয়। দরকার হলে আমিও আমার এলাকায় পাহারা দিতে নামবো এবং আমি সব 294টির কেন্দ্রে 294টা তৃণমূল প্রার্থী, দার্জিলিংয়েও যে দুটো প্রার্থী আছে অনেকদের আমাদের সাথে জোট আছে, সবাইকে বলবো নিজেরা ক্যান্ডিডেটরা পাহারা দিন। দিনের বেলায় কর্মীদের রাখুন, রাতের বেলায় নিজেরা থাকুন, পাহারা দিন। আমি যদি পাহারা দিতে পারি আপনারাও পাহারা দিতে পারেন। রাত জাগুন, সকালে এসে অন্য টিমকে হ্যান্ডওভার করে তবে ঘুমোবেন।
I want to once again bring in Tapas Sengupta into this conversation. Anirban stays with me. Tapas, The court has very clearly said presence of micro-observers, agents, CCTV, etc. ensures transparency, making allegations speculative. The additional chief electoral officer or the ACEO has valid authority under delegation provision. Hence, the impugned communication is not without jurisdiction. Court rejected apprehension that central government staff would act under political influence. So this apprehension that the TMC has, the court did not share it, Tapas.
Well, yes, absolutely, Gaurav. There was elaborate discussion between the councils of both the Trinamool Congress as well as the Election Commission. And Election Commission, in the first place, have placed on record that the Election Commission have decided not based on their whims and will, but as per the rule book or the rule manual of the Election Commission. They have the authority to appoint either the state government employees or the central government employees as supervisors. The micro observers have already been appointed, so there is no room for making an excuse whatsoever that any kind of biasness would be done or there would be a question of neutrality. But based on that, the Trinamool Congress had raised objection to that, raising intention behind recruiting the central government employees for this duty of supervising during the counting process. But after the elaborate discussion, the Calcutta High Court observed that the Election Commission has the authority to appoint as per their need, and there is no need for intervention of the Calcutta High Court at this moment. But the Calcutta High Court have also made it very clear that in the process of counting, if there is any discrepancy found, if any kind of such apprehensions come through, in that case, the petitioner has the liberty to approach the court and court can hear the matter subsequently. So it's a big blow to Trinamool Congress, given the observation of the Calcutta High Court, and the High Court has clearly stated that they have refused to intervene into it at this moment right now. Back to you.
The courts have said there are safeguards like CCTV and observers in place. Allegations where mere apprehensions without evidence, interference during ongoing election process is discouraged. Any grievance can be raised via election petition section 100 RP Act, Representation Act 1951. Anirban also with me on this big story. Anirban, Mamta Banerjee as candidate Bhawanipur was trying to ensure that the strong room was sealed at the Shekhawat Memorial School. Is she still inside? Is she now outside? Is there more clarity? Is she satisfied with the security in place?
Well, Gaurav, it is not clarified yet because what we can see still now, she is inside this counting center and the strong room. She is inside, she is not coming out yet, but the security, as per the security arrangement, the tight security arrangement, what we are learning from them is she might come outside in a few minutes. And right now, she is, what we have learned from the sources itself, that she is questioning the officers, those who, election commission officers, those who are in the duty, and she has already sought answers from them that why this kind of CCTV footage, in that CCTV footage, who are the people, those who was there, and as well as she has questioned many things inside. And right now she is inside with her polling agent, and what we have learned, she may come out in few minutes and then she will go and visit the Netaji Indoor Stadium, that another counting center, another strong room of the North Kolkata as well.
Stay with me, stay with me. So this is where these two strong rooms, there's high drama, and I quickly want to cut across and bring in my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal joining us for more on this. Tapas also tracking the story closely. Aishwarya, you've been speaking to your sources in the Election Commission throughout, and while we wait for their press briefing to happen in just a moment from now, how are they explaining these fears of the Trinamool Congress, that the images that we see, that we are showing on our television screen or screen of that strong room, what's the movement inside? What details do you have?
Well, Gaurav, one of the things that the Election Commission at the moment is speaking about is the fact that they are saying this is not something which was done quietly. In fact, the Election Commission has now also made public the emails and the audio copy that was being sent to 11 people. Now, in these 11, the names that have been given by the ECI, we can very clearly see independent candidates also have been given this order, which means that there was a very clear order that was being given by the Election Commission of India, telling all the political parties that after 4 p.m., what will happen is the segregation of the ballot paper, and that is exactly what we can see in this video also. The commission now, in fact, is also saying that when this order was being given, they made sure that each and every political party, and including the independent candidates, they were being informed about the time. So a clarification has come from the Election Commission of India, and also they are now saying that the way in which TMC has now leaked this video, that is not what was happening. And they're also saying that the seal, in fact, of the strong room can only be opened when everyone signs on that paper. So this is a tug of war that we are seeing at the moment, Gaurav, which is taking place. Let me tell you, this also is a glimpse and a trailer of what will happen on the 4th. We will see these kind of allegations being held, and we will also see clarification after clarifications coming in.
And especially at a time, Aishwarya, when the Trinamool Congress and the Election Commission in general and the CEC in particular have been at loggerheads, including the kind of exchanges they've had in person, and words to the effect, TMC alleged that the CEC told them to get out, or words to that effect.
Well, Gaurav, let me tell you, 7 minutes, barely, that's the time when we did see the delegation walk into the Election Commission building and walk out of it. So, we did see how there was time that was being sought. In fact, it was Mamta Banerjee herself, the sitting chief minister. She made sure that she brought the war at the doorstep of the Election Commission of India. When she walked in, we could see the whole barrage, everyone walking in with her. And let me tell you, from what I understand from my sources within the Election Commission of India, the CEC, Ganesh Kumar, in fact, sat down in that meeting with a pen and a paper. And all those points that were being raised by everyone present in both those meetings, there were 2 meetings in particular, which actually happened, one with where the CEC, in fact, started taking down points. And when he got up to answer all those points, that's the time when we saw finger raising taking place, the finger pointing taking place. The last delegation meeting lasted barely 7 minutes, in which when Derek O'Brien came out, he alleged that get out was the word that was being used by CEC Ganesh Kumar. The Election Commission sources, however, said that when the commission wanted to respond to all the allegations, to the finger pointing that was being done, it was the delegation, the TMC delegation, that actually abruptly got up and said that we only came to tell you what we wanted to say to you. We do not want to hear what you have to say. So this is a tug of war that we have seen taking place. A lot of finger pointing, a lot of name calling. That is exactly what is happening. So this has become a war of sorts, Gaurav, not between the BJP and the TMC, but rather between the ECI and the TMC. And that is why we are seeing these swift clarifications coming in from the Election Commission also.
And between now and the 4th, when counting actually takes place, this is where these pitched battles on ground are being fought. And Tapas, Mamta Banerjee visited the strong room of Bhawanipur at the school, at the Shekhawat school, then the Netaji Indoor Stadium. Are seals intact in both places, as the EC maintains? Because all sides, when they're present there, all candidates, party candidates and independents only, then is that seal broken. So was the seal tampered, damaged or intact? Do we have any information?
Procedure Mamata Banerjee at this moment is inside the strong room in the Howard Memorial. But as of now, we are standing outside. I'll show you Gaurav, Priyanka Tejewal have come here. Priyanka, यहाँ पर तो काफी घमासान देखने को मिला। तृणमूल कांग्रेस की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि मैनिपुलेट करने की कोशिश है। आप क्या देखें यहाँ?
देखिए, चोर मचाए शोर, ये बिल्कुल उसी तरह से हो रहा है। इतना बौखलाया हुआ, डरा हुआ तृणमूल है। यहाँ जो भी हुआ वो एक प्रोसेस है जो कि हर इलेक्शन में होता है। पोस्टल बैलेट्स जितने भी रिसीव होते हैं उनको स्ट्रॉन्ग रूम में डाला जाता है। उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव यहीं थे, उनको अंदर जाकर के एक जन को देख लेना चाहिए था। और ये सारे नाम रात को भी टीवी पे वॉच करने के लिए उनके लोग रहते हैं। सब कुछ ठीक है, जबरदस्ती रक्कस क्रिएट, वो कुछ भी नहीं रहा है। चोर मचाए शोर।
इस बार जो
a moment, I will try and re-establish that audio link with Priyanka Tibrawal. Chor Machai Shor is how the BJP is responding to TMC's allegations of EVM tampering / strong room tampering. We'll come back to the story. A short break. In a while from now, CEO, the Chief Electoral Officer in Kolkata, will also be holding a press briefing to give out details from their side. But both the TMC and the BJP now rushing to the strongholds to ensure, to the strong rooms to ensure There is no tampering. That story and lots more coming up. Stay with us.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT Tires, their long tire life, exceptional road grip or unmatched comfort. BKT Tires, elevate your drive.
From the streets of Calcutta to the heart of Bengal, I've covered every corner, every voice.
Join India's #1 election team for epic verdict day coverage on the Indian Political League. 4th May, 6 a.m. onwards, only on India Today.
In association with HDFC Sky, make money matter. Download now. Jindal Stainless.
Nari Shakti Act, how to break the deadlock. With the latest constitutional amendment defeated in Parliament, women's reservation is once again at the centre of political debate. Why does the impasse persist? And where does the road lead from here? This week, India Today tracks the politics, the provisions and the path ahead. India Today, making sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
From muddy lanes to makeshift chokes across Bengal's outskirts, I've seen it all. Every ground, every voice.
Join India's #1 election team for epic verdict day coverage on the Indian Political League. 4th May, 6 a.m. onwards, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
जब से बीजेपी की सरकार आई है, महिलाएं और बेटियों के साथ लगातार घटनाएं हो रही हैं। और पहले दिन से अगर हम देखेंगे, आंकड़े जो बताते हैं, जो एनसीआरबी का डेटा बताता है, वो बताता है कि देश में सबसे ज्यादा घटनाएं अगर बेटियों पर, महिलाओं पर कहीं हो रही तो उत्तर प्रदेश है, और उत्तर प्रदेश नंबर 1 है। और कारण ये है कि सरकार पुलिस से पॉलिटिकल काम करा रही है, और पुलिस भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के इशारे पे काम कर रही है। और उसका परिणाम ये है कि थानों में न्याय नहीं है। जब थाने में लोग जाते हैं तो उससे न्याय नहीं मिल रहा है। अगर उससे वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों पे मिलने जा रहे हैं, वहां पर न्याय नहीं मिल रहा। जो चाल चरित्र की बात करते थे, इनका चरित्र भी खुल गया है, चाल भी लोगों ने देख ली है। आने वाले समय में जनता हटाएगी। जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि गिरगिट हैं, वो खुद गिरगिट है। कभी आईने में देखें जाकर तो उन्हें पता लगेगा कि रंग कौन बदल रहा है। महिला आरक्षण बिल पास हो चुका है सदन से। जब उन्हें लगा कि बहुमत नहीं होगा 2/3, तो गिरगिट की तरह रंग बदल लिया पूरे बीजेपी के लोगों ने, और रात में ही नोटिफाई कर दिया। तो आज तो आरक्षण लागू है ना, तो आप आरक्षण देना क्यों नहीं चाहते? आप जब चाहे तब आरक्षण दे सकते हैं।
Two stars, one flight, and a reunion Bollywood did not know it needed until now. With nostalgia in the air and chemistry that refuses to fade, Akshay Kumar and Vidya Balan are officially reuniting, and this time for Anees Bazmi's upcoming comedy drama. The announcement came via a candid video of the duo boarding a flight to Kerala, where the shoot is set to begin. Interestingly, this marks their 4th collaboration as the duo first shared screen space in the 2007 film Bhool Bhulaiya, followed by Hey Baby the same year.
ढूंढता दिल दीवाना है। अर्जुन, मैं तुमसे कुछ कहना चाहती।
कुछ मत कहना। I love you, Isha. I love you.
Before reuniting years later for the 2019 film Mission Mangal.
आप लोग 70 से 80 करोड़ ओवर बजट जा रहे हैं।
सर, चंद्रयान 2 फिलहाल के लिए स्टॉप हो गया। वो कब रीस्टार्ट होगा मैं ये नहीं पता। तो जो कुछ हमें चाहिए वो चंद्रयान 2 से मांग लेते हैं ना सर। Why waste?
पेमेंट सर, रात का खाना अगर बच जाए तो सुबह तड़का लगा के नाश्ते में दे दो।
क्या कर रहे हैं सर?
While details about the film remains under wraps, the genre itself hints at a refreshing mix of laughter and layered storytelling.
अगर रिक्शा वाला चाहे तो मास चलेंगे भैया।
पुनर्जीवित करने का प्रयास कर रहा है।
However, this isn't the only exciting development in either actor's lineup, as Akshay Kumar was recently seen in Bhoot Bangla, directed by Priyadarshan, marking their reunion after 14 years.
सुंदर
हैं? सुंदर किसने रखा ये नाम?
बाबूजी ने।
अंधे थे क्या?
The film boasts a vibrant ensemble cast including Paresh Rawal, Rajpal Yadav, Tabu, Vamika Gabbi, Mithila Palkar and the late Asrani, adding to its nostalgic and comedic appeal.
चूम लो पहले मुझे। भूत प्रेत महल के पीछे वाले जंगल में आते हैं, इसलिए जंगल को पिशाच वन कहते हैं। पिशाब? पेशाब नहीं, पिशाच।
And could all of this be happening because of the exit polls where most pollsters predicted a BJP majority? But then there's one pollster who has refrained from putting out numbers. Access My India's Pradeep Gupta. Why has he done so? India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai spoke to the CMD of Access My India, Pradeep Gupta. Let's listen in to excerpts of their exclusive conversation.
Pradeep Gupta, you're making the news this time.
for not doing a poll. Normally you make the news in case your numbers are right or wrong. This time you made the news for not doing an exit poll for the key state of West Bengal. Let's be honest, Pradeep, why did you opt out at the last moment?
At Axis Mindia, our methodology is very simple: face-to-face interview with representative sampling. And when I say that, we need to talk to people. And in the state of West Bengal, this time, trust me, I've been there myself. 70 to 80% of people not willing to even open out their mouth. It's not that we straight away go and ask people whom we are voted to. There is a process that comfort level has to be drawn, and then only we can talk, in detail. But this time, I have seen myself, nobody is willing to even speak out anything. They say sorry.
This is man and woman, male and women, you're saying, were not willing to speak?
More in women, less in men, comparatively.
Now, but the fact is, Pradeep Gupta, your team was on the ground for several months. You've been always very honest in disclosing the fact that you polled for the BJP in terms, that's why you don't do opinion polls. So your team was there, presumably doing ground surveys for the last 5-6 months. Did you notice this only in the last week that suddenly people were not speaking? Because otherwise, how do you even poll for a political party?
Rajdeep, so this is something in your mind that we poll only for the BJP or this or that. In case of state of West Bengal, trust me, we have been doing survey 4 months back, and that to non-political survey, and our people have been sent to the jail. And I have taken up this matter to Calcutta High Court, and they have given verdict also, and our people have spent 21 days there. So it's not that suddenly something had come up and this is happening and all that. This was the case. But as a profession, we need to keeps on trying, keeps on doing it. And that is the reason why we tried our best. Post-poll study, as I always tells you, we don't do anything on the polling day. We go next day after polling, which is called the post-poll study.
Right.
It is not allowed to do the exit poll or conduct the exit poll on the same day of polling. So we have gone there. Last 6-7 days, we tried hard enough, but we could talk to only 20 to 25% of the people of our sampling. And that is not representative enough for me to put the number forward.
You see, because I'm showing Pradeep today's Chanakya, Matri's, Poll Diary, People's Bus, P-Mark, SAS Group, Janmat, all of which are giving numbers of their exit polls. Are you telling me they had no problem but you had a problem? Or are we to raise question marks over these other pollsters who have put out numbers with such confidence? Today's Chanakya giving as much as 192 today to the BJP.
Rajdeep, each of the agencies we are mentioning has a different methodology, and there are 3-4 different methodology in the market survey arena, which is the CAPI, which is the computer-aided personal interview. That is what we follow. Strictly we follow that. CATI, which is the telephonic interview. CAVI, which is the link-based, web-based interviews. So this is the different and one is the qualitative. They don't do survey as much as we do. They do some analysis based on their qualitative experience and wisdom. So this is something, each one of the agency has a different methodology. What should I comment on them?
No, while you're saying they have different methodologies, now correct me if I'm wrong, you do on usually about 100 people you sample per Vidhan Sabha constituency, am I correct? Which is representative, yes. That is your tradition. So in state like West Bengal, you would have done 100 into 294. You would have ended up doing about 29,000. You're telling me you are only able to do 25% of that because there was a fear factor that people were not willing to speak out or silence. Who did they fear? Did they fear the TMC? Did they fear the central forces, the BJP? Who did they fear?
Rajdeep, when you knock the door and people say, sorry, we don't want you do not have the luxury to ask to them whom they are fearing to. It's just that if any unknown person comes to your doorstep and knock it, and you cannot say that I am fearing this, I am fearing that. It's just that they are talking or they are not talking.
Character, the taste of success.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT टायर्स, their long tire life, exceptional road grip और unmatched comfort. BKT टायर्स, elevate your drive.
मैं 4 तारीख का इंतजार करूंगा और देखूंगा उसके आधार पर क्या नतीजे आते हैं। रही बात परसेंटेज की, इसको भी बहुत गंभीरता पूर्वक देखने की आवश्यकता है। एक्चुअल और परसेंटेज दोनों को अगर कंपैरेटिव स्केल पे देखें 21 से लेके अब तक, तो शायद आपको कुछ खास अंतर नजर नहीं आएगा। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, अभी भी ट्रिब्यूनल में बहुत लाखों केस पेंडिंग है, जिसके बारे में माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय तक ने कह दिया था कि इस बार नहीं तो अगली बार दे लेना वोट। हालांकि वो कमेंट अनसेटलिंग था, असहज करता था। अगर उनमें से कई हजार अब क्लियर होंगे तो उनका ये जो मिसिंग वोट है उसकी जिम्मेवारी किस पे है? कोई है या नहीं? इस लोकतंत्र में अब जिम्मेवारी का कोई मतलब नहीं रहा।
बंगाल के अंदर आप जिस तरीके से राजनीति कर रहे हैं, मेरा मानना है एग्जिट पोल कुछ भी दिखाए, बंगाल के अंदर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी। एक एग्जिट पोल तो तमिलनाडु में बता रहा है, केरला के अंदर हमारी सरकार बन रही है, और वो सिर्फ इसलिए बन रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर वही हरकतें करती जो बंगाल के अंदर कर रही है तो शायद केरला में भी सरकार बना सकती थी। लेकिन पूरे देश को ये भी मैसेज देना है कि हम विपक्ष भी एक जगह चुनाव जीत गया तो देश के लोगों को लोकतंत्र पे भरोसा रखना चाहिए, लोगों को मिसगाइड करने के लिए।
Well, how many times have you simply picked up an eye drop over the counter without even thinking twice about what could possibly be going into it? So why am I asking you this question? Well, there is a reason. The government has issued a warning. Unapproved eye drops for dry eyes could be putting your eyes at risk instead of giving you relief. Well, the government, through Delhi's All India Institute of Medical Sciences, has asked states to stop selling certain eye drops that contain sodium hyaluronate. The government says it may not have the correct regulatory approval. So what exactly is sodium hyaluronate? And what then is the problem here? Officials say these drops, eye drops, fall under the category of a new drug, which means they must be cleared before being sold. Without approval, their safety and effectiveness remain unverified. Experts are advising people to use only doctor-prescribed eye drops and to buy medicines only from trusted sources. The fact is, even simple dry eye drops can be risky if unapproved. They may worsen irritation, increase dryness and raise infection risk. Doctors are advising that one must check a label. Consult your doctor before use. Amid continued US blockade and no signs of a deal soon, Iran faces a massive challenge to store its oil as it is running out of space to store its massive production. This could lead to an irreversible damage to Iran's biggest industry and further cripple its economy. Since the announcement of the blockade, Iran has time and again tried to avoid the US warship around the Gulf of Oman, but have failed to do so, ending in being intercepted and captured by the US Navy. Several tankers have been seen at the Kharg Island, a critical hub which controls 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. Earlier, the US forces had dramatically captured MT Tiffany in the Indian Ocean. MT Tiffany had reportedly made several trips between Iran and a stretch of water off the coast of Malaysia. This patch of water off the coast of Malaysia is known as Eastern Outer Port Limits, that's EOPL, though not officially defined. It lies near the eastern entrance to the Singapore Strait, about 43 miles off the coast of peninsular Malaysia in the country's exclusive economic zone. Another vessel, MT Majestic X, which also traveled between the Middle East, that's West Asia, and Singapore Strait toward EOPL several times, was also intercepted by the US forces. According to reports, the EOPL is a hotspot for the shadow fleets which offload its cargo to another vessel. According to the Critical Threats Project at the American Enterprise Institute think tank, Tehran likely has until April 29th before its onshore storage facilities are filled. Another UK-based fuel analyst firm estimate that Iran had about 122 million barrels of storage space, giving Tehran less than 7 weeks before it has to shut down production. Meanwhile, if situation arises where Iran's oil production were to be halted, oil prices in the global markets will soar.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
এসির স্ট্রং রুম আছে, যেটা আমরা কালকেই পোল হলো, সেগুলো পুরো সমস্ত প্রসিজার ফুলফিল করে ইন প্রেজেন্স অফ অল দি ক্যান্ডিডেটস অ্যান্ড দেয়ার ইলেকশন এজেন্টস আমরা বিভিন্ন এসিদের স্ট্রং রুমে ঢুকিয়ে সিল করে দিয়েছি ইভিএমগুলো, পোল ইভিএমসগুলো। এই কাজটা কিন্তু আজকে সকাল 5:30 পর্যন্ত থেকেছে এবং দোজ স্ট্রং রুমস আর অ্যাবসলিউটলি সিলড অ্যান্ড ক্লোজড। নাথিং হ্যাজ হ্যাপেন্ড ইন কেস অফ দোজ। They are perfectly there and they are functional. তার ফুটেজ কিন্তু বাইরে দেখাও যাচ্ছে যেখানে আছে। এইবার আজকে যেটা হয়েছে সেটা হচ্ছে আজকে আমাদের একটা স্ট্যাটুটরি প্রসেস আছে, সেখানে সেগ্রিগেশন অফ পোস্টাল ব্যালট করতে হয়। অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের বিভিন্ন মানে জেলাতে যারা পোলিং পার্সোনাল আছে, যারা ভোট কর্মীরা আছে, তারাও কিন্তু ভোটটা দেয়, তারা কিন্তু পোস্টাল ব্যালট হিসাবে ভোটটা দেয়। এবার সেকেন্ড ফেজের যেগুলো ভোটার্স ছিল, এই ধরনের যেগুলো ভোটার্স ছিল, তারা যে পোস্টাল ব্যালট দিয়েছে, আমাদের যে ট্রেনিং সেন্টারটা ছিল, আমরা 5টা জায়গাতে ট্রেনিং করেছি বিভিন্ন পোলিং পার্টিদের, সেখানে ওরা পোস্টাল ব্যালট দিয়েছে, সেগুলোকে আমরা জমা করে এখানে রেখে দিয়েছিলাম। একটা অন্য ঘর আছে, মানে ক্ষুদিরাম অনুশীলনে 7খানা এসি স্ট্রং রুম আছে আর একটা পোস্টাল ব্যালটের স্ট্রং রুম আছে। এবার এই যে পোস্টাল ব্যালট ছিল, এগুলো সেই এক্সট্রা যে স্ট্রং রুম আছে ওখানে রাখা ছিল। এইবার আজকে যেটা করা,
But there are two different strong rooms, one for the postal ballot and another for the EVM. And this was particularly referring to the postal ballot strong room.
ওসি পোস্টাল ব্যালট যিনি থাকবেন, এটা প্রত্যেকে ডিও করছে, সেটাকে আমরা বারাসাতে নিয়ে যাব, একটা ক্লিয়ারিং হাউস করে করা হয়েছে। সেখানে সবাই তাদের নির্দিষ্ট, আমরা অন্যদের এসির যে পোস্টাল ব্যালট আছে সেটা তাদেরকে দিয়ে দেব, এবং অন্যরা আমাদের যে এসি, আমাদের যে 7খানা এসির পোস্টাল ব্যালট আছে, তারা আমাদের
There are certain EVMs of different ACs in one place together. They were segregated so that they can be taken to a hub, which is placed in Barasat, and from there on, the distribution of the EVMs should happen according to the AC.
This is a statutory process which was going on, but আমরা ওই বোল্ড ব্যালেটসটাকে বাইরে না নিয়ে এসে ওখানেই যে করিডোরটা ছিল, সেখানেই আমাদের এআরওরা, অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট রিটার্নিং অফিসার, তারা ওই
the AROs were doing the task at the corridor. They did not bring it out. They were doing it at the corridor and maintaining all the rules and regulations as laid down by the Election Commission.
আইন অনুযায়ী এটা করা যায় না। তো এই জন্য ওরা যে লাইটটা ছিল প্লাস কিছু টাচ লাইটটা নিয়ে বসেছে, ওরা সেগ্রিগেশন করছে, এখনো করছে।
As per law, those EVMs had to be shifted. They could not keep it here, and henceforth, by using a torch light, they were trying to segregate.
পলিটিক্যাল পার্টিদেরকে নোটিস আমরা জেলা থেকে মেইল করেছি, তারও একটা এই আমরা
all the political parties were informed beforehand through email.
তাদেরকে ইনফর্ম করা হয়েছে যে আমরা আজকে 4 PM এটা করতে যাচ্ছি, এবং
all the political parties were informed that they were reaching at this very place to do this segregation. It was intimated to all political parties.
ক্যান্ডিডেটকে ইনফর্ম করেছে, এর বাদ দিয়ে মুখেও আজকে সকালে
even the candidates were also informed.
বলে দিয়েছিল সবাইকে, কিন্তু মানে the allegation is absolutely frivolous, ইনফর্ম করা হয়নি, this is not correct, so this is it. এবং যখন ওনারা এসেছিলেন ওখানে, আমি যখন জানতে পারলাম আমাদের একটা ভিসি চলছিল, ক্যান্ডিডেটরা নিজে এসেছিলেন, ম্যাডাম পাঞ্জা এসেছিলেন, কুণল ঘোষ স্যার এসেছিলেন, আর ইলেকশন এজেন্ট অফ সন্তোষ পাঠক ফ্রম বিজেপি মিস্টার কালী এসেছিলেন। ওই 3 জনকে নিয়ে যখন ওদের এতটাই মানে ওইটা ছিল যে আমার ইভিএম স্ট্রং রুম খোলা হচ্ছে, আমি পার্সোনালি ওনাদেরকে নিয়ে গিয়ে সমস্ত সিলড দরজা,
the DO was on a video conferencing when she learned that the 2 candidates from Trinamool Congress and 1 agent of Santosh Pathak, the BJP candidate, went there, and there was a lot of discontentment outside Khudiram Anushilan Kendra, and immediately she came out and came and reached the spot and intervened into the situation.
152 assembly seats, 29 তারিখ হলো 142 assembly seat. যদি কোনো ভোটার কাজ করবে ফেজ 2 তে, আর ওর বাড়ি আছে ফেজ 1 যেখানে অ্যাসেম্বলি হয়েছে, তারপরে ওর আছে কি আপনাকে আপনার কনস্টিটিউন্সিতে গিয়ে ভোট দিতে হবে। কিন্তু যে স্টাফ আছে যে ফেজ 2 মধ্যে থাকে, ফেজ 2 মধ্যে ডিউটি আছে, ওকে তারপরে যেটা আছে আপনার ফ্যাসিলিটেশন সেন্টার হয়, এটা 2024 থেকে ইসিআই আরম্ভ করেছে। আগে কি হতো, ব্যালেট আপনার কাছে আসতো, ব্যালেট আপনি পোস্ট থেকে দিয়ে দিতেন, ওটা আনে যা পৌঁছতো কি नहीं পৌঁছতো। এবার ফ্যাসিলিটেশন সেন্টার যে 2024 আরম্ভ করেছে ইসিআই, যেখানে ট্রেনিং হচ্ছে ওখানে আপনার যে আছে আপনি ব্যালেট আপনি নিয়ে ওখানে দিতে পারেন। দিতে পরে যেদিন আপনার অন্য ইভিএম আসে, ও ব্যালেট भी এখানে এসে যায় স্ট্রং রুমে।
The segregation of the ballots have come in force since 2024, and it is by the mandate of the Election Commission that ballots are being segregated and sent accordingly.
Segregation করার জন্য আপনার যে আছে এখানে সেগ্রিগেট হয় এসি ওয়াইজ, জেলা ওয়াইজ, আর তারপরে এখানে
the segregation of these postal ballots are being done as per district and as per assembly constituency.
ফেজ 1 জন্য বেরামপুর ছিল, জেনারেলি সেন্টার পয়েন্টে আছে, কাছে সেন্টার পয়েন্ট মাস্টার ক্লিয়ারিং থাকে। তো সাপোজ এখান থেকে কিছু লোক যে আছে ফার্স্ট ফেজে সাপোজ বর্ধমানে कटवाते कोनो एम्प्लॉई আছে যেখানে কাজ করছে ও कटवा एसी से वोट दिलो और अन्य एम्प्लॉई दिलो वो सेग्रीगेट করে सब चले गए कटना कटवाते
The employee suppose is a resident of Katwa in Burdwan district and he has exercised his mandate here in Kolkata, then his ballot needs to be sent to that very constituency from where he belongs, and this is by the norm of Election Commission.
বারাসাতে ওখানে এক্সচেঞ্জ হয়ে যাবে যে যে ডিও আসবে या ডিও রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভ আসবে ও জেলাতে ওখানে নিয়ে যাবে আমাদের এখানে আমরা পেয়ে যাব
These ballots were supposed to be taken to the hub at Barasat, and from there on the distribution was supposed to take place as per the respective DO's order to different constituencies as it belongs.
And ওটা মেলও করেছিল অল দ্য পলিটিক্যাল পার্টিজ কে और তারপরে যে আরো যে আছে পলিটিক্যাল পার্টিজ কে भी জানালো ক্যান্ডিডেট কে
The
জানালো
intimation was given to all the political parties in due course.
এজেন্ট আসতে পারে আর সিসিটিভি ফিড যেটা আছে ভিতরে থেকে বাইরে আছে নিশ্চয়ই কিছু লোক বাইরে দেখেছে এটা কি হচ্ছে ভিতরে যেটা আছে which is a statutory work anybody could have gone और যে ক্যান্ডিডেট ওখানে এসেছিল পরে ম্যাডাম শশী পাঞ্জা এসেছিলেন কুণাল ঘোষ এসেছিলেন যে ডিও বলছেন আর এক সন্তোষ পাঠকে এসেছিলেন ওরা সব দেখে নিয়েছে ইভিএম যে আছে যেমন ছিল তেমনই আছে ইভিএম স্ট্রং রুম একদম সেফ সিকিউর আছে এখানে যে আছে যে কাজ চলছে
CCTV footage was a live feed which was displayed outside, and the candidates were privy to those CCTV footage, and they found that everything was in place, including the EVMs and the ballots.
ত্রিস্তরীয় ওখানে আছে সিকিউরিটি কোডান আছে দো স্টেট পুলিশ
There are 3-tier security measures in place.
যেটা আছে ওদেরকে ঢুকতে দিল আপ টু ভিতরে যেটা আছে এটা আমরা পরে দেখবো এটা কিরম সম্ভব হলো নিয়ে হলো যেটা আছে বাট দিস ইজ দ্য স্কিম অফ অ্যাফেয়ার যেটা আছে এটা কোনো কন্ট্রোভার্সি নেই এখানে
The police was deployed there. How could they even enter beyond the gate is something that would be proved.
Nothing is there to prove that anything other than the statute, other than the election rules has been done.
যখন স্ট্রং রুম বন্ধ করা হয় তখন পলিটিক্যাল পার্টিদের সামনে একেবারে সই স্বাক্ষর করে হয়েছিল যখন ব্যালট বক্সে স্ট্রং রুম খোলা হলো কেন তাদের সামনে খোলা হলো না এটা অভিযোগ করছে
সাপোজ 4টার সময় টাইম দিয়েছেন আসেনি কেউ তো ওটা খুলবে নাকি কাল সকালে তো নিয়ে যেতে ওখানে সাপোজ 8 জন ক্যান্ডিডেট আছে 7 আসবেন এক আসবেনই না তো এটা কি
Candidates were informed to be present at 4 p.m. but they did not turn up, and henceforth they had to do the job because it could not be delayed.
কাউন্টিং সকালে 8টা আরম্ভ হচ্ছে কাউন্টিং এজেন্ট আসবে আসবে না তো কি হবে নাকি ওখানে কি এখন ইনডেফিনিট ওয়েট করবে
He says that if a counting agent doesn't turn up on time during the counting day, will not the counting start? It will start.
জানেন you don't come, what can we do? सब खबर दिया আছে সব ডকুমেন্টেড আছে সব আছে এটা স্ট্যাচুটরি ম্যাটার আছে और এরকম করে হয়তো কমপ্লেন্ট করব
Everything is documented and it's a statutory matter after all.
ক্রিয়েট করে কি লাভ আছে ভাই ভাই এটা যেটা আছে আমি বলছি যে রুল আছে 7টা সিট আছে ওখানে শুধু যেতে পারে ক্যান্ডিডেট আর এজেন্ট অনারেবল চিফ মিনিস্টার যে আছেন হু ইজ আ ক্যান্ডিডেট ফ্রম ভবানীপুর is not a candidate from any of the 7 seats from Kolkata North. So she cannot go there. উনি যেতে পারেন ওখানে ডিও সাউথ যেটা আছে যেখানে আপনার স্ট্রং রুম আছে
that Mamata Banerjee cannot come at this very place because she is a candidate from South Kolkata. She can visit where she is visiting that Shekhawat Memorial, but she cannot visit the place where the EVMs and ballots of North Kolkata has been kept.
এসব জিনিস তো ডিওকে আমি ডেকেছি এই জন্য ডিও শুড ক্লারিফাই পার্সোনালি যেটা আছে কি উই ডোন্ট হ্যাভ এনিথিং টু হাইড এমন তো কোনো জিনিস নেই কি আমরা কোনো গন্ডগোল করবো কোনো গন্ডগোল অ্যালাউ করবো আমরা কেন করবো কাজ গন্ডগোল করার জন্য উই ডোন্ট হ্যাভ এনি এক্স টু গ্রাইন্ড তো এটা যেটা আছে তিসরিয়া আছে বাইরে ও থাকবে তারপরে সিএবিএফ থাকবে চারটার সময় যেটা আরম্ভ হলো 4টার সময় আরম্ভ ছিল এজেন্ট ওখানে
আমরা সবাইকে চিঠি দিয়েছি এবং যখন কাজটা শুরু হলো তাদেরই লোক তো বাইরে বসে স্ক্রিনে দেখছিল স্ক্রিন তো বাইরেই আছে আমরা তো
4টার সময় আসছিল ওরা 3 জনই
না স্যার এরা 3 জন আমার যাওয়ার পরে এসেছিল
না উনি বলতে চান কি এই 3 জন যে আসছিল শশী পাজা 4টার সময় আসলো 4টা পরে আসলো ওরা কিন্তু ওদের ভারে লোক তো আছে বাইরে আপনার ওয়াচ করার জন্য
He claims that Shashi Paja was not on time, but our representatives were already present and they knew.
আপনার 7টা স্ট্রং রুম আছে, ওখানে ক্যামেরা লাগা আছে, যেটা ফিট বাইরে যাচ্ছে, একটা আর পোস্টাল ব্যালটে ফিট যাচ্ছে। যখন দেখছে কি পোস্টাল ব্যালট ওদের হতে পারে ক্যান্ডিডেট,
and everything that was done was under the purview of the CCTV and the feed was being displayed live outside the center.
এখানকার ফিট দেখেছে, তারপরে বলছে এটা কি হচ্ছে।
When they got to see the feed later on, when the candidates came, they started raising questions.
ভাই এটা এটা আপনি জানুন, আপনি কি দেখে নেবেন। আমি তো একদম প্রকাশ্যে বলছি যেটা আছে, কোনো গন্ডগোল তো কোনো স্কোপ নেই এখানে, কোনো প্রয়োজন নেই। এই জন্য আমাদের প্রেস কনফারেন্স করতে হলো, ইসিআই বললো ভাই
He says that there is no scope of manipulation, no scope of creating any nuisance under this tight security measures and the under CCTV purview.
3:30 থেকে 4টার মধ্যে তো হবে না, মুভমেন্ট দেখাই যাবে নিশ্চয়ই। 3:30 থেকে 4টা হবে, এই জন্য কি লোক যাবে ওখানে, 4টার সময় খুলবে, কিন্তু যখন টাইম দিয়ে আছে 4টা, তো মুভমেন্ট তো হবে, লোককে তো প্রস্তুতি নিতে হবে। আমি যদি এখানে প্রেস কনফারেন্স করবো 10টার সময়, তো 9:45 থেকে তো মুভমেন্ট আরম্ভ হয়ে যাবে এখানে। ইতাম 10টার সময় আপনি বাইরে থেকে এখানে ঢুকে যাবেন
একটা সিসিটিভি
না
লাগা
না না। তো এই জন্য মুভমেন্ট দেখতে পেলো, এত ট্রান্সপারেন্ট আছে সিস্টেম যে মুভমেন্ট আছে দেখতে পেলো, নাহলে তো ওটা অফ, যে চুরি চাকারি করে তো অফ করে দেয় ওটা। তো
the entire process is very transparent and because of this transparency this movement was muted in the live feed.
আছে এখন যেটা আমি করোনালি দিলাম, এখানে 10টার সময় সব প্রেস কনফারেন্স আছে, তো 9:45 9:50 9:50 তো এখানে হতে পারে লোক আসবে, সিঁড়ি থেকে দেখবেন লোক আসছে, তারপরে দেখবেন এখানে আসছে। হোয়াট ইজ সাসপিশিয়াস অ্যাবাউট ইট? যেটা হবে যে এখান থেকেই তো ওখানে যাবে সব জায়গা। দেখুন তৃণমূল ক্যান্ডিডেট या কোন ক্যান্ডিডেট বসে আছেন, স্ট্রং রুম বাইরে একটা নির্দিষ্ট জায়গা আছে যেখানে সিসিটিভি লাগা আছে, ওরা বসতে পারে 24 আওয়ার্স বসতে পারে। একটা বিল্ডিং বাইরে যেটা থাকে, যেখানে ভিতরে সিসিটিভি 7টা রুমে আছে, এটা আছে, ওটা থাকতে পারে। ওখানে 3টা কর্ডন পুলিশ, 2টা কর্ডন পুলিশ থাকে, সিপিএফ থাকবে, ক্যান্ডিডেটও দেখতে পারে।
He says that the candidate can stay inside the premises but outside the building where the EVMs and ballots are kept, and they can stay there 24 hours. There's no problem in that. There's a strong police presence.
ওখানে অ্যালিগেশন ছিল কি অনেক লোক সংগ্রহ করে দিত আর তারপরে পোস্ট অফিস পাঠিয়ে দিত। এখানে এটা শেষ করার জন্য ফ্যাসিলিটেশন সেন্টার ট্রেনিংও হয়, তো এখানে ট্রেনিং হচ্ছে। আপনারা সব আছেন এখানে, ভোটার আছেন, যার কাজ পড়েছে ফেজ 2-তে। আপনি কালনা আছেন, আপনি যে আছে কাটোয়া আছেন, আপনি যেটা আছে कहते हैं ওখানে ফার্স্ট ফেজে যেটা ইলেকশন হয়েছে হুগলি, হ্যাঁ, তো দিয়া হোগা, তো ওটা দিলেন আপনি এই সেন্টারে। এই সেন্টার দিয়ে পরে আমি নিয়ে গেছি স্ট্রং রুমে রেখে দিয়েছি। আজ বিকেলে 4টার সময় স্ট্রং রুম থেকে খুলে আপনার সেগ্রিগেট করতে হবে ডিফারেন্ট অ্যাসেম্বলি সিট, যে 8টা জেলা আছে ফেজ 2-তে, ও সব যাবে। যে আমার জেলা বাইরে যেটা আছে, যে আমার 7 সিট আছে, ওটা কোনো প্রবলেম নেই।
The ballots for phase 2 needs to be segregated, and that's why those segregation was taking place so that it can reach the hub, and from there on it can be distributed to the respective DOs or to the respective districts so that it can reach that spot in due time before counting.
না না, কোনো নিরাপত্তা যেটা আছে যথেষ্ট আছে, and এটা unwarranted incident আছে। This incident don't happen any day. We are fully prepared for counting. কাল থেকে আমি অলরেডি কাউন্টিং হল যাচ্ছি, সব ডিও জন্য একটা প্রোটোকল তৈরি হয়ে গেছে। যত সেন্টার আছে
there's no problem in that, and CEO will be personally visiting multiple counting centers across West Bengal.
Counting arrangements have been done fully as per rule and regulations and as per circulars of ECI. So circulars follow হবে, কোনো স্কোপ নেই কোনো গন্ডগোলে। ম্যাডাম ওখানে বি 30 স্তরীয় হয়, আউটার পুলিশ হয়, এটা হয়। ওখানে যার ম্যাজিস্ট্রেট থাকবে, আরও থাকবে, এনি সিনিয়র অফিসার ক্যান কাম, দে ক্যান টেক চার্জ অফ এনি সিচুয়েশন। ইভেন 144 या 163 BNSS প্রমুলগেট হতে পারে, क्योंकि ওদের যেটা আছে যে ওদের লোক বসে ওর করিডর ভারে বসবে। থার্ড করিডর যেটা আছে, ফার্স্ট সেকেন্ড থার্ড যেটা আছে, থার্ড পরে বি চাহে ও স্টেরাইল জোন করতে পারে 163 করা পরে, ও স্টেরাইল জোন করতে পারে। সাপোজ লক্ষ্মণ রেখা একটা করতে পারে কি 200 মিটার বাইরে হবে, ওটা হতে পারে। ওটা যেখানে প্রয়োজন হবে হবে। আশা করি এসব প্রয়োজন কোনোদিন হয় না, হবে না। দেখুন দেখো না আমরা সব রিপোর্ট নেব ডিও থেকে যে সিকিউরিটি ব্রিচ করবে या যে যার ডিউটি আছে if he breaches that or doesn't comply with that.
All right, that's the Bengal Chief Electoral Officer, who's telling us, who's denying any foul play when it comes to the EVM tampering charge. He's saying these are the postal ballots which were segregated, and it's a statutory process. There has been no foul play on the side of the ECI when it looks at the EVMs. Now, what has happened, we're showing you the videos which are coming out, and these are where the ballots were kept. These are where the EVMs as well as the postal ballots were kept. Now, the TMC is claiming, and there's high voltage drama about that, and they are claiming that the EVMs have been tampered with. Whereas the BJP is standing back, it's saying that there's no foul play. Now the ECI has come forth and said the same. For more on that, we have Anirban joining us. Anirban, we just heard the West Bengal CEO saying that there's no foul play. He's saying this is just a standard procedure which was being followed. In fact, the video that we're getting is out of the live feed, which shows how transparent the whole process was. Help us understand the video that we're getting in. What exactly is that video? What can we see in this? And what has the electoral officer clarified about the video?
Exactly. Well, exactly. So what we have seen that Trinamool Congress has posted one video, and where we can see one CCTV footage where one or two people over there roaming inside the strong room. But as per stated by the Election Commission of India and CEO of West Bengal, that's the standard procedure to segregate those ballots. And right now there is a question from the Trinamool Congress side as well as Mamata Banerjee's side, as I am just now standing over here in Bhawanipur counting center, the Shakhawat Memorial School, where Mamata Banerjee is still now inside from the last 2.5 hours, and that's why the question is being raised that what she is doing. As today in the video message, what Mamata Banerjee has already said that to the party workers, as she said that you have to be cautious, you have to be already on standby, as you have to give a security to the strong rooms. And she also said that at the night the candidates will guard off the strong room, and on the morning the agents will guard off the strong room. As she said that she already alleged that maybe she is saying and alleging the Election Commission of India that she is saying that the strong rooms are not safe and maybe the ballots were being tampered inside, and that is the allegation she made in, and that's why what we can see that still it is around 11:30. It is going to be 11:30 in few minutes, and still for the 2.5 hours Mamata Banerjee is inside safeguarding the ballots, as she said in the video message as well. What we have seen in the evening as well, that Kunal Ghosh, TMC candidate, as well Shashi Panja, who were there in the Khudiram Anushiran Kendra, that was the North Kolkata Division 1, the DCRC office, the counting center, as well as the strong room. And this is the counting center, the strong room, which falls under the Bhawanipur constituency, as well as the many constituencies over here, where the strong room over here, and also the counting centers over here. And what's the scene that we are getting right now? And as per the sources, that Mamata Banerjee is still inside, and she has questioned several officers inside over this matter, and also she is claiming that maybe the tampering may happen. That is the allegation from here right now.
Right. So now we're seeing that Mamata Banerjee has reached her seat state, which is in Bhawanipur, and she's trying to protect the strong room where the ballots would be kept from her place. Now what we're also learning from the press conference is that you can't, the candidates, they were already informed ahead of time that this kind of procedure would take place. So it is not that these parties were not informed, that it came out of the blue, that these videos are now surfacing. So if the parties were already informed, why is there such a major uproar over what the ECI claims to be procedure exercises right now from the videos that we're getting?
Well, exactly. So that is the question right now in the air right now, as there is several kinds of question that the parties were already informed, and the Election Commission has already shown up the mail of that, the screenshot of the mail as well. They have published in public and in the media. And still after that, Trinamool Congress is raising questions and in various places. And also, a few of the TMC supporters have started jamming over here in this area outside the counting center, and there were several questions and scuffle between the BJP and the TMC supporters, as well as we have seen just inside this counting center. And right now the Mamata Banerjee is still inside the counting center, whether she will come out or not, or whether she will stay overnight, because we have seen it earlier also, Mamata Banerjee having many kinds of many kinds of movements. Those were overnight, and right now the question is that whether she will come out or not.
Absolutely. She's safeguarding her postal ballot. She's given out a message to all her party leaders to go ahead and protect their ballots, and she's telling them to keep a watch on it. We also know that TMC leaders Kunal Ghosh and Shashi Panja, who were staging a dharna outside of the strong rooms when they were alleging that these ballots were tampered with. Now, we have a reaction from them. Let's hear it.
Very, very grave allegation, Kunal. This is a very serious allegation. What do you suspect is happening inside in this footage?
No, you see, this is a strong room, sealed strong room. How can some people took entry? Our people were there till 4. They didn't inform them that this kind of operation is going to be started. They used an email. But when we got the mail, we know that our agents are there.
Yes.
And who were here, they didn't inform.
They did not inform your agents outside?
No, they were here. They used another gate or another point to enter some people into the strong room. But without any witness, how can EC open the sealed strong room?
Suspicious activity.
Yes, 100% suspicious activity.
Of tampering, are you saying?
No, whether it is already tampered or not, that is yet to be proved. But something happened which should not happen, because without informing us, anybody can't open the sealed strong room.
You are allowed up till here. So when you magnify this, suddenly we see in this camera number 70, there is suspicious activity, and that's this one. This is camera number 70. This is 30th of April.
Who are these people inside?
Exactly. Who are these people? Exactly so. Who are these people? So those who are seeing from outside, that is the question. A valid question. Both of us are candidates. Immediately we arrived, and then all questions, query, pink ballots, which box, what is being done.
So what do you suggest is happening inside?
No, what, it's not, if suppose we had not noticed or this did not come up on the camera 17, how do we know that there is no tampering happening? Nothing, what is this unusual thing? This is something which should have been made transparent to all political parties. Why is that the political parties are not informed? Then the Election Commission is saying, we have sealed the strong rooms early morning. So 3:20 p.m. apparently they have sent a mail to the political parties. If suppose you have sent a mail and you find none of the political parties are there, then why did you open in the absence? And when we arrived and asked that we let us in, then you are saying that no, not now. We are.
Well, those are the TMC leaders alleging strong foul play on the side of the EC as well as the BJP. They're alleging EVM tampering and much more, suggesting that there's been some foul play inside of these strong rooms where the ballots have been kept ahead of the counting. Well, we have more on that coming up right after this short break.
You are watching India Today.
From
early morning temple stops to long days on the road in Tamil Nadu, I've covered every corner, every voice.
Join India's #1 election team for epic verdict day coverage on the Indian Political League. 4th May, 6 a.m. onwards, only on India Today.
In association with HDFC Sky, make money matter. Download now. Jindal Stainless.
From early morning temple stops to long days on the road in Tamil Nadu, I've covered every corner, every voice.
Join India's #1 election team for epic verdict day coverage on the Indian Political League. 4th May, 6 a.m. onwards, only on India Today.
From the streets of Calcutta to the heart of Bengal, I've covered every corner, every voice.
Join India's #1 election team for epic verdict day coverage on the Indian Political League. 4th May, 6 a.m. onwards, only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
एग्जिट पोल ठीक है, मैं ग्राउंड का एग्जिट पोल बता रहा हूँ 180+ बीजेपी, लेकिन जो अच्छा मेजोरिटी से भाजपा सरकार बन रहा है मोदी जी का नहीं।
देखिए, मैं ज्यादा एग्जिट पोलों पर विश्वास नहीं करता, लेकिन फिर भी मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि एग्जिट पोलों में बहुत सारे एग्जिट पोलों में दिखाया गया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। और मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी 170 से ज्यादा सीटों के साथ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बहुत ही जोरदार दमदार सरकार बनेगी। देखिए, 15 साल में इस सरकार ने इतनी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी अपने क्रेडिट में ले लिया है, इतनी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी 30 साल बाद 34 साल बाद लेफ्ट का जितना था उतना ही एंटी इनकम्बेंसी आज 15 साल बाद ममता बनर्जी के खिलाफ है। दूसरी बात है कि एसआईआर होने के कारण जो डेड वोटर के नाम कट गए, ममता बनर्जी की पार्टी उनकी वोट डलवा देते थे, इस बार वो कर नहीं पाए।
मैं इस एग्जिट पोल को नियर टू परफेक्ट बोल सकता हूँ, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी असम प्रदेश का उम्मीद है। असम में इससे भी बढ़कर जो आज पूर्वानुमान आया है या आंकड़ा आया है, उससे भी ज्यादा असेंबली सेगमेंट में बीजेपी एनडीए का जीत जरूर होगा।
Already I have seen the exit polls today. What I noticed, although the groups are different, the picture they have been prescribed are almost the same. BJP-led NDA is coming to power with huge majority for a third consecutive term. It is a good news for us, very good news for us. The people of Assam have voted for rapid development of Assam under dynamic leadership of Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome. You're joining us on the special broadcast on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and the focus, the man of the match, the man of the moment is Thalapathy Vijay. Tamil Nadu's political script seems to be changing, and it's all focused on one person, on Joseph Vijay. Superstar to perhaps super neta. With 2026, the political battle shaping up to be all about the Vijay factor, we take a look at the Access My India exit poll numbers, which has said that TVK, Vijay's party, will be the single largest party. And that's what's led to all of the speculation whether a superstar is now stepping into the political fray with a dramatic entry with a first day, first show.
What once sounded like speculation is now looking like reality. Tamil Nadu could be heading for a political earthquake in 2026. For the first time in 70 years, the iron grip of the DMK-AIDMK duopoly is under serious threat. And at the center of it all is Thalapathy Vijay. Why? Because Access My India has come up with an explosive projection. A projection that paints a stunning picture. It has given DMK plus 92 to 110 seats. Vijay's party TVK a surging 98 to 120. AIDMK is trailing far behind at just 22 to 32. The vote share tells the same story. Both TVK and DMK locked at 35% vote share and AIDMK at 23% vote share. There's also another headline. Vijay emerging as the most preferred Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu at 37%, with MK Stalin at 35% and AIDMK General Secretary EPS 22%. The projections are here, and it is clearly going to be a neck-and-neck battle between the TVK and the DMK. This leaves us with a question. Is a fractured mandate and a massive twist on cards. Going by these numbers, Vijay may not just be the kingmaker, but could actually be the king. But it's not a clean sweep across both. While Access My India has put TVK ahead, other surveys still back DMK return. One survey even points to a sharply different outcome, with AIDMK win in Tamil Nadu. From real to real Jananayagan, Vijay is no longer a newbie. He's here and he's here to shape outcomes. And 2026 could be his ultimate blockbuster. Bureau Report, India Today.
With Vijay gearing up for his last bow on the big screen with Jananayagan, the film has reportedly locked its much-awaited release date. There have been several hurdles. The excitement, however, around Jananayagan remains intact. So while he's all set to focus on politics, the question of Jananayagan's release is finally being addressed.
The spotlight dims, the crowd holds its breath, and a legend prepares to take his final bow. Thalapathy Vijay's
Punch! Come on. இந்த வருஷமாவது ஆர்மி அப்ளிகேஷன்ல ஒழுங்கா கையெழுத்து போடுமா?
The film is now set to hit theatres worldwide. In fact,
its significance goes far beyond its cinematic scale, as it represents a pivotal turning point in Vijay's life and career. We note the film features Vijay as a former police officer, with Bobby Deol stepping in as the antagonist and Pooja Hegde as the female lead. The ensemble cast further includes Bamita Baiju, Gautam Vasudev Menon, Prakash Raj, Priyamani and Narayan, among others, promising a layered and engaging narrative. Originally slated for a Pongal 2026 release, Jananayagan had to be postponed despite reportedly achieving over 100 crore rupees in advance booking.
Star, who's ruled the silver screen as a beloved Abhineta, as an actor, has now stepped into a far more consequential role, that of a politician. Vijay's transition isn't just about ambition, it reflects determination, purpose and a deep-rooted connect with people that extend.
Compel an Abhineta to turn into full-time Neta. In February 2024, Vijay formally announced the formation of his political party, Tamizhaga Vetri Kazhagam, declaring it would contest the 2026 elections. During his party's first major conference in 2024, Vijay declared the BJP as his party's ideological opponent and the DMK as its political adversary. The man who once played heroes on screen was now picking real enemies. And conference after conference, Vijay sharpened his attacks on CM MK Stalin and the ruling DMK. But just like a cinematic twist, on September 27th, 2025, everything changed. Thousands of men, women and children gathered in Karur district, hoping to catch a glimpse of Vijay. As excitement peaked, overcrowding, poor crowd control and confusion led to a deadly stampede, resulting in 41 deaths. Cops then blamed the TVK's leadership for the tragedy. After 4 days of silence, Vijay reappeared to apologize, but also to blame the Stalin government, alleging attempts to sabotage TVK's growth. Vijay sought a CBI inquiry himself and faced the investigators fiercely. And just when Vijay thought it was the end and all the political drama was over, his film Jananayagan, a triumphant cinematic goodbye before a full-time political career, came in the eye of the storm. But Vijay seems to be unstoppable. In a high-stakes political gamble, he has decided to contest from not one, but 2 constituencies, Perambur and Trichy East, both DMK bastions.
I am coming.
From whistles on the silver screen to a whistle-poured moment in politics, can he deliver a blockbuster and rise like a real Jananayagan here? Vedasta Bharadwaj, Bureau Report, India Today.
So before making his entry into politics, Vijay had already donned the hat of people's representative on the big screen. Here's how Vijay wooed his fans endless number of times as their leader, as their Talapati in films.
Talapati Vijay, also known as Makkal Talapati, which actually translates to people's leader, is finally taking the plunge and begin his innings as a politician. His intention towards serving the public has been quite evident even through his film choices, wherein he time and again fought bad guys, corrupt politicians, and emerged as a righteous hero. The case in point,
dance team la join பண்ணிக்கலாமா?
டான்ஸ்லாம் ரொம்ப கஷ்டம் bro.
என்ன bro பெரிய டான்ஸ்? இப்படி தலையாட்டி தானே தமிழ்நாட்டுல பெரிய ஆளா இருக்காங்க.
Thalaiva witnessed Vijay as a leader who steps into the shoes of his father to take down his arch enemy Bhima, who with the help of corrupt chief minister initiates riots in Mumbai, leading to several casualties. Directed by A.L. Vijay, the film for its content was opposed by the ruling AIDMK as insisted by then Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha, thus impacting its box office number. Thalaiva, however, was widely appreciated overseas.
Mala! Sir!
Jilla in 2014 was different from his role in Thalaiva. In fact, in this film, Thalapathy Vijay's character Shakti goes through a 360-degree turn. Yes, from being an adopted son of a gangster who hated the khaki uniform to becoming an IPS officer for a selfish motive. That is, to save his father, Sivan, a role essayed by Mohanlal, and his syndicate to wreak havoc in the city.
எல்லாரும் என் மாமா மச்சி.
To finally having an eye-opener of a moment to follow the path of an honest police officer. Jilla is one rollercoaster ride, and Thalapathy Vijay ensures to fight against a minister in this RT Nissan directorial. Directed by A.R. Murgadas, Kathi featured Thalapathy in dual roles as Kathi Resan and Jeevanandam. While Kathi was a small thief, Jeeva, on the other hand, led a group of rebellion farmers to protest against an entrepreneur who had exploited the water resources of their village. This action drama marked the second collaboration between Murgadas and Thalapathy Vijay after Thupakki. After emerging as one true leader in all these films, he finally portrayed the role of a politician in Sarkar, a role which he's now set to take on beyond the screen as well in real life. About this 2018 release, it was the third collaboration between A.R. Murgadas and Thalapathy. The film followed the story of a corporate raider named Sundar Ramaswamy, who contests as a non-partisan politician in the elections amid several attempts made on his life and reputation to raise awareness against electoral fraud. With Yanisha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Cinema, politics go hand in hand, particularly in Tamil Nadu. There have been so many actors who have pursued a political career. It's not new at all in Tamil Nadu. There have been success stories, there have been political flops as well. So let's give you a lowdown on how A-listers in southern cinema, think Kamal Haasan, Jayalalitha, MGR, Shivaji Ganesan, all of them took a plunge into politics.
It's true that politics and southern cinema have had a symbiotic relationship. From the iconic M.G. Ramachandran to the magnetic Nandamuri Taraka Rama Rao, the connection between fame, cinema and politics remains a captivating narrative. Chiranjeevi, or the megastar as he's known, kick-started his acting journey with Punadhiralu, but it was Pranam Kharid that marked his initial foray into the cinematic world. Notably, the period between 2007 and 2017 witnessed a hiatus from films and he ventured into the realm of politics. However, during his tenure, Chiranjeevi made 2 cameo appearances in Maghadira and Bruce Lee the Fighter. The political landscape saw a significant shift in 2008 when he started his Praja Rajyam party in Andhra Pradesh. Adding another dimension to his multifaceted career, he served as the Minister of Tourism from October 2012 to May 2014. MGR, the legendary figure, wore multiple hats with flair. From being a beloved Indian actor to a filmmaker who on his own terms ventured into the political arena. The veteran actor was sworn in as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu in 1977 and except for a 4-month interregnum in 1980, he remained Chief Minister until his death in 1987. Such was his popularity among the people of Tamil Nadu that he earned the endearing title of Makkal Tilagam, which means People's King. Kamal Haasan. Kamal Haasan, the enigmatic icon of the South, commands reverence across the nation. In 2018, he unfurled his own political party, Makkal Needhi Mayyam, where he serves as the president. With over 200 films to his credit, Kamal Haasan achieved the remarkable feat of completing 6 decades in the industry in 2019, a distinction shared by only a select few in the Indian film fraternity. His versatile maestro has also graced screens in Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, Hindi and Bengali films, showcasing his pan-Indian cinematic prowess.
Vanakkam India.
Jairam Jayalalitha. Shifting gears from a flourishing film career, the late Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu seamlessly ventured into politics after leaving her cinematic imprint with films from 1961 to 1980. Following the influential footsteps of her mentor MGR, Jayalalitha joined AIADMK in 1982. A remarkable milestone awaited her in 1991 when she became the youngest Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Her political journey continued with Jayalalitha serving as the Chief Minister for more than 14 years, spanning 6 impactful terms between 1991 and 2016. NTR. Beyond his stellar acting prowess, N.T. Ramarao wore the hat of a politician as well. Establishing the Telugu Desam Party in 1982, he navigated through 3 turbulent terms as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh from 1983 to 1995. Commencing his cinematic journey with Mana Desam, he showcased his versatility in the role of a courageous policeman. Recognizing his significant impact on Indian cinema, the Government of India even honoured him with the prestigious Padma Shri in 1968, solidifying his status as an entertainment and political juggernaut. Rajnikant. Rajnikant, the Talaivar of Indian cinema, through his films has not only entertained the masses but also minted fortunes at the ticket counters. He creates magic every time he appears on the screens and his aura as an actor is unmatchable. However, like other A-listers, even Rajnikant had announced his entry into politics on 31st December 2017 and formed his political party called Rajni Makkal Mandiram only to dissolve it due to health issues. He even made it clear to not step back into politics after his exit. yes, amidst the electrifying aura and fan fervor of Southern stars, their seamless transition into the political arena only adds another dazzling chapter to the script. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Can Vijay from superstar become super neta? Can he ensure that his real-life blockbuster hits turns into a first-day first show? May 4th, we'll have all of those answers, and we're going to track it very closely here on India Today. Thanks for the moment for tuning in to the special broadcast.
Sorry. So sorry.
Tamil Nadu and Bengal, of course, are right now the numbers to watch out for. Today's Chanakya yet to come out. So let's take a look at the rest. As we stand by for today's Chanakya's numbers, here's what makes it very, very interesting. You've got matriz that suggests that the NDA has an edge at 146 to 161. You've got TMC of 125 to 140. If I were to just look at the overall picture right now, the two pollsters who are giving the maximum numbers to TMC plus Preeti, SAS Group and Janmat. These two numbers right here, 170, 190, 197. These two giving the maximum numbers to TMC, even People's Pulse at 177 to 187. It's equally poised. If you look at it, it's very evenly poised.
Well, if you look at some of them, it looks like dead heat, that they could very well be a hung house. Some of them giving a clean majority to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Poll Diary got actually Bihar elections right, and Poll Diary this time around is giving a projection of 142 to 171. That means they'll breach or just about breach the halfway mark where Poll Diary is concerned. Is giving, I think, the maximum. P-mark is of course giving the maximum, which is 150 to 175, but most others, you have Janmat there, which is giving a clean sweep to the TMC, and just 65, lesser than what it was the last time around. For the BJP, 65, and then you have, of course, People's Pulse, that is again giving a comfortable majority to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Maria,
so we have today's Chanakya numbers. Okay. Of course, we'll be putting out that data out.
No, but go ahead,
Maria. Go ahead,
give it out. Read it out.
48% to the BJP. Today's Chanakya says it is going to be 192 plus minus 11 for the BJP. Wow. The Trinamool Congress at 38%. So the vote share, yes, that has been flipped. According to today's Chanakya, their projection is 48% to the BJP, the Trinamool Congress at 38%. They are giving 100 seats plus minus 11 for the TMC, and BJP at 192.
Okay,
and that's like a number that none of these pollsters have.
No, it's more than any of these.
There is actually none of these.
192?
No. We are looking at 192 plus minus 11. So
192 plus minus 11 for NDA.
It's touching 200.
So basically, what the projection of today's Chanakya is, Akshita, flip it. Last time around 2021, vote share of the TMC was 48%, vote share of the BJP was 38%. Exact flip. So what has really happened, Sajan, in this projection is that the BJP has been able to achieve what many thought was insurmountable, over a 5.5% swing.
Yes, it's the gamma of factors. If these numbers are true, that means that anti-incumbency, SIR process, and then the confidence of the voter who always used to hedge to vote to opposition since CPM days.
True.
That completely dissipated, and therefore, despite organizational weakness.
Right, let's quickly, Sajan, stay with us. Let's quickly cut across to the latest numbers coming in from today's Chanakya.
This is huge,
sticking,
it's huge. Sticking sweep.
It's sticking its neck out, saying that there is no dead heat. People have decided to solidly go with the Bharatiya Janata Party, 48% vote share, and the TMC at 38%, 192 plus seats coming in for the BJP. That's a solid projection coming in from today's Chanakya. Multiple factors, Maria, that you and I were on ground. What this plainly suggests is that the BJP has managed to get that 5.5% swing, which many thought could be difficult. On multiple fronts, the SIR seemingly has worked, Maria.
Okay, let's just quickly run the numbers across.
Let's quickly run the numbers.
NDA.
TMC has converted its 38% vote share to about 100. The BJP plus at about 192, others at just 2. So the Congress and the CPIM practically amounting to nothing. It's a bipolar contest, Maria, what we thought. Now, solid consolidation in terms of polarization. Religious consolidation has happened in favor, if these numbers hold, for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The anti-incumbency that we saw on ground has really come up and spoken. The SIR, has worked where the Bharatiya Janata Party was concerned on certain seats where there was a thin margin. That perfect storm that one needed for the BJP seemingly
we don't
now.
know about the SIR impact yet.
It seems it will work. It seems it will work. So the perfect storm that was needed for the Bharatiya Janata Party
Preeti
there.
and Akshita, let's
right
look at the caste numbers which have been projected by today's Chanakya. I think that becomes important. We have been discussing about the minority vote. It remains firmly with the Trinamool Congress, 71%, as we have been discussing, firmly. The SC vote is at 67%. The OBC is at 61%. It is the shift in the Hindu vote which is causing that massive switch.
The SC vote last time, Maria, because SC vote last time had gone to the BJP.
Yes.
It's the Mutwa vote. The Mutwas this time, despite of the name cuts, mostly the Mutwa vote and the Rajbanshis, both of them have gone with the BJP.
Yes.
So BJP has held on to that vote share.
Yes, OBC is at 61% for the BJP, the ST is at 53%. Again, the tribals is an area which was being wooed by Mamata Banerjee. It stayed with Mamata Banerjee in 2021, but
shifting over.
It isn't a massive shift. Trinamool at 40% and BJP at 53%. So there is a gap of 13%. But in this...
A gap of 13% in what, Maria? In
STs. STs.
Is there a gender breakup
No,
here?
there is not a gender breakup. That has not been given. But what is interesting here is that it is a 10% gap, and the same voting percentage which was polled by the Trinamool Congress in 2021 is actually going the BJP way in 2026 assembly elections, and that is causing that 192 plus minus 11 for the BJP. Trinamool at 100 plus minus 1. 38% is of course what we are looking at. But as we have been saying, that there are multiple issues. There is massive anti-incumbency of 15 years. What is also the sense that perhaps the women of Bengal want to move away from that narrative of 1500 rupees alone. They are of the opinion that they want more than 1500 rupees. So something that may have worked in, say, a neighboring state of Bihar, where the lump sum of 10,000 rupees was given just ahead of elections, could have been the game changer. But I can see Rahul Verma joining us. We also have other guests, RP Singh of the BJP join us. So let me bring in RP Singh. RP Singh, today's Chanakya saying that it's going to be a landslide, 192, something that similar to what Mamata Banerjee got. She, of course, got 200 plus seats in 2021.
Well, Maria, before I talk about that, I have a little point what your program trying to do. And your pollsters have projected TVK as leading party.
Audio.
Remember, Vijay
Mr. RP Singh, there's a problem with your audio. You'll need to try and fix that audio. I'm going to cut across to Rahul Verma, Center for Policy Research. Rahul Verma, multiple factors working together. This would suggest a solid Hindu consolidation in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. That would mean that at least 70% of the Hindu vote has been consolidated by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The woman vote has shifted away from Mamata Banerjee. Number 3, and important, that it is not just on the face of political figures. Mamata Banerjee is not quite a factor if these numbers hold. SIR has also seemingly worked for the BJP because nobody knew which way SIR would go. Everything coming in together makes the perfect storm if these numbers hold for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
That is true, Preeti. Thank you. You summarized everything. Everything coming together only can produce this kind of victory if it happens on Monday for the BJP. You are absolutely right about a couple of things. One, I think without a Hindu consolidation, BJP does not have a chance in Bengal. Second, if they would not have been able to break in women vote, again, they don't stand a chance. So those two things are definitely need to happen. I think what also worked in favor of BJP is SIR, deletions of name, which perhaps in BJP's wisdom are important because any party that is strong on the ground is able to get some extra votes. And so BJP thinks if elections happen in this way in a state like West Bengal, they managed to neutralize the advantage that TMC had. And the final point is basically the presence of these sort of like 2,000 plus CAPF companies. And also Amit Shah saying this multiple times, that 500 companies are going to stay for 60 days even after the polls, kind of creating that sense of security that if you vote for BJP, you are not going to be basically at the mercy of TMC ground level
Yes.
organization.
But Rahul Verma,
all of
what
these
is evident is
basically a conjecture
with
to a
192
possibility.
for the BJP, the projection which has been made, and I'll bring in Sajjan on this, this is an anti-Mamata wave. This is an anti-Trinamool Congress wave, which is a rejection of a particular kind of politics and government and governance to giving a chance to a party that many would say that they were being distrusted by Bengalis. That has not happened, Sajjan. If these numbers hold, then of course this is the land of Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. The BJP is saying that they have won the most important bastion that they have been looking for as far as the ideological presence is concerned.
No, Maria, there are, we have to see how the this anti-incumbency, which is palpable if numbers are true, from October, November onward until April, it started as an anti-TMC vote, you know, and there was palpable frustration with state BJP also that people want to get rid of TMC, but do not see state BJP leadership as a strong, you know, presence. But then by March and April, when the central leadership came, anti-TMC vote started metamorphosing into pro-BJP vote. So that's the transition that was happening if these numbers are true. My only thing is that